takes Annie, Morgana, Thresh away from the main playmaker on the Unicorns of Love. Morgana is here already, Cassiopeia, no surprise, you gotta ban it against Power of Evil.
Definitely the case, and something the analyst desk was talking about, the fact that Power of Evil's trended a little bit away from Assassins in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He was doing it a lot in the splits, whereas Febiven, Zed and LeBlanc was his bread and butter. I do want to touch on this Cassio ban. It is the 20th time it's been banned against the Unicorns of Love.
First pick Thresh.
In 28 games, and as you've touched on, Fisher, you're expecting that support focus.
Oh, for sure. First pick Thresh coming in for Fnatic and Yellowstar here. Otherwise, the two bans wouldn't make any sense from Fnatic. And the reason he wants this over the Annie is for the early roaming potential he likes to use on Thresh. Annie is great as well when it comes to early roaming, but it can be a bit more risky. You can be caught out. You're very squishy. Thresh, on the other hand, you group him up with his jungler, you invade into the enemy jungle for deep wards, and then you have that lantern as well to pull your jungler out to safety. So you're very, very good at these early skirmishes on that champion, and that's why Yellowstar wants it for himself, because this game is going to be so much about can Fnatic get that lead we often see around the mid game and stop the Unicorns of Love from getting to late game if they keep picking scaling comms. When you ban double assassin, it tells me that Power of Evil wants to get one of these passive mid laners, wants to be able to sit and farm for 15-20 minutes before he really wants to do a whole lot.
And that could be bad for Fnatic. The two previous times these teams have met, it was the late game that determined the eventual victor. Couple seconds left on the clock. Unicorns going to go with a fairly standard, safe lock-in here. Vardag's on the Sivir. Kikis is going to be taking that Grungle. And I do want to touch on Huni. He trended towards the Vlad after the Lee Sin fell on its face. But Rumble is available. It was banned out in the semis.
Was banned, yeah. But Rumble is open. Febiven showing his old main champion, Riven, in the mid lane, even where his name comes from. Now with two Assassin banned away, there could potentially be a pick for him, but I think you want to see some more picks from the Unicorns first. I do notice how Vardax, though, has not locked in Jinx. That was his main champion in the playoffs, or has been the main champion for him in the playoffs. But every single time he played it, it was paired with Thresh or Morgana, so you could chain CC, pull in a target or bind the target into trap, and then you execute them at level 6 with your ulti as the Jinx. Seeing as those supports are gone, he's swapping it over, safer Lane and Sivir. Also a takeaway from Fnatic, obviously, who really likes to play Sivir a lot.
Wow, big change here for Fnatic. We touched on Kalista extensively over the course of the last couple of weeks. 5.6, Kalista has difficulties taking down those tanks. And there's going to be Rek'Sai for Reignover, another early game jungler, which is something he also favors.
It fits so well with the Thresh here. Again, this is the 2v2 roaming potential from Fnatic, where they're beefy, they can take the fights. That Lantern, you always got to respect it, not only if you want to save your jungler, but also to pull in someone else into the fight and quickly turn it into a 3v2 situation for Fnatic. Kalista, yes, as you said, she has trouble killing the tanks late game. That's why you're not aiming to go late game. You are here because you are a fantastic laner as Kalista. Your mid game is brilliant as well. So you want to make sure that you can force fights. You can even throw in your support now to start the whole thing. Flay, Box, following from Yellowstar. There's so many ways for Fnatic just with that bot lane combo to start fights and also take these early skirmishes, which we know they love to do.
And for the first time all year, Hylissang will be playing on the Braum. He's only played 4 champions to date and has not opted to the Leona. Vizicachi on Maokai has been incredibly successful in the bigger picture, but we'll need to see whether or not there's enough damage. Unicorns, I think they're lacking, especially if this game goes longer. We'll have to see what Power of Evil decides to lock in that mid lane.
Well, the thing is, if you lack damage, you got to make up for it somehow. In this case, it's by being extremely tanky. So you have these long team fights where, as we mentioned, Kalista, she needs so many spears to take down a big tank. Sivir gets more damage in that way in terms of the late game. Kalista can still get close if she plays it really well. And then we're going to have to see. I expect a late game scaling champion for Power of Evil. So suddenly there is late game damage. And you have these long drawn out team fights where you can kite them around and you wait for one guy to miss position from Fnatic. You pull the trigger, you blow him up, you lock him down with the likes of a Maokai, with a Braum ulti, and that's how you win it.
Is that locked in? I think that is.
It is.
Vladimir top lane for Huni. He's going to the champion that got Fnatic to the finals, and we will be seeing Kassadin in the mid lane. It is gaining popularity in recent weeks, and Febiven is undefeated on that champion thus far this year.
I've got to see Kassadin a few times yesterday. We've seen it in China quite a lot, where the whole new Kassadin started with their themes. We can talk more about that in the game itself. Fnatic, though, I mean, honestly, it's fairly standard. The only thing they don't have now, which we normally see, is a whole lot of engage, because they like to run champions like Hecarim for Huni, but that's obviously been banned away. Then they would normally pick an Annie for Yellowstar, but they prefer to Thresh over it. There are still options to start fights, but it's going to be more about having the vision control, spotting Unicorns of Love out of position, or if they go too aggressive, and then you turn it around.
Ladies and gentlemen, get Leviathan in the house. The Frozen Heart versus first Gouda is what he was touching on. Is it going to be the same?
It will not be the same, Trevor.
And why not?
That was a top lane virus. This one here. So, I looked at Power of Evil and his solo queue. He had one Varus game. I was a bit surprised. Why is this man playing Varus in the mid lane? So I started to look towards what Varus can do. And he fits in with these long-range poke champions that he likes to play. What do you want to do? Here's what I'm expecting, at least from him, is you aim for early Brutalizer, get cooldown reduction boots, so you get about 40% cooldown reduction in the end. That means your cooldown on Q, because now when you charge the Q, the cooldown starts already, not when you fire it. That was one of the changes to him. So the cooldown drops down really, really low, like 1 or 2 seconds at rank 5. And then you just max out armor penetration, Brutalizer, Last Whisper, then you add in a BF Sword later. And your poke damage in the mid game is insane. It is so high, and you have such a low cooldown that you can keep firing away. And because Fnatic is not running this hard engage composition, they gotta throw in the Thresh to really start the fight, or maybe the Castle slowing people, and then a tunnel from Rek'Sai. This pick might work in just sitting back and poke away.
If anybody was going to make it work, it is going to be the Unicorns of Love. For the last time in the spring split, hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports. Listen to the crowd and pick who you feel will win. Hashtag FNC win, hashtag UOL win. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the spring split finals. And there is a Varus mid lane.
Yeah, if there's one team to pull that out in the final, in front of so many people here in Spain, it's Unicorns of Love. Flask start for Power of Evil, running Ghost like he likes to do, and these immobile carries. Can't believe I just said that. Not even a virus in this sense. But it's also it's a good lane matchup. I mean, Cassidy is not going to be able to do a whole lot against him. He's going to be able to push him down to his own tower, poke him away, maybe even force him back. We see tough start from Febiven. Obviously respecting the damage that's going to come from Power of Evil. We have seen some AP Varus in solo queue from time to time. This is not the case.
No, I'm not going to believe that.
This is armor penetration. I'm going to shoot you in the face, and if you don't engage on me, you're going to have to go back to base and I'll take your tower.
Well, Deficio, I want to touch on 2 things we mentioned in Picks and Bans. Fnatic have got 2 scaling solo laners in Vlad and Kassadin. And as we've already mentioned, it was the late game that cost them the 0-2 during this regular split. And on the side of Unicorns, they are severely lacking that AP damage. There is a small amount that comes in, but you have to feel it could be lacking if enough armor is picked up.
Oh, I agree 100%. Fnatic, with them stacking armor, we know Hourglass is coming in for both Vladimir and Kassadin. That is very normal in their build path. I mean, what we have seen from Kassadin's lately is Rod of Ages, then you get a Codex, then you get your Hourglass. You might even get it earlier in this situation because of all the physical damage for Unicorn. So there's 2 solo laners who will always stack armor in the first place. Rek'Sai is going to do the same. So yes, Unicorns of Love will lag behind in damage. They're suddenly the ones who's looking to snowball and mid-game lead. Once you start hitting that armor penetration spike in the mid-game from Varus, get the Brutalizer, maybe even the Last Whisper, then you're going to see them start grouping, and Kassadin offers 0 proper wave clear to stop them. And that's what Unicorns are going to look for.
Especially if you look at the rest of the Fnatic roster, there's not a lot of wave clear at all. If Unicorns can use that Maokai, Gragas, Sivir combo to engage and disengage where appropriate, they could get that lead they're looking for. So we've been following this Varus mid lane. There was a lane swap that was initiated by the Unicorns of Love, and it will give Steelback and Yellowstar some free time in the bottom lane. Huni currently holding Reignover's hands. Let's have a look at the rest of the map.
Yeah, Sivir is going to freeze the top wave here for Unicorns of Love while we have a push from Steelback and Yellowstar in the bottom side. Visichachi has read this pretty well. He's already here, didn't have to use teleport or anything. If he just places his ward in the tri-bush up here behind him like he's doing right now, okay, he just throws the sapling. That works too. You need something that just gives you some sort of vision if you're about to get tower doped, and then you can always back away. You still have that teleport, so he's going to get a lot of XP and farm in this one. Vladimir, he struggles in the lane swap. He's not strong in the early levels. Now he's been spotted by the sapling.
Level 1.
Chachi has to back away from this one.
He's not backed away just yet. That's a 4-man Fnatic. They're coming in for potentially the first kill of the finals. Yellowstone taking up the turret, but there's the damage. It's going to be first blood that goes to Rainover. Fnatic are on the board.
Chachi, Chachi, Chachi. You put the sapling, you saw the Vladimir, so you know the jungler is coming as well. Back away, my friend. No reason to stay under that tower. You won't be able to defend it anyway. He was obviously trying to wait for Hildesang to come down and maybe help him, but he was way too late. Unicorns of Love now behind in gold already, just by having Chachi being a little bit too greedy under that tower.
Does look like the tower's going to get secured as well, Deficio. So first blood and first tower. Fnatic starting off this best of 5 exactly as they would have hoped.
Now they can go for Dragon as well. Kicking is on the top side. Only 2 members here from Unicorns of Love on the bottom lane. Obviously no summoners being blown from Chachi doing the dive beforehand. But Fnatic are okay, they're gonna play it safe instead and just stay around. But what they're doing as well is because they're pushing the bottom wave and the enemy top lane is showing him, you gotta go down and try and force him away so you just sit and get free farm and free XP. Also, you try to break the lane swap very early, so you get that Vladimir in the one-on-one lane. He wants to be against the Maokai as long as possible. He cannot really farm the jungle properly. He cannot really sit in a 1v2. So by taking this early tower, you can now swap to topside with Steelback and Yellowstar and give Huni the lane he needs.
We'll see how Huni can play this one out. Does also have access to his summoner spells. And Hildesang, a man that was heavily targeted, Thresh first pick and 2 support bans for a man that's only played 4 support champions this year, and a man that was given back-to-back MVPs in quarters and semi-finals. Let's see what he can do on Braum. It's not a champion we see particularly often. It does offer a lot of disengage for a Fnatic comp that wants to run at you for those extended team fights.
Yeah, you're gonna have Sivir ulti to either kite back. You're gonna have Braum, of course. You're gonna have the Gragas who works so well in these poke composition because he can both engage and disengage. So there's a lot of tools for Unicorns of Love to kind of try and stop Fnatic. And now Huni is realizing, well, he should have realized at least there's gonna be a lot of people.
That's gonna be a kill on the board for Unicorns of Love, and it goes to Bardags. Huni makes the mistake that Chachi made just 2 minutes ago.
Well, both top laners here really greedy for some farm. You haven't seen anyone on the top side. You pushed it into the tower. You saw the Maokai was already on the bottom side. You have to expect they're there. And yet you run in and face check the push. Both top laners, man, getting punished for staying around. Fnatic trying to trade for a top tower, or get a top tower at least, but Unicorns will get the dragon for themselves.
Stop that timer, Deficio. On a team that you can discuss the late game scaling, having an early dragon on the board, if they can maintain control, might be another way for the Unicorns to look towards a victory. While all that's going on, Fnatic have been uncontested in the top lane, and they will secure their 2nd tower of the game and maintain a gold lead. You need to look down on the bottom. Huni, he's in trouble, does have flash available, gets caught out. Hildesang and Chachi still sticking around. The sapling goes out, but it does pop on the minions. And Sleep Knight ticking away on Huni as he continues to go back in. He flashes right under the tower. Hildesang is going to take some tower shots, but survives.
He's alive.
And Bardags goes 2
Look at top lane
though.
3 guys from Fnatic still pushing in. Huni just trying to draw some attention on the bottom side. Can't really see how big the wave is here for Fnatic, but they will at least get a lot of damage before Unicorns can even recall from the bottom lane.
So let's see what Fnatic can do. Tower is still being focused. There's no minions really to back up. The next line is coming up. So Bardags, 2 kills on the board as well as a tower. This is a teleport from Huni, which is cancelled just to keep the minion alive and allow Fnatic to take their 3rd tower of the game. They're trying to accelerate the gold lead, but at the cost of farm on both Vladimir and Febiven continues to be bullied in this middle lane.
Yeah, but that's why it's so great you get global gold for them. 3 towers down. It doesn't matter if you're 10 CS behind this early when you get so many towers. Also, Unicorns of Love didn't manage to bounce the wave on the bottom side, so there will be quite some minions coming into Huni now that he can pick up. So despite him dying twice, the first one could have been avoided. The second one was just him drawing attention, honestly. And Unicorns of Love put more value in 1 kill and potentially the bot tower and didn't respect how fast Fnatic could push on the top side. Therefore, 2 towers down up there already. Let's see once Power Weaver goes back. He should get that brutalize on the first one.
Yep, still sitting on about 2,000 gold. Feathervin and Power of Evil yet to recall in that middle lane, but you do expect it should happen shortly. Look at the rest of UOL, setting up for a threatening invade, but Fnatic were able to secure their blue buff. Steelback is also hanging out in this mid lane. Unicorns, there's nothing to really contest here, so questionable invade, but they are going to get away clean. Take a look at Feathervin. He's moving up to try wave clear top potentially. No, because once he realizes Unicorns have support, he's going to need more backup.
Well, he has both Yellowstar and Rain over here. They just want to see if they can get under the tower.
Oh, that's a flash death sentence! He manages to catch Hylissang, gets flayed backwards under the tower. That's another kill on the board. And that goes to Kassadin. Being played by Feathervin, defending that top lane tower. Unicorns, they had been toying with fire for a while. There was nothing to contest. They end up getting punished for sticking around top.
Beautiful, beautiful setup from Yellowstar. I don't think there was any vision on him when he flashed in, and Hylissang didn't have a flash himself. But look at the mid lane. It's not their brutalizer first. That's going to come later than for Power Weaver. Manamune coming in as the first item, so looking to stack that one up. It's very important for him that he got that instantly and not the tier first, because that stacks way too slow on Virus. You don't really have a lot of spells you're spamming. You need those auto attacks to count as well. But this is going to slow down his power spike quite a lot. Now he's obviously going to wait till that one is fully stacked. It's not going to go very, very fast for him before he starts going towards these armor penetration items as well. I don't really agree with this from him, simply because we know how Fnatic is going to stack armor, and we know how a Kassadin and Vladimir can do late game against you. So this is a bit risky, but obviously Unicorns love feeling that with double tank, even a tanky support, they might be able to kite the teamfight's late game anyway, and they can therefore delay the Virus spike.
So much pressure on Hylissang to get all of those stuns down to multiple targets. With 280 carries, the Brown passive becomes exceptionally more valuable, assuming Power of Evil and Vardax just don't get insta-gibbed by Kassadin and Vladimir. So many questions to answer. 10 minutes on the clock. Fnatic 1,500 gold up. There are 2 towers in the lead. Some big items completed. Rod of Ages starting to stack for Feathervin. Those early towers and the kill, as you highlighted, Officio, starting the stacking. Nice and early for him.
Very early on, Unicorns will love. We're 10 minutes in. I'm looking at the side lanes to see a Kassadin and a Vladimir, so they say, okay, there's no real way for Fnatic to stop us in the mid lane at the moment. We just quickly group up, we push it in. We had blue buff on the Virus, and for Power Weaver right now, rank 4 on his queue already.
And something that Unicorns have just demonstrated is how strong Unicorns can, their team comp can be in a sieging situation. With all of the ultimates from Sivir, from Braum, from Gragas for a defensive peel, and the lack of initiation from Fnatic, I feel the only way for Unicorns to get punished when sieging a tower is from the flanks.
It is. It is for sure. So proper warding for them should stop it, seeing as a Rek'Sai is not exactly a sneaky champion. Yet a few walls you can jump over with your tunnel, but proper warding near the enemy jungle should do the trick for Unicorns of Love. That really is going to make these late game teamfights so tricky. Because if Fnatic can never really get engaged and just end up being poked away, the way Unicorns of Love likes to play this is not necessarily going for kills for Power of Evil, it's just poking someone so he goes back to base, and that opens up an objective later on in the game, like a tower, like a dragon, and that's how they slowly play it. So if they just stay far enough back, Fnatic should technically never get the opening unless they throw in Yellowstar. He flashes in potentially, Flay Bucks, and then maybe you can start the fight and get onto one of these squishies in the back line.
Well, we'll find out if Fnatic can make that happen. Every single time Power of Evil charges up that piercing arrow and throws it out, the crowd is cheering, much like Nidalee days of old, is what it's reminding me of. Remember, first dragon was secured just after 6 minutes after Unicorn successfully dived Huni. They've set themselves up for dragon number 2. This does not look like it will be contested at all. And at 12 minutes, Unicorns starting to show how their team comp can control objectives. They did it on the mid lane tower, and they're doing it on their secondary dragon.
Good start for them. Normally not a team who puts a whole lot of focus on dragons. They often value the towers over them. The thing is, they are a bit stronger at the moment and had control around it. Want to just go and grab a free one. I mean, 12 minutes in, the 5th dragon thing is always going to matter. Kassadin does take a bit of time to scale up himself. Vladimir, we know the story, and this is an ult on the Yellowstar.
The chain of corruption connects, but we do see Fate's Call saving Yellowstar, trading ultimates. Vardax threw his down as well. Also key to note, Hylissang still level 5. And I want to go back to that dragon point you were touching on, Deficio. as you mentioned, Unicorns tend to play around kills, and then after kills, they tend to, play for objectives. And this is a team comp that's not really set up to do the same sort of thing. We'll find out if Febiven can get away. A brilliant lantern from Yellow Star. Death Sentence gets shielded
TP
away
behind.
by Vodex. This is a double TP. Chachi and Huni are going in. Yellow Star and Febiven are trying to race forward. There we see the team fight going on. Vodex in the background. Hemo Plague is on. It's not going to be enough to kill him. Fnatic are in full retreat. We do see Rek'Sai and Steelback coming along from the side lane. Rainover doesn't manage to get too many people knocked up. Steelback still not auto-attacking. It's Unicorns of Love. They get the kill on the board. And now Hylissang throws down the Glacial Fissure. Knocks up and slows all of Fnatic. They've traded 1-for-1 as the team fight continues to break out. Unicorns unable to stick to Fnatic, but Fnatic not enough damage to get onto the Unicorns. And let's see what they can do. Sapling to try get that slowdown. Hooney's looking for more. Can he get Chachi? Spell Shield blocks that Blood Tide, whatever the E is called. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 in extended team fight. Official, what do you think of how these teams played it?
Well, we got to see what Unicorns of Love want to do when the fight started. Everyone was kiting back away from Fnatic once they came in from the flank here, and they did get the first kill. Then just figured they could go for a little bit more and didn't realize how Fnatic was still fairly tanking. I think Yellowstar also connected quite a good hook for himself to secure at least a 1-for-1, but we get to see how both teams want to play. Fnatic coming in from different kind of flanks to try and get the engage. Hylissang and Rainover finding each other at a red buff.
No real support for either, though. Official, while that fight was going on, it was that little stat that popped up. The last time these teams played in week 8, there was 64 kills in 35 minutes. It was the bloodiest game of the spring split. Averaged 1.7 kills a minute. We're on a much slower pace today.
Yeah, these teams got to step up, man. Go kill each other.
Well, it looks like Unicorns are trying. Yellow Star, however, with those Moby Boots not going to offer himself up for target. 15 minutes. Unicorns with the team comp you feel could get outscaled are down 1,000 gold, but they are the ones making the aggressive plays, so they could even that up relatively quickly.
Yeah, honestly, I would say the late game team fight is going to come down to individual skill or team skill here with the way both want to play it. If Fnatic gets the right engage, gets the Cassidy and Vladimir in there, they can win the fights for sure. Unicorns Love, if they manage to kite and poke beforehand so someone is too low for Fnatic to really fight, well then they're obviously going to be in the advantage. So it's going to depend so much on what is going to happen in the game here and which carry is going to get fed for either team. Varus, while he's had a great laning phase, 141 CS, he was against a Cassidy, expected that he wins that lane, keeps pushing it down. No cooldown reduction yet for Pavilo. He's building towards the Brutalizer. He has, of course, the cooldown reduction boots for himself completed, as we talked about beforehand. And he's currently sitting on 33% because he has the blue buff. You want to get 40% once you have the blue buff. And then you just see the cooldown on his Q. Now he's going to fight 2 seconds, and there's another one. He's not even at 40% yet. So you better dance, or you're going to get those arrows in your face.
We'll see if Fnatic are wearing their blue suede shoes today, because Power of Evil is singing a song. Fnatic will be dancing to his beat. Something that our stats guys backstage just fed me. It's official. Teams are 21-5 when they've got the first 3 towers before 15 minutes. That is exactly what Fnatic did. But I feel like with the wave clear between Varus and Siva and the options Unicorns have available, it's going to be so much more difficult than the stats might say.
Oh, for sure. And I want to see if Steelback is going Hurricane second, just to add some wave clear for them. I normally don't like the build at all because you have 0 damage on tanks late game. And now Rainover.
He gets caught out. Can the stun connect? I think that it will. Vardex comes in. We do see Febiven just off screen, but not enough to get involved. And 3 of Unicorn's 4 kills has gone to Vardex. He's already got that eye-edge completed, and Unicorns finding Fnatic out of position.
And Vardex is such a tricky AD carry to judge. His laning phase is not the strongest. He tends to fall behind in CS nearly all the time. And then it's about Hylissang setting up kills for him, at least early on. So that's how he gets fed. In this game, he's just been running around with the team and been able to get the last hits, which is perfect because he's a good late game AD carry. In the big team fights, his positioning is great. He's good target selection as well. So it's worth it for Unicorns of Love to get kills on him.
Especially when he's on an AD carry like Siva. So, tower will be secured by the Unicorns of Love. They've evened up the goal difference, and Febiven now left almost alone at this tower. The rest of Fnatic trying to come in from the side, and Chachi using those scouting saplings in the jungle and instantly backing away. Unicorns not willing to go for an extended siege.
Don't worry about the mid lane.
Flanked.
Yeah, so they were going for this top lane tower, despite not really having any control of the other waves. Look at the bottom lane. That wave is going to push into the tower. Mid lane here was already being pushed by Steelback, so they quickly realized, oh, we cannot push this tower in time before we lose something elsewhere. We have to back away and try and at least save some of the situation, because Dragon is alive as well, and they want to go for these now. When you have 2 this early on, you've got to aim for 5 dragons. That's why they recalled, gave up a mid tower, but at least they can contest this one.
We'll find out what they can do. Do have some vision, but not the greatest to work with at the moment. And of course, for Unicorns, they have actually just waltzed straight into the pit. Nearly no hesitation. Teleport is available for Huni if he wants to come in.
There's a
Let's
ward
see where
behind
the wards
Unicorns.
are.
If your TP's there, they can get the flank. Here we go.
This is the flank they're looking for. Hylissang is peeling straight back into Huni. That's an instant Sanguine pull. Where's the Glacial Fissure? That's a flash forward from Hylissang. Throws down the Fissure. Now Fnatic trying to peel away. Power of Evil. He's just throwing out a piercing arrow, but I don't know if it's enough. Bardax threw down on the Hunt. It's already timed out. Yellowstar lobbed onto the Unicorn's backline. That's a double kill for Huni as he continues to run forward. A flash flare at the top of your screen, and Steelback is looking for Power of Evil. It's AD carry on AD carry, but it's not the one you'd expect. Power of Evil's throwing out those piercing arrows, and the minions help him out. They end up trading a kill backwards and forwards. It's not over yet.
He's aiming for the Fnatic
are looking for Power of Evil. The hail of arrows doesn't connect, and Huni grabs his 3rd. 1 for 3. There's Rainover. He gets another, and Fnatic are going to chase down Kikis. There's a teleport in from Chachi. He throws up the sapling. He's looking for Huni. Sanguine pulls away to safety. Lanterns to the tri-bush. Visit Chachi uses the TP to try get more. They end up trading what I believe was a 1 for 3. 1 for 4.
Definitely a 1-5 for Fnatic. TP came in at first. It looked bad with Huni coming in on his own because the rest of Fnatic were not ready to join. So with him pulling, getting out at first, at least bought enough time for Rainover and Fevren to come around the sides and win the fight. We get to see what happens in a straight-up 5-on-5 team fight where Fnatic can get onto the carries. They are the stronger ones. Unicorns of Love didn't manage to land any poke beforehand and simply got caught in a bad spot around the river. The Dragon is still alive, by the way.
Deficio, 12 kills on the board at 20 minutes. Teams know the Dragon's still up, so they're just going to reposition and let's do the dance again.
There's no
piercing
flash
arrow,
TP now.
And those hail of arrows coming out from Power Leaf. He's got a little bit of poke, but he needs more. Movement speed buff from the Crab is allowing him to peel backwards. But look, nobody's continuing to focus. Febiven trying to look for a flanking opportunity, and the rest of Unicorns, they're on Dragon.
And once again, Fnatic has already set up the side lanes. Top lane's in position. Huni, though, is very, very low. Fnatic might have to give this one up, but then again, Unicorns are tanking the Dragon, so everyone taking some poke. Here's Febiven.
Febiven goes in. He does get that Null Sphere out. They're trying to turn. The Chain of Corruption doesn't connect. It's the most missed skill shot in the game. Dragon number 3 goes to Unicorns, and they instantly peel away. And
look at Fnatic ping on the map,
dance. What can they get from it? No TP for Huni to go top lane. And Unicorns trying to play for the 5 Dragon objective.
Fnatic can at least try and get a few wards in the jungle of Unicorns of Love here on the top side, because they know someone is going back to defend the minions. And there's still 5 guys together. That's what they're aiming for here. We'll also get a pink ward. Still fairly low, at least Rainover from all the poke. That's how Unicorns of Love want to set them up instead. Now, early Baron, Fnatic likes to do this. They place a ping ward and they expect you not to have any vision. There was a ward outside though. Unicorns are on their way.
Let's see what they can do. Kikis does not have flash available. Piercing arrow goes out. Rainover and Huni are going low. Hylissang got Glacial Fissure. Baron is going down. Who gets the kill?
Kikis!
Kikis! The Unicorns of Love prove that they are magical. They claw back the deficit. And with Baron Golden kills, they are now once again in the lead.
They have done their homework here. Fnatic will always try and go for an early Baron. They think you're back in base. They had a ward outside. You can still see the pink on the map, so they went in. And Kikis, Power of Evil did it in the semi-final. Kikis, he's doing it in the final. And this is such a huge boost for Unicorns of Love.
Wave clear and all of the stats. Let's see what they can get. Everybody Fnatic will be up in 5 seconds. Minions slowly being killed away. Unicorns of Love are going to take their 2nd tower. Here comes Rainover. He's managed to get into the back line, but there's no real support.
And
to throw out the Praise Seek and ends up just being a dissuasion technique. Unicorns were in full retreat. And Rek'Sai play by Reynov ensured they got out. Baron buff recalls and the Unicorns have exposed the base.
And Fnatic, they keep having these side lanes pushing for them. Let's talk about that after. Baron started, the ward spotted them, so Unicorns will be here to fight. Kikis at first, throws in his ulti, and then he just body slams over, smites on 572 HP, gets it. They win the fight because Fnatic is already low and stuck in a Baron pit. Once we come out here, let's see if Fnatic could get anything, because they had the bottom lane pushing. It looks like we might get another fight.
We'll find out. We do see Fate's Call just to keep Yellowstar alive. Chain of Corruption catches onto Huni. He's forced to Sanguine Pool. Hourglass is available. We will pop
Lantern's down here.
Delay just a little bit of time. He won't be able to get to the Lantern as Unicorns get another kill. It goes to Vardax. Chachi's looking for more. Righteous Glory's not available. Here comes Hillisang. He's going to hop over. That's a flash forward. Does manage to get that. Concussor blows down. We do see Steelback is rooted. Piercing arrow from downtown. And Power of Evil powers through for a kill. Unicorns, they're onto the inhibitor.
They're gonna get that one here. This Baron has done so much for them. They got the mid lane towers, get the fight as well. You can see how Fnatic are trying to use the minions, but Unicorns of Love, they respond every single time and manage to stop them. Reynov wants a red buff.
Might be in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want that red buff, mate.
It's going to be a little bit of a slow coming out from Power of Evil, but he does manage to get out. Unicorn's not sticking around for the buff. We'll have a look in the jungle in a second. But Power of Evil, 2-1-5. He's got a 50 CS advantage. All the armor penetration in the world and the cooldown that you were talking about, Deficio. Death Sentence connects on Hillisang, but Yellowstar, you do not want El Tigre Braum. He will be taking you down. Huni gets a decent hemo play, but there's no damage to follow it up. The pop isn't going to kill anyone. Here comes Feathervin, but don't jump into 4. That will end badly. Vardax managed to get the hit and actually secures the kill. I think that was a red buff that did it. Now we see it's going to be Reynov going down. They're going to chase Steel back into his base. Unicorns of Love are running rampage across Fnatic and destroying turret after turret. This looks like game 1 is in the bag.
Yeah, what happened the last few minutes? Unicorns of Love just managed to get everything from the Baron to the towers to the base of Fnatic. They've been winning the last few team fights. Power of Evil, as soon as he got that armor penetration, started just shooting through people. They couldn't dance. They got hit by nearly everything. Unicorns of Love, what a start.
Second inhibitor down at 25 minutes. Fnatic looking for something but not gonna find it. Reynov Void rushes in and tunnels out. We do see Huni in and amongst the team. That's a very good knockup. Chain of Corruption will spread and hold Fnatic in place as Unicorns have bought time to retreat. Look at how powerful that ability is. Piercing arrow after piercing arrow is piercing Fnatic fans' hearts. Game 1 of the series, strongly in control from the young upstarts.
And now,
what a game.
We reset everything. Fnatic gets to clear out these minions here. Dragon is up in about a minute's time. That's going to be the next objective here for the Unicorns of Love. Go down, you set up your early vision, you keep landing this poke, and if Fnatic ever want to engage onto you, well, they have no teleport this time, they have no flash on the Rex side. The only way to start a fight for them is by throwing in Yellowstar and then just trying to pile onto some of the carries from Unicorns of Love. That should not be possible. They should be able to get that Dragon, they should be able to focus on the top side now with super minions pushing in. Black Cleaver completed for Power of Evil. We are talking full armor penetration. Even gonna help out Vardax and his damage now.
Deficio, give me a second to just get to this point, but Unicorn showed in their semi-final they could play patient, they could play controlled against SK Gaming. They had scaling comps, they didn't make mistakes. Something that we've not seen from them, Dragon play, all split long, it's not been their focus. In this series, they've got that Dragon nearly on spawn, and one of the stats guys were helping us figure out is how long Dragons tend to stay alive over an entire game, and Unicorns were the 3rd longest. They left those Dragons standing because their focus was elsewhere. What a great evolution from semi-finals to finals in their gameplay and their decision-making.
It's also just been with Fnatic not securing that Dragon early on in the lane, so despite getting the kill, Unicorns of Love, though, they're just powering up. They're going to give this Dragon. They don't care about that one. They're going to take top tower.
Yellowstar again does get pulled out. Keep in mind, Chain of Corruption was thrown at Yellowstar and it didn't connect. Huni gets caught up by Chachi. He's going to take the Lantern back off. Held onto that Sanguine Pool. Dragon was secured and here comes Reynov. Hemoplex thrown down into the front line of Unicorns of Love, but they need to get to the double 80 carries. Chachi's in front of Feathervin. Just gets blown up. Unicorns of Love destroy him. There's super minions all across the lanes. Piercing arrow after piercing arrow. Huni is going to get taken out. Unicorns of Love are onto the Nexus turrets. There are super minions pouring through, and Yellowstar doing as much as he can. It's not going to be enough. Steelback in full retreat. Can they get the kill? They're not even going to need it. Nexus is being focused. Game 1 of the best of 5 goes to the Unicorns. Think he was going to have that same level of impact. It wasn't entirely about him, but he was in the right place. His ultimates were good, and you consistently saw him playing on that front line.
Yeah, he did a good job despite having 2 support bans and 1 being picked away from him. But this Varus pick, I love it so much. The way he started the game by going man immune because he had enough gold to complete it, to fully complete it when he went back to base the first time, not just the tier, because that would have been pretty bad for him, meant that yes, it was a little bit slower. But then once he got the Brutalizer, once he got the cooldown reduction, we just saw Unicorns of Love start going for these fights here, land the poke first. They lost the one at Dragon, but then turned it around at Baron a few minutes later. And that was just the turning point here. Suddenly Fnatic fell way too far behind for Vladimir and Kassadin to ever scale up into late game. And Unicorns just started running over them.
And the scary thing is he can do exactly the same thing with Kog'Maw. This is the
Even
AD version.
better.
This is the AD version of what he did with AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane. If we look at the damage graphs, more than double the damage of anyone on Fnatic. Nearly triple the damage of his own AD carry, Vardex. What a fantastic performance. Unicorns pick up game 1. I'm going to ask the analyst desk to break down that mid lane Varus.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And that was actually what we wanted to start with talking about. And as you said, it's like the Kog'Maw. He is so good on those skill shots and controlling that power of evil. Talk me through the Varus pick. I mean, you've hinted at it before, but to pull it out also in the very first game, that is sending a message.
Well, yeah, but it was the perfect setup. He told me before the games, okay, when do you want to play the Varus? And he said, well, you can't really play it against Assassins, but if they are picking Vladimir or Kassadin, then it's just the perfect thing because Varus is an AD carry. And an AD carry in general performs fairly well against the Kassadin. But pulling it out on the grand stage in the finals, after this day, everyone will know his name. P-O-E.
Well, a couple of other things in picks and bans before we continue. Fnatic drawing the card of banning out Hylissang. We've sung his praises throughout the quarterfinals, the semifinals, double MVP, Morgana and Annie banned, and first picking Thresh. It doesn't matter. He can do the same on Braum.
Yeah, no, his Braum play was actually really good. We don't see a lot of Braum nowadays, but it actually works really well. Back in Alliance, we used Braum in our double AD comp, which was Stana in the mid lane. So it makes complete sense when you have an auto attack on the mid lane to supplement the Braum passive, which is going to apply that stun. And he played it very, very well. His unbreakable shields were good, and it was a Hylissang performance.
Yeah, it was definitely a Hylissang performance. You take away the Thresh, you take away the Morgana, but you have to assume that the opponent's going to ban it, especially Fnatic, who have always a smart picks and bans. So you take that week, you practice another champion, and the Braum fits this perfect. They have skill shots, they have chase potential, they have everything.
And they win with the Varus, so you know you're going to get your hands on Morgana or Thresh or Annie again, probably. But that's looking ahead. Let's look a little closer at this game again, because when you talk about teams winning the game or other teams losing the game, the Baron call from Fnatic, even though that is their signature move, this time it was too risky.
Yeah, it is definitely a signature move.
Let's pull the replay up on the screen so we can take a look immediately as well.
If you're playing against Fnatic, you know they're going to go for an early 20-minute Baron. Sometimes right when it spawns, sometimes at the 26-minute mark. It's right in between. Unicorns just secure the Dragon, and we can play the replay right now. Fnatic is grouped up in the pit, so it's perfect for the Varus to just poke them down. And don't forget, at this point, it's 20 minutes in the game. Baron does a huge amount of damage to your team if you're grouped up.
And it's very easy to analyze these different types of team comps. So if Fnatic is looking for an engage, they want to find an engage where both teams are at 100% health so they can bring their damage in and when they can overpower them in a 10-15 second fight. And what Unicorns of Love is going to look for is some sort of engage where they're already able to apply some poke to the enemy team. Baron applied that poke for them. They cannot afford to take these risks because all they had to do was move around the map, find UOL setting up for an objective and take a fight. This game should have been theirs.
Yep, absolutely. Until up in that moment, actually, they did play it pretty well. And Unicorns of Love made a wrong call when they tried to push top lane. They hadn't had the minion control, Winions in some cases, as in their game a couple of weeks ago. But looking ahead, I feel for Fnatic, they can really analyze it being that mistake. They shouldn't have done it, but their flanks were actually on point when it did succeed with the Cast and with the Rek'Sai.
Well, if you're the coach of Fnatic right now, what are you going to do? First of all, was the Varus really the problem? I don't know. The Varus, like, the Kog'Maw does the same. He's standing in the back row, safe positioning, applying lots of damage to you and poking you. So there are a lot of champions who work, like, pretty similar to the Varus. The other parts, the Dragon control of Unicorns of Love were just absolutely astounding. That first Dragon at 6 minutes was absolutely perfectly played out. They engaged before them, pulled them away from the scene, secured it. And after that, it was just a perfectly planned out Dragon control game. You have to do something about that. You have to get the first Dragon.
So, yeah.
And I think one of the things that you can do to get the first Dragon is put a greater emphasis on drafting a strong 2v2 lane. The Kalista build, I believe, was questionable. You went Blade of the Rune King into Bloodthirster. I don't really know what that's meant to accomplish. So what I want to see out of this next game is Fnatic putting a greater emphasis on that winning 2v2 lane so they can send their dual lane to the bottom to give them that greater Dragon control.
Yeah, we touch on the Dragon control, but to me, it's almost like Sheepy has this booklet. Okay, what haven't we done before? The adaptation in Best of Fires, we know we can do that. Adapting to the way the other team plays, we can do that. Let's go for Dragon control, guys. It's got to be pretty intimidating to know, okay, what is the next step here?
Yeah, the next step, like, they showed that they can scale into the late game and win games in late game. But they know if they want to scale against a team like Fnatic, they will have the better cards. So Fnatic will take that late game scaling game. So they have to put as much pressure as possible in the early game, and they did that. They had Dragon control, they had objective control, they reacted perfectly to the early towers that Fnatic took. It was just like they did some practice. Like
yeah, and if I was Unicorns of Love, I would just run it again. Same pick, same strategy. If they make the bans, find the champions that fill the similar roles, and wait until Fnatic says, hey, we can show we can beat this, because the way Fnatic played this game is not the way you play to beat that style of composition.
Yeah, we know Fnatic, how good they are from the regular season, so they will be able to pick themselves up. We hope so, at least. I think that sums it up for this game, and we just want to see the next one. So coming up next is Game 2 as Fnatic looks to even out the score.
European LCS with the Unicorns of Love are 1-0 up over Fnatic. The crowd is definitely behind the Unicorns. We just heard Power people saying their best of fives are strong, but they've shown it. I mean, you can't argue. Their champion pools, their decision-making, everything.
That's the thing, again, how do you prepare your pick and ban phase against the Unicorns of Love? Because there's so many champions, you don't even know they exist in the game anymore, and they can pull them out and start playing them. So you gotta adapt on the fly with the 5 players only.
Two things really quick, sorry to interrupt. The reason they're all yelling, Heke has actually joined the Spanish casters for game 2 of this series. So not only are they cheering for the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic, they now have got one of their homegrown heroes on the shoutcaster desk for the in-house audio.
You're my pick.
Thank you very much to Fisher. I wear more tops than he does though. Right, we're gonna jump into game 2. What did Fnatic do? This time round, Unicorns will be on the blue side as it is their choice, and they opted into blue side.
So, Unicorns of Love can technically ban the same. Zed LeBlanc, remove the 2 assassins, and then you can remove Hecarim from Huni. But Fnatic, their strategy was ban 2 supports and first pick 1. Either they ban all 3 supports, leave Cassiopeia open, or they completely change the strategy and potentially only ban the Morgana, and then see what else might be worth banning. Varus, if you don't know how to play against him, you can take him away on this side, but Cassiopeia such a good ban against him, and Morgana should come in for Fnatic as well.
Well, we'll find out. So far, you are 3 for 3, Deficio. Still some time ticking away, and just want to highlight that Varus really quick. Responsible for 47.4% of his team's total damage in game 1. For contrast, during the playoffs, he's been responsible for 31% of his team's damage. If Power of Evil is playing well, I don't know if Fnatic can shut him down. There's the Morgana, the Hecarim, and the Annie. Close, but they've left the Varus up.
Yeah, left that one up. But that was only just like, if you don't know what to do against it, you could potentially ban it away. But there are other picks of Power of Evil that does the same for the Unicorns of Love. It's more about adjusting your playstyle from Fnatic. They had the right idea going into that Dragon fight. They got the flank with Huni from the teleport, and it looked pretty good for Fnatic suddenly because they got the right fights. They didn't allow them to sit and poke until that Baron thing happened. I think the Rend from Kalista came in way too early, allowing Kikis also to get the steal on it, and that just completely turned the game on its head, and Unicorns of Love took 5 more minutes and they won the game.
While seeing Unicorns locking in Gragas as their first pick, they could have gone for a similar team composition from game 1.
Yeah, but take away Sivir.
The takeaway.
You have to.
Steelback's undefeated, 2 games played, 2 victories, and that was such an integral part of the engage-disengage power that Unicorns had.
Which was one of the things they were lacking in the last game, which they normally don't. So by taking Sivir here, you secure a lot of utility for your team, and I think it's a good call. Jinx is open for Vardax, but as we talked about here, he prefers to play that with Morgana or Thresh. So yeah, unless they lock in both, we might see something completely new from Vardax, because he's obviously been expecting potential focus around his AD carries because he's played so few in the playoffs. Obviously teams will look towards it. If they go for it, there it is.
Well, Thresh Jinx, it was first picked by Fnatic last round.
Yeah.
Interesting to see 2 bans on supports and leaving the Thresh up.
I would have left Annie up.
Considering that there was a jungle pick locked in for Kikis on the Gragas, got a question why the Rek'Sai was locked so early. Regardless, let's see what Fnatic go with the rest of picks and bans.
What we have seen from them quite a lot, honestly, is they run Sivir with the likes of Nautilus or Alistar even, if they want some sort of engage to follow up with the Sivir ultimate. And if Rumble gets locked in as well, this is just a composition that dives onto your backline, onto your Jinx, and says, well, you don't have a Janna to knock us all away. Thresh can put up a box, but that's about it when it comes to properly peeling against multiple members. It's going to be very tough to defend Vardax unless we get more peel for them. Gragas can offer some quite strong disengage. Power of Evil likes to play Orianna, where he focuses a lot on shielding his AD carry, protecting him in the late game teamfights. This is a composition Unicorns ran against SK Gaming, which with honestly quite some success because it got him into the final.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again, because Huni's Rumble, it is his most played champion. 7 games this split, was banned out the entirety of the semi-finals, and we saw just how effective 0-1 there was yesterday on Rumble for the first time. Those sniping backlines with a greedy build. Huni responsible for more team assists out of any other top laner in the league. He's got his signature champion. We've seen the Mad Bomber. He's back. Not the first time, but it'll be the first time here in Europe.
Yeah, once again, he was played in Korea. From CG Enters, Coco pulled it out. If you that was as a counter pick as well to a Cassiopeia, which is not in this game here. This is to offer more zone control. The reason people like Ziggs again, well, Athene's got buffed at 5.6. His mana cost on Q went down, so it's a bit easier for him. There's some good changes in terms of his early wave clear. And then he offers a lot of zone control because of the minefield coming in, the satchel as well, to protect your AD carry. So now, what you have is a Sion who can sit with his Q, create a massive zone you don't want to step into, because then you get knocked up into the air. You have a Gragas with his ulti and the CC to simply disengage from you. Everything here is built around, let's protect the Jinx in these team fights. We have so much zone control. Fnatic will, though, be able to pull off a Twisted Fate, Gold Card, Hourglass after, obviously, to stay alive, and then just Rumble ulti into a Nautilus ulti. Everything pile on to the backline here of Unicorns of Love. So once again, we got Kite on one side from the Unicorns. It's a style they like to play. We got All In from Fnatic.
Deficio, TLDR, Unicorns of Love want to control zones. Fnatic want to try get past it with the Equalizer Twisted Fate ulti. Maybe a Sivir ulti.
They want to try and reach the backline.
We'll have to see
every
which
single
team
time
can pull it off. 3 out of the 4 mid lane picks we've seen in these 2 games are the first time that we've seen them in the playoffs. Twisted Fate for the first time in Febiven's hands. We'll need to see how he handles himself.
Yeah, and we need to see what Power Reaver can do on a Ziggs. Same style of champion, long range poke from him, a lot of zone control, as we said time and time again. Now, Unicorns of Love are going to play exactly the same way. There's not going to be any change for them in the way they want to set up the sieging, the way they want to set up team fights. Proper vision control. Cannot allow Fnatic to get the flanks, because then your carries will die in the back.
It was great to see both of the coaches. They're smiling as they left the stage. Ziggs for Power of Evil. There are your team comps, guys. You know what to do. Unicorns of Love are the fan favorites. But I feel like there is less weaknesses in Fnatic's team composition. We'll see if that proves to be the case. We load up onto the Rift. Game 2 of the Spring Split Finals. There is the Mad Ice Bomber himself. He's underneath the fat man, I promise.
It's hiding there somewhere. This comp as well from the Unicorns is so focused on being able to fast push towers. Ziggs and his passive, it stacks up or gets like a massive amount of bonus damage on a tower. Add in a Jinx with their insane amount of attack speed. If they ever get just a few seconds on one of the turrets from Fnatic, it goes down. So they have so many ways where they land a lot of poke once again, force Fnatic away, and just take your tower before you can even react. This might be trouble for Vardex. He's gonna run straight into the Yellow Star.
That's a flash route. Gold card goes out, but that was trading flash for flash. Yellow Star threw out that dredge line. Vardex, an immobile AD carry, now without his flash. What can Fnatic, and more importantly, that man Reignover, do with that information? We will find out shortly.
He's setting up to start on the top side, which means he's going to do his red buff, go down and take blue, so he will be on the bottom side with double buffs. As long as he's healthy enough, he can go in for the first gank. Also means one of the wards from the Unicorns of Love, if they want to start pushing this lane, has to be invested into the river. And in that small bush from the bottom side, so Reignover won't be able to just tunnel over the wall and get an easy gank. But that's, I mean, it's a problem, because you also need to control around the dragon, otherwise a Reignover or a Rek'Sai, sorry, will just tunnel over that. So there's so many small gaps you gotta close. The Rift Scuttler, we could potentially see Kikis try and rush down and clear it just to save his AD carry from an early gank.
Well, we'll see if Kikis does decide to do that. Krug started off here for Vardex and Hillsong, going to get themselves to level 2. Seems to be equaled by Steelback and Yellow Star. Huni, looks like he got a bit of a freeze on the top lane there. No opposite number, as Vizichachi doing his standard Scion start, starting off in a camp.
Yeah.
Vizichachi, arguably the best Scion in Europe.
I think he is. Odo Amne's up there, close, but Vizichachi's been pulling off some insane ultis.
Nobody else has got a double kill wallbang at the Baron Pit.
Oh, I mean, we can rewatch that 200 times. What Huni did in the top lane here was fairly smart. He decided to freeze the wave because you know Chachi's coming up as level 2, so you don't want the wave pushing down and then risk being zoned when you're only level 1. That's why he pushed it back. Yeah, early level 2. Nautilus does have some decent early damage as a support at least. It's not horrible damage as a jungler.
It's not Hook City that we used to reference the Thresh into Blitzcrank. But Thresh into Nautilus, there's going to be a lot of hooks going around. A lot of super mega death everythings with the Ziggs and a Jinx.
Early gank mid lane from Yellow Star. They fast pushed the wave with the Sivir. Rainover's here as well. Power of Evil. We have to be careful. Let's see if he got the satchel.
Well, I think he can. He's flashed away. He does get insta-flash. Gold card comes up, and not before the satchel charge.
Oh, into the tower! No flash!
Puts himself under the tower. He's got no flash, remember. The barrel's going to slow him. Gold card comes up, lands on to kick his punch. Yellowstar will be able to get away. And there is one of the drawbacks of the dredge line hook. If you don't hit your target, you will go like Spider-Man into the object you're stuck to.
And while they got the flash in the mid lane, it also meant the early push didn't really do a whole lot for Fnatic on the bottom side. Jinx has gotten to push it back. He has Kikis around. He's the deep wards as well, and the Rift Scuttle are going to be taken from Kikis. So now they've suddenly established a lot of wards on this bottom side. Should be able to keep Vardax safe, despite not having a flash from that level 1. But they're obviously trading it for the flash and Power of Evil.
There's the Scuttle Crab secured on the bottom half of the map, as you mentioned a moment or two, Deficio. Rest of the lane starting to shave up. Yellowstar with that Nautilus roam. It's going to hurt Steelback's farming. Currently on 13, and the fact that he had to back. And Steelback's been alone in that lane. There's a minion way for him to farm up, but we need to keep track of that, considering it was Vardax that lost his flash early.
Yeah, Fnatic has to be able to punish the Ziggs in mid lane. Now that they use so much on getting his flash beforehand, sacrificing farm and vision on one side of the map. Power of Evil probably is looking to push it in and go back and get his Chalice. Second gang from Rainover. He is spotted by Chachi, but he's still pretty far out. See if they can force anything.
See what they can do. No flash for Rainover. Visit Chachi does flash. There goes the charge, and the decimating smash doesn't get the knock-up though. Successful gank because Huni was both under pressure and they got Vizichachi's flash. And every time we look at those HP bars, Huni's actually been bullied quite extensively. But I think a little bit of praise to Rainover. Successful ganks in both middle and top before 5 minutes had even ticked over.
And smart adaptation, saying, okay, I'm not going to go bottom lane. They will spot me, so I swap it up instead. And obviously forcing the summons. A good little start for Rainover. Already gone back with the skirmishes Saber, which is a tradition here in Europe. Pretty much all our junglers, they just go skirmishes Saber every game. Kikis likes it on Gragas. It helps him early on if he does get invaded on in the one-on-one, and also late game he likes it to try and shut down one of the carries.
I think it might have something to do with subliminal messaging. The championship logo for the LCS in Europe is a red banner, is a red flag.
So we have to take the red jungle item.
The red jungle item. We figured it out. This is next level analysis, everybody.
So what about that blue potion for Chachi?
No, it's only for jungle items.
Okay.
Yeah, we're drawing a line there, but let's look at this bottom lane. 10 CS down, Steelback and Yellowstar being shoved in by Vardax. Vardax just gets his flash available. We'll need to see whether or not Yellowstar and Steelback can regain control, seeing as though this lane may actually play into their favor for the next couple of waves.
Well, what the Unicorns are looking for is hit level 6, go back with Vardax, get a BF sword, and then you have Hillisang connect one hook, you pull them in, you put down a trap, you put down the box, and then you get them so low because they're chain CC'd for such a long time that you will get that one-shot potential, or the execute potential from the Jinx to get the kill.
Well, I do want to touch on those stats at the top lane. Visit Chachi on his signature top lane tank Scion. Huni on... Honestly, Huni on the champion that made him famous. His rumble in the opening weeks of the spring split was so incredible. It has been banned out 11 times out of the team's respective 24 games. This is now 25. It is actually the most banned champion against Fnatic. And we'll see which one is going to accrue another loss today.
Let's see what Yellowstar wants to do. Unicorns Love has a habit of placing pink wards in the river when they're a little bit weaker in the early game in terms of the jungle matchup, and they can't really contest them too well. And it's very easy for teams to clear them out. So Yellowstar just walked up, saw the ward, knew there was no real threat for him to just clear it out. And that's a lot of gold invested from the Unicorns, not gaining a whole lot. They tend to adapt though, if it happened a few times, and then place defensive pink wards just in their own entrance to their jungle, and have the green wards in the river, which are harder to clear out for Fnatic obviously, and use that as the tool of vision. Now, we are gonna go kill the Ziggs.
There is a flash in just a couple of seconds for Power of Evil. Satchel charge, will it be enough this time? The Mega Inferno Bomb comes up. This time round, Yellowstar finds his man. First blood! Goes to Huni. I was speaking to the Spanish casters earlier, Deficio, and they were saying the fan favorites are the Unicorns of Love. He did respond to that invade, forcing Yellowstar's flash, but first blood on the board to the carry top laner of Fnatic.
Good little roam for them. They've been consistently pushing the lanes the last few minutes. Whenever they could, at least in the bottom lane, and Yellowstar didn't roam, and they just do it to open up for him to walk away from that lane here. They don't care about sacrificing farm at the moment for Steelback because there are multiple damage sources on the side of Fnatic with Rumble, Twisted Fate, even Rek'Sai in this situation. So they have other options than just an AD carry. That's why they don't mind putting him a bit behind. Also, he's on Sivir, so he can add a lot of value just with his ulti. And you just try to snowball your Twisted Fate, because the Twisted Fate that gets the advantage, that gets to push you down, suddenly you have pressure in every single lane just because of your ulti. That's what they're aiming for. We'll have it ready for FIBRAN. Hasn't used it yet.
That's also something we haven't actually touched on. It is something that we talk about a lot when TF is in the game. The impact of the globals. The fact Reignover's got Void Rush, the Destiny, and the TP on Huni. Fnatic will have a lot of options once FIBRAN starts impacting the side lanes.
Yeah, and they are a team who really shine when it comes to taking or making these quick decisions with their globals, and they're not afraid of sacrificing anything if they give them some kills. They don't care about losing a tower if they get 2 or 3 kills for it on the important members. The warding here for Unicorns is very smart, but let's talk about that after.
Like this teleport comes in from Huni. Lantern goes up and Kikis flashes over the wall. Here comes Power of Evil trying to lob some bombs. The barrel from Kikis will keep him alive. But Steelback sniping Kikis with the boomerang blade. We do see Vardex is now in trouble. Equalizer's gonna affect his impact. Look at Reignover coming to the jungle. Huni's gonna tank this up for a little while. Super Mega Death Rocket goes out. FIBRAN takes a chunk. Huni's on the board again. Lantern is gonna pull Power of Evil into Reignover. At the end of the day, Fnatic are gonna get themselves more kills. So close. But Fnatic get the kills, they get the buffs, and they get the dragon.
Yeah, funny how we just talk about these global for Fnatic and then they pull the trigger. Oh, that was a bit closer than it should have been. But what we saw happen there was Kikis and Hylissang walking in together, despite not knowing, okay, can Fnatic collapse on us? And as soon as they showed themselves in the jungle, well, Fnatic pulled the trigger, got a few kills, got the dragon. We'll lose tower, or top tower. Just like we said, they don't care about losing a tower as long as they get some kills.
So Fnatic in a great position, 2-0 on Huni's Rumble.
Well, I guess next time they're gonna lose.
It'll go down eventually.
He's gonna push it in again and again.
But look at this, flash is available for Power of Evil. No flash for Reignover from the previous fight, so he doesn't go in. Keep in mind, Destiny was used.
And let's look at the warding. Oh, let's see at the hook first.
That's a great death sentence. Hylissang follows it in, but I don't know if he wants this fight. Flame Chompers is going to connect with Yellowstar. Depth charge not available as Yellowstar's not yet hit 6. 1 or 2 more minions will get it. There is the Void Rush coming into the jungle. Depth charge goes out. Hylissang lands the hook, but I think he's the one that's going to get hooked. Steelback gets himself his second kill of the game. 4-0 to Fnatic. So Fisher, they may even want a tower dive.
Well, why not? It's just a Jinx with no summoners down here. Kick is trying to read the situation and come down to help. But this tower, at least if Fnatic wants it, they should be able to bully Unicorns a lot away and get some damage on it. Dragon is not alive, but then you can just start roaming into the enemy jungle. Place a few wards, you have your Sidestone for Rek'Sai.
Keep an eye on the
you can even go and dive the mid lane.
Yeah, FIBRAN does have Destiny available. You can see Yellowstar's moving up. That was a great satchel from Power of Evil. I was half expecting FIBRAN to just shove the wave in and go bottom lane. Instead, it looked like Fnatic will be content taking the tower. 3,000 gold in the lead. It's Fnatic that are now the ones invading. Kikis throws the barrel out. He interrupts the tunnel. That means Reignover can't get out. He's got no flash either. He gets played backwards into the team, and I think he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. So the bomb goes out.
The snowball.
Super Mega Death Rocket and Mega Inferno Bomb in the same game. My brain cannot do this. Unicorns are not done yet. Here comes Chachi. He's going to run into the wall. FIBRAN was able to get away. No kills come from it, but all of a sudden, Fnatic are punished for an over-aggressive invade, much like Unicorns were a moment ago.
Only lost 1 kill for it, though. Could have gone a lot worse for Fnatic. Still has that TF ulti. Might just wait for Huni to have his teleport ready and then go for another 4 or 5-man dive and take a tower as well from Fnatic. It's very important when you play against Twisted Fate that you ward a bit different in the mid lane. You need to place wards above the wall. If you can see in the mid lane here, the 2 bushes, you need to ward it on the side close to their tier 1 tower. So you can see him move down towards the river on both sides. and therefore you can try and spot if he's going for an ult, and you can call it beforehand, and you can back away in the side lanes. There's 0 wards at the moment for Unicorns to spot where Febiven is going. So if he leaves the lane, you always have to call as a mid laner, well, Twisted Fate is missing, careful. And suddenly you cannot make plays just because you don't see Febiven on the map. He doesn't even have to trigger his ulti. Just by him waiting, that ping ward here from Fnatic is also really smart, because it simply means nobody's gonna see him.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Fnatic can make it count. It did look like they were gesturing towards the bottom half of the map. And what they had to kill thwarted the attempt, and Fnatic control vision on the bottom half. Something you also have to touch on is the fact that Fnatic have got so many damage sources. Their only real tank frontline is going to be Yellowstar, and that's a support. Rainover's gone for the Warrior enchant. We'll need to see whether or not all of that damage, whether or not the damage can find the backline.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it keeps snowballing like this, you never allow the likes of Ascian and Gragas to really scale up and become these big tanks. And there won't be enough damage for Unicorns for Love with their 2 damage dealers to do anything, and they're just gonna basically be killed when the fight starts. So it's always one of the answers to this double tank meta is, can you play the early game aggressive enough, and do you have to comp to pull it off? This situation, Fnatic does have to comp. There's so much dive in and so much CC. Top lane tower now.
That was the least exciting teleport we've ever seen. You cannot flash away from the depth charge, and Yellowstar will find Power of Evil. Febiven will land the killing blow. Rainover even gets his hand on an assist.
They got to back away in the bottom lane here.
Teleports available from Huni. He's going to come down.
There it is.
Destiny was used. Let's look for the equalizer. Febiven does get caught by the death sentence and slammed by the fat man. First kill. He's going to get Vardax excited as the rest of the team is peeling towards the river. Now Vardax is on the board as Huni. Rin has been able to chase down for Huni. Vardax rather. Vardax can't even channel Super Mega Death Rocket. Now they're going to chase down Vizichachi and Kickers. The tanks are not tanky enough. And the damage dealers of Fnatic will clearly win the team fight, losing only Febiven in the process. Fnatic 9-2 up and 6,000 gold at 15 minutes.
Unicorns of Love, they stayed and pushed the bottom lane tower here after losing Power of Evil. So Fnatic said, thank you very much. Let's take your top tower first and then just TP down and go 5 versus 4. Febiven gets caught in the story. Nice hook from Hylissang, but it's still in such a disadvantage. There is the remainings of Power of Evil. And Fnatic really punished the Unicorns of Love here, and they're not looking to slow down.
Oh, Vardax did manage to get himself a kill on the board. 1 and 2. He's even on CS, but the problem is he's so far down on the power scale with that Jinx. He's going to need a lot more time to ramp up before he can impact this game. Fnatic in a great position, playing a mid-game team comp, much like the regular spring split, and now we need to see whether or not they can maintain this lead and close the game out.
Febiven shows himself on the top side with no ulti for a few more seconds, so Unicorns will at least be allowed in the river to try and clear out these pings. It's been there for quite some time for Fnatic, and they've used it to try and set up the Twisted Fate ulti. He will be ready for Febiven. He can move in, or he can just try and trade it for a tower. Keep extending your goal lead if you're Fnatic. Nice little hook onto Rainover.
Oh, body slam connects from Kickis, but nobody else follows through.
Febiven is coming as well now.
Does have Destiny available if he wanted to.
Just go push mid.
Up.
I mean, Unicorns of Love had just gone all the way down to the bottom side. You take the wave here, you just take a free tower, then you go back to that dragon and you didn't lose anything from it.
Well, it looks to be the case. Take a look at Chachi. He's down in the bottom lane. Mega Inferno Bomb just to wave clear. Febiven takes a couple turret shots more than he was hoping. Vizichachi is moving up through the river. Keep in mind, Scuttle Crab belongs to the Unicorn, so they've got some vision control for the next few minutes. Both teams setting up for an engage. Fnatic with the item advantage, thanks to their gold lead.
Item advantage and the composition as well. Affinity Edge already for Sivir. You got the early magic penetration for Huni. He just hit level 11, that's very important. Got rank 2 ulti. You don't want to fight Fnatic at this point if you're the Unicorns of Love, but you're already so far behind, you might not even have a choice, because there's no tower you can try and trade for the dragon. Then you would have to push in the top wave, and that's going to take way too long as you're already stuck down here. They look to just try and go for something.
Hook, and it does connect. Hylissang's going to follow through. He plays them backwards, but that's a defensive equalizer from Huni. Rainover secures the kill credit onto Hylissang. Now Huni and Rainover running onto the back line. A steal back destroys Kickis. Depth charge will follow through, knocking a Power of Evil and Vardax. Daylor cold as ice as Fnatic are rampaging across the back line. Power of Evil's getting run down by Rainover. Red buff is ticking. Prey Seeker seeks his prey. Knocker onto Vardax, and Rainover will get himself a quadra kill. Fnatic take the Baron. Dragon rather.
Take the fight,
Fnatic
Trevor.
in a fantastic position to even up the series.
Yeah, they're gonna get everything. I think, honestly, this Unicorns of Love knew they couldn't really fight, but they're fallen so far behind, they had to try and go for something. So as soon as Hillsing landed the hook, they just went for it. I mean, they feel like, okay, there's nothing else we can do. We're right. It is a Hex Stringer, so there's a bit more damage coming, but we're this far ahead. Why not? You're gonna have one-on-one potential against anyone as a Rek'Sai this early in the game and this far ahead. All right, replay. Well, I feel like we kind of covered beforehand. Unicorns, they try and go for something. Desperate move. Backfires.
Did not work out at all. Rainover, quadra kill on the board. We had expected him to go tank, as is standard on those junglers. But
I mean, we've only seen a Hex Stringer. And now he's a tank. It doesn't even matter in this case for Rainover just because they are 10,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes. So
is that all?
he can do whatever he wants.
Yes, that's definitely
He's
the
a grown
case.
man, Trevor. You're not his father. Don't tell him what to do.
2-0 on Dragons, 3-0 on Towers, 11 kills in the lead. This is closer to the bloodbath style of game we were actually anticipating. However, it is heavily, heavily in favor of Fnatic. We still need to see them push past those inner turrets. Let's keep that in mind. Yes, they got a massive lead, but they now need to start pushing deeper into enemy territory,
right,
and making sure their vision follows suit.
What has been the difference here for Fnatic in terms of composition? Last game they had Vladimir Cassidy, two slow scaling soul laners. Here you have Rumble, main champion for Huni, and a beast in the mid game. Febiven on Twisted Fate to try and dictate the pace of the game already from level 6 and set up all these global picks that Fnatic are so good at finding time and time again. So they're a lot more aggressive in the early stages with this comp. Also taking Sivir away has been smart. It was a good pick for Vardex last game, and the Jinx, you know it takes time to scale up. So they just invested everything onto the early game and the mid game, and truly, truly paid off.
It definitely has, but they still need to get more. Until you're knocking on the Nexus door, this game is not closed out. We did see Febiven use that Destiny go to farm at the bottom lane. Just push the wave out, and it's something that we're expecting to see more of, seeing as they've got great global presence and pressure. We do, however, see Steelback arrive a little late to the party. Hey, that tower lasted a hell of a long time, dude.
It did.
We thought that was going to go down to Chachi, what, like 15 minutes ago?
Close to.
Close to. Ballpark.
A few more fights than expected.
Oh, come
in
on.
between.
Expected?
Okay.
Mega Inferno Bomb. Oh, look at the little carrot on the
That's an ugly snowman.
nose. It actually is quite an ugly snowman.
Pretty happy he died.
Props to our Observer team. They followed, I distinctly remember Febiven's Xerath ultimate in slow-mo, and you saw the super cool like rotation animation from weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And it seems any long-range skill shot gets animated with a twirl, because that snowball twirled as well.
Today I learned.
Fnatic have slowed the pace down. It's official, they're not willing to push into those inner turrets yet. Still scared of the engage from a Scion and disengage from Gragas, respecting the possibility of getting outplayed. But you just have to feel it is a matter of time before they're confident enough to go for the inner turrets.
Yeah, Fnatic is simply waiting to push down these lanes here, get in and get these deep wards in the jungle of Unicorns, and just wait for them to make a move, because then you will instantly collapse onto them. Power Vivo with a little bit of a special on Ziggs with the Luden's Echo. It's an item he really likes on close to every single AP champion he can play.
Well, we'll see if it works out for him. We are seeing Yellowstar go on a bit of a jungle invade. We actually see Yellowstar's family in the house, supporting the captain of the Fnatic squad, the only remaining member. It's fantastic to see. Yellowstar is one of the biggest inspirational stories in League of Legends, seeing his transformation from Season 1 to Season 4. Finalist in Season 1. All World Championships, 5 consecutive splits. A poster child for healthy living and professional video games. And rebuilding a team as the only remaining member. I mean, is there anything this guy cannot do?
Pentacles.
Thank you, production, for letting us know his family's in-house. And Let's see whether or not the
Right.
Nautilus pentakill can happen. Tamisha, do you want to get us back on track?
I just want to talk about this Luden's Echo.
Yes, back on track indeed.
For Power Evil, that is back on track for sure. He likes it because as a poke champion, if you only expect to land like 1 or 2 spells, not a full rotation, then the Luden's Echo is very effective because it will always proc, seeing as you obviously fire these spells here with quite some seconds in between. So it gives some very good poke damage on like one target. Rainover does not want to let us talk about Luden's Echo.
Does not, but he does not get caught out to the cost of his life. Flashes to safety. Not a lot of minions to work with in the bottom lane as one more line starts to conga its way in. Power of Evil and those bouncing bombs. And decimating smash. The Unicorns have... Honestly, they've successfully stalled for 6 minutes. Fnatic gonna peel away, set their sights on the next dragon. 30 seconds before it spawns.
Yeah.
Continuing to farm their way up.
So while the Unicorns managed to slow down the game, it's also because Fnatic has not tried to force anything. They've been waiting for key items themselves. They want to get that Hourglass on Bruni. They have now completed 2 items on both the AD carry and the mid laner. So they've simply said themselves, we don't really have to close out the game in 25 minutes. We can wait and just secure it completely because you don't want to risk anything. I mean, Fnatic against Unicorns of Love. Last time they played, the Nexus refused to die twice, even though Fnatic was so far ahead. They didn't kill the Nexus. It was down to like, what, 50 HP. And then Unicorns of Love managed to get to late game and turn the whole thing around. Yellowstar, funny enough, even played Nautilus and tried to kill that Nexus. So now, I feel like they're just saying, we can wait for a few items for Dragons because we've got 3-0. We can even set up a Baron, force Unicorns into a fight and not risk making any over-aggressive plays.
I completely agree, and I think when you take into consideration the Spring Split final is on the line, you're down 0-1 in the series.
I mean, you don't want to wait too long, though.
You want championship points, you want a spot in MSI, and I do agree with you. If you give Jinx, Ziggs, and the Uber tanks time to get Uber tanky, there is outplay potential, but they are still 9,000-10,000 gold up.
Yeah.
This is actually uncharacteristic Fnatic. When they've got an aggressive team comp that can get in your face, they do it. It's how they've won their games. It's how they've got the most kills, the most assists. It's their play style. And we need to see what the trigger's going to be. Will it be a Baron push? Will they try pull Unicorns towards them in the pit and then force a team fight with Siva and TF?
Just set up
Maybe
Baron
that's the
now.
answer.
Set up Baron with like double or triple pink ward around it. So you know there's zero vision for Unicorns of Love. And then you just set up this situation where Unicorns always have to think, oh, are they on the Baron? Do we have to come and check? Do we have to like walk into our own jungle and risk being engaged on? Because Fnatic can always pop the ulti from Twisted Fate and see everything. And then suddenly a fight starts. Or will Fnatic just get the Baron for free and then they can use that and the buffed up minions to really push into the base? I mean, there's good wave clear because there's a Ziggs. People hate that champion because of his wave clear. Power Evil still with the Luden's Echo. That's normally the build you have if you're trying to snowball yourself and you get to siege and poke, because again, then you land like 1 Q to proc the Luden's Echo. That's a lot of damage on one target. If you want to defend, Death Cap would have been better, because then you get more damage for your minefields, which is needed as well when you clear these waves. And you're very often just going to focus your damage on them.
Every time you want to talk about items, a fight's about to break out. Huni this time
we just talked about that one.
That's going to be a great equalizer. Locks up the Unicorns of Blood. Fibivit does manage to Destiny into the backline, and Hylissang is trying to do what he can. They've traded 2 for 1, and Vardax is still yet to be untouched. Death Sentence connects onto Rainover, but he's going to get dropped by Vardax. I think, no, he's managed to get away. Vardax flashes him forward, firing rocket after rocket. Gold Guard will stun him up. Rainover and Fibivit now zoning away both Hylissang and Vardax. It ends up being a 3-1 trade. Vardax almost taken out by the wild cards. I thought Rainover was going down for sure. And he managed to get out with his life. Fnatic finally finding the engage opportunity, and they punish the Unicorn.
We talked about this, setting up the Baron with multiple pink wards, so you know the Unicorns will have to walk in and check if you're doing it. That's what happens here. They're fighting in a good spot for them as well. You got the Twisted Fate AoE, you got the Rumble AoE onto multiple members from the Unicorns club, and they are still so far ahead that they will win these team fights every single time. They did just drop a little bit too low to start the Baron, but then you just go back and you set up the exact same play as before, because you still got those pink wards, and you wait for Unicorns to come in and you get round 2.
A lot of damage getting put down from Vardax. Oh, those wild cards so close to hitting. Fnatic though, 1 for 3. It took 10 or more minutes for that to happen. they seem to still have vision control, so they may look to rinse and repeat. Destiny, depth charge on the hunt, almost available once more.
Yeah, no TP for Chachi now. He used it before, so suddenly the bottom lane can be pushed in by Huni. The minion wave is going to slowly group up and get into that tier 2 tower. Fnatic back. The same play. Gotta clear that one ward here in the bush. They should expect it to be there. See if they're just waiting for Sweeper to get off cooldown. Yellowstar. A few more seconds, and he should be able to get it. And then only the Scrying Orb can save the Unicorns of Love. And I guess the ulti from Ziggs to try and check if anything is going on. But you need that to win the team fight at this point as well.
Kikis was toying with fire there. Realized he had no vision in the river and had
sweep that bush.
That was a good wall.
No, it's there.
I got stuck in. Will they kill it eventually? Let's see. Sweepers. There is one available for Yellowstar. He's opted not to do it. That's a barrel onto Huni, but he didn't go the right way. Now Kikis is a little bit aggressive, realizing the lantern was available from Hillesang.
And now you know they can see you, because they have not walked in other than Kikis only showing himself. The rest of the Unicorns haven't moved. Now they sweep it out. Realize, oh, we've been standing on this ward for the last minute.
Peekaboo, Unicorn.
Suddenly the bait starts.
Is that Chachi? Unstoppable Onslaught does not connect. Did you see the lantern? Now let's see. Teleport to the back line. Huni gets a great equalizer. Gonna be splitting up the Unicorns of Love as the depth charge knocks him in the air. The Mega Inferno Bomb goes down and Vardax is shut down. Huni with a double kill. They turn Chachi in his passive. Now Rainover continues to zone away the members of Unicorns of Love, and Feathervin is looking for Power of Evil, not even needed. We do see the Void Rush going out from Rainover towards the Baron. Fnatic, 3 more kills on the board. They're going to set themselves up for a 29-minute Baron. Kikis is trying to be kept away here by Yellowstar, doing a great job of it. There's no Mega Inferno Bomb. There's no steal this time round. Unicorns 13,000 gold down. Fnatic playing the bait game. Fantastic.
Run, Kikis between 2 towers.
I don't think he'll get away.
Oh, he's
Rainover's going to be able to find out here. Precy, Blue buff keeps him up.
Oh, the zone.
Minefield, and Kikis is going to get away. Oh, body slam over the wall, and Kikis. I was not a believer. I was not a believer. Power of Evil defending his teammate's life. 13 minutes to Fisher, 20 kills to 4. 3 dragons to 0, the 4th one available. And there's no way his Unicorns can even think to contest. But maybe they will.
I mean, I guess you can... No, Kikis is no flash. I mean, you can send him over the wall, maybe try and smite steal, but Fnatic has slowed down, but they played around the Baron once. They felt like we have the right items now. I mean, Huni had his Hourglass completed. Twisted Fate has been out of control for most of the game, even though he's only picked up 1 kill. Feathervin has been farming really well. He's been everywhere he needed to be. And Steelback has just been getting all the kills.
Well, I have to tell a quick story that I was talking to Dalo yesterday as we were going up for lunch. And I said to him, I sincerely hope your team plays as you did in the regular split. See some action coming up back and forth. And do you see on the hunt going down? Here comes Rainover. He's jumped onto Hillesang. Vardax is off to the sideline. Equalizer not going to get too much damage onto the carry. Hillesang still alive and burning. Now Chachi trying to zone everybody. Goes golden. Huni stays alive. The Super Mega Death Rocket flies wide, but Huni gets shut down. Vardax is excited, landing rocket after rocket. We see the Luden's Echo bouncing across. Vardax continues to chase. He's also got Red Buff. Red Buff will be slowing Feathervin down. Going to continue to chase away. That's a slow to Rainover. Rainover does not have flash available. Zap does connect. Vardax looking for more. Remember, he's still got Red Buff to slow it down. The tunnel comes out. The flash into the shutdown. Unicorns of Love pick up kills on the board. And what Daylord said to me was his team was not going to play aggressive. His team was not going to play dangerously. And in that moment, they did.
Didn't they just dive 2 towers here and even went for the support at first? Look at this. The ult from Yellowstar is on Hillesang, not on Vardax. He was supposed to be the target. And now they're dancing in between both the inhibitor turret and the tier 1. So it takes so much damage and simply cannot keep chasing. Doesn't even get the tower. And Unicorns of Love gets a few kills, very important onto Vardax, but they need more of these kind of fights if they want to get back in the game.
Especially when Huni's equalizer was on a hook onto, or a catch onto Hillesang. Huni cannot afford to use that ultimate when it is not connecting
Point
Vardax.
and click from a Nautilus on the support as well.
Needs to be connecting on Power of Evil, needs to be connecting on Vardax. Otherwise, exactly that team fight can happen. Look, it is a few kills on the board. Unicorns are going to need 2, 3 more times those fight. Let's try this again. They will need that fight 2 or 3 more times to get themselves back into this game. Words are hard.
So will Fnatic say, we wait for the last dragon, or was this just a misplay, and we go back to grouping as 5 or 4 with the Twisted Fate having ulti in just a few seconds. So 4-man on the bottom side, TP for Huni as well. Just spread out the map. And if Unicorns want to fight, we instantly collapse with our globals while we wait for that dragon, because we're going to get number 5. We know Baron is going to spawn around that time as well. They have really been slowing it down.
But this is Fnatic taking a foot off the pedal. Yes, you know, Unicorns have been wave clearing. They've got a lot of it. But Fnatic have not aggressively pushed an inner turret at all. And the one opportunity they had a moment ago, they opted to dive Hylissang. So let's see what Fnatic decide to do. There's still 13,000 gold up.
Yeah, again, that's the thing.
It's still a massive lead.
Massively, they played that early game so well. We just saw Unicorns of Love never had any answer to the plays from Fnatic, the quick decision making from Fnatic. And that's one of the things the analyst desk was talking about, how Unicorns of Love doesn't have a shot caller. It's all 5 guys trying to make calls, and it can be very tough if a lot of things is going on at the same time. Where Yellowstar, of course, is the main shot caller for Fnatic, saying, okay, boys, let's get some kills.
Well, this time round might be one of more patience, I feel. Yellowstar, the most seasoned player on this stage. You could even put an argument, the most seasoned player in the LCS in Europe. Fnatic are finally going to get their 4th tower of the game. It has taken over 20 minutes since their last tower was secured. You might make that 2 quick successions. Take a look. Teleport up for Huni. Destiny available for Febiven, as well as Void Rush from Rainover. So they're leaving their 2 global solo laners in the respective lanes.
And just going back now, waiting for that number 5. Oh, the dragon number 5 for themselves. Don't want to risk anything if you are Fnatic. The thing is now, with Twisted Fate, if he's not in the lane where Ziggs is, he will slowly just take down a tower. He has Lich Bane, wildcards and everything. So as long as you don't put Fibim where Power of Evil is, you can continue having the 1-3-1 and you will slowly but surely you will get down the last few towers. So if they really don't want to take any chances, that's the way they have to play. Just move away from the Ziggs with your Twisted Fate and let him do the job.
I think it's a pretty safe assumption they're not going to take chances. At this point in time, 35 minutes gone, Fnatic have completely lost control of where the accelerator pedal is. But Dragon's coming up, 40 seconds. This is Dragon number 5. They may be forcing Unicorn's hand. Keep in mind, Baron is up as well.
That's the thing. One of the few things Unicorns can do is try and come back and see if they can trade a Baron for that number 5 Dragon, or give the Baron to Fnatic and get at least 1 Dragon for themselves. The problem is, Fnatic doesn't have to use 5 guys and taking Dragon. They can just have Febiven do it on his own, or even Steelback, and the other 4 guys sitting in mid lane, stopping Unicorns for ever starting a Baron and trading it. So by them at least just staying around. Chachi, yeah, he's going to try and see if he can get a flank.
Trying to set up. Unstoppable Onslaught will be stopped by the wall. He finds no member of Fnatic, and that's a big initiation tool. Destiny comes out from Febiven. He manages to get the wild card. Here comes Huni. That equalizer does find its target. Vodax is shut down. Depth charge follows onto his opposite support. Power of Evil will get melted by the flame spitter of Huni. Febiven throws out the wild cards, and he does manage to peel away a Steelback. Solos out the tank of Vizichachi. Fnatic find themselves 3 kills on the board, and Hylissang may even be taken out by Dragon. That's a Void Rush just for Hylissang and the Dragon. The rest of Fnatic are in the mid lane. Chachi is down. Rainover, he wants the ace. The tower's going down. We will continue to follow this as the inhibitor will be an easy kill. Fnatic get themselves, come on, 5 kills. The turret, the inhibitor, most likely the 5th Dragon.
They get everything.
And maybe even the Baron.
Just what they needed here, a fight where Unicorns of Love were no longer standing at their towers, which they've been doing for the last many minutes. Dragon for them. Then you go over, you take a Baron. You have now everything in the world at your disposal to win this game, which technically has been won for the last 20 minutes for Fnatic.
Hey, again, it is in the series, so Deficio, he has the team fight again.
Well, Unicorns are spread out. They can't really handle the TP from behind.
Look at that.
The port in from Febiven as well. Just really well played from Fnatic, or well executed. And they get another ace, another dragon, another Baron. Fnatic making sure we're not going to get a 3-0 today.
Well, let's find out once we jump out of the replay. So Dragon number 5 was secured. Super's down middle. Baron is available for contention. 20k gold down?
I would sit back in my base with my Ziggs and say, I'm just going to sit and wave clear. You can get that Baron. We can't fight you anyway.
Well, Deficia, you're not playing Unicorns. They're
That's
actually
very
going to
true.
sit and hear the Baron buff.
It would have been a horrible level if I was playing.
Maybe try to attempt this. Let's look at the minimap. Is there any response? A little bit of vision.
Well, it seems they agree anyway.
They are going to back away. Just took them a few seconds longer to realize this. Steelback's going to try interrupt the call. On the hunt, thrown down. Gold card comes out from Febiven. There's a Chachi trying to get away. He will find the Lantern. Hylissang will keep his top laner alive for a few seconds longer. Fnatic, 5 dragons, Baron, Kikis. I don't really know if you want this fight. Equalizer goes out. Huni was down below. Kikis also saved by the Lantern of Hylissang. And Huni sidesteps a death sentence. He can't get away from the Flame Chompers. Throws down the Hourglass. There comes a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Vardax gets himself a kill on the board. Super Mega Deathlock, it almost kills Febiven as well. And that might actually put a small stall on the siege.
Got to use some of the Ziggs, poke and wave clear in their own base.
Look at Febiven.
I mean, I think we can all agree, as viewers, we are happy that Ziggs is back in the meta. It's been a joy watching his wave clear.
If you were saying that on any social media, it would be /S at the end of the statement. Febiven goes down to this bottom lane. 390 CS. We've not touched on the items at all, really. And every time you did, 15 minutes ago,
that's why I stopped.
So let's start this again. Let's talk about some items. We do see Lichbane, Hourglass, and Death Cap for Febiven. Almost working towards the Lichbane there for Power of Evil. He did get that Death Cap a while ago.
So
Baron
buff,
getting tankier.
5 dragons, and a Twisted Fate with Lichbane. I want to see how much damage he can do to a tower if he does get down. He's on his way. I assume the dragon buff might disappear before, sadly.
In an alternative reality, Fnatic are pushing a tower.
Well, they are. On the way.
There's no tower there.
It wasn't even meant as a bad thing. I just want to see the damage he can do.
We'll find out.
Come on, Febiven, go down to the tower.
Destiny's available. The rest of Fnatic was pushing the top lane. Look at all the vision and tunnels available for Reina.
Oh, he lost the
Fnatic
buff
squad.
just before.
Is he going to? Well, that's
a lot of damage anyway, and that's without the 5 dragons.
You got your wish. 2 or 3 shotting that way. Febiven will secure the 7th tower of the game. For the rest of Fnatic top lane, teleport is available for Vizichachi.
Vizichachi.
It's not like I've said his name for 12 weeks. And Febiven now bringing those Baron-empowered minions onto the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Rain over from the base and another shop. He's got more Malmortius to back up the Locket and the Hourglass. Febiven and Huni are just melting this turret. Here comes Power of Evil. Unstoppable Onslaught. He's going to get flashed away. We do see the wild cards go up and they go wild. Don't manage to connect on anybody. Huni overheats and he's got his hands on Equalizer still. Not needed yet. With all the members on the bottom half of the map, will Fnatic get anything top? The box goes down. They're trying to focus Huni. He flashes away from the decimating smash, and Hylissang does not connect with the skill shot. They do connect with Vardax, and that is a legendary kill onto Steelback. They turn their attention to the Nexus turret. Double kill. What can Steelback do? He continues to run rampant, dealing damage to the towers. It's actually Huni that gets the bottom turret. Inhibitor down top lane. Fnatic got super minions. They're now on the Nexus after 42 minutes. It was slow going. But slow and steady wins this race. And Fnatic even up the series 1-1.
needs time, the Ziggs need a bit of time as well for Power of Evil, and that just got punished so hard. You cannot do that again against the same kind of comp from Fnatic, because they showed they will find the fights. February on Twisted Fate, it's not a pick we've seen too often from him, but whenever he has played it, he's been so solid on the champion. But it's not even about him and his individual performance, it's just Fnatic as a team with all these globals.
Well, worked out in favor of Fnatic. Interesting to note, the team that chose blue side has lost both of their respective games. We'll see if that trend continues. To break down this game, however, I'm going to hand things over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. It is all square, as we see a little bit of a replay there, but it didn't need a replay because from the side of Fnatic, it is classic Fnatic, even though we've only seen this formation play for one split, the way they took the objectives. I like that they didn't stray away from their bans, Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie, and they went totally into the way they like to play their game, Leviathan.
Yeah, I really like the way they really took control of the game right from the get-go with the mid lane pressure. UOL is really good at making the enemy team play their game, while Fnatic made UOL play their game this game. They were able to establish that early lead, take that early dragon control, and then just slowly choke the Unicorns of Love out of the game.
Yeah, it was the perfect answer of information for the informations that they were given. You know, as Fnatic, that Unicorns of Love get really excited when they win a game. They play with and through the emotions, and they play like crazy little children. So the best thing that Fnatic can do is just do the most controlled game that they can possibly pull off, and they did that. Objective control, especially the dragons, were just astounding. Like the way they set up the vision around it, the way they defended the dragons and the way they took it, it was astounding. The first 15 minutes, I guess 4 or 5 towers, just one after another, just slowly choked them out. And then they knew, okay, we don't really have to fight here. We can just wait for the 5th dragon, for that Baron, and then take the inner turrets, and the Nexus, it was just...
Yeah, and it was just... sorry to cut you off there. It was just really well executed. They secured the game in the first 15 minutes, first 10 minutes of the game. Didn't make any mistakes or very few mistakes, none that cost them. There was that dangerous fight near Unicorns of Love's blue area where I believe it went 2 for 2 or something that was close. But from there they just said, okay, let's slow it down. Just took tower after tower, got the 5 dragon buffs and ended the game.
Yeah, and good point for our commentators as well in that position. What were the Unicorns of Love supposed to do? We know that if they're triggered to fight, they're always going to fight. But there is a moment where you realize, okay, if it goes even 1k more ahead in the favor of Fnatic, they're going to win anyway. So you kind of have to fight. So was it the right decision in the end?
Yeah, it was. At some point it was like 13 or 14k gold difference, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And as Unicorns of Love, you got a scaling AD carry, you got a scaling mid laner. That mid laner can clear some waves. Ziggs is just beautiful in that regard, like the Vicious said. But you are forced to contest those 5th dragons, you are forced to contest those barons, and you are forced to try to look for a way to come back into the game. So when you're the Unicorns of Love, you have to find and you have to look for those opportunities and you have to take them. Fnatic was fine with taking them because Fnatic knew they were ahead, they had the items, so they could defend it pretty easily.
Yeah, and I don't know too much about Ziggs. I feel that Ziggs is a champion similar to Xerath, and what I can take from this game is when you play with Xerath, so I can assume when you play with Ziggs, the thing you need to worry about the most when you're playing a poke-style composition with champions like that is to make sure you stay ahead or at least even transition into the mid-game. They fell behind so early, their composition wants to be pushed up, wants to be poking, wants to be getting damage on the towers. But when you fall behind early, you can't do anything that you want to do.
Well, looking ahead to the next game, seeing how we're all square, Fnatic in a classic Fnatic game, the Unicorns of Love with a crazy pick in game 1, knowing that Unicorns of Love are on the red side again. For game 3, you said, I would just have gone with the exact same comp with the Varus in the mid once again. What are you anticipating for the next one?
It's Unicorns. How can you anticipate anything?
Try.
Okay, well, let's see. They play Varus, they play Kog'Maw, they play Ziggs.
Maybe another lane, man, Kikis.
Oh, yeah. I could see maybe. I would like to see Shaco again. I'm a big Shaco fan. But really, it's the Unicorns of Love. How could I predict anything here? I'm going to say they're going to pull out the Kog'Maw next game.
Right.
It's possible. It's impossible to predict it, like you said. They just go with the flow. When they're in picks and bans, they see what Fnatic's gonna pick, and then they just try to pull something off to throw them off. The Varus is a very legit option, if you ask me. Like even against a Twisted Fate, the Varus should be a solid pick. And then you have to like pick other champions around this Varus. Like the first composition was just perfectly built, and it worked well. So do that again, please.
Yeah. Why do we have you guys here if you can't predict what's going to happen? Just kidding.
unicorns.
Unicorns of Love. They are crazy.
I predicted Raven.
Yeah, there we go, maybe. Before we set up for Game 3, though, let's touch base with you guys in the Twitter sphere. As earlier, we asked you, which EU LCS team do you think would best represent the region on the world stage and why? And here's what you think. Our first tweet is from @KryptonCore. UOL to represent EU. Never been kept on the edge of my seat during Champion Select as much as I am when Unicorns of Love are playing. Well, that's definitely the case when we're watching.
Yeah, when they're in the
events.
game, they're really excited to watch. Like the last game, when they got slowly poked out, they're just so much excited. But if we get the Unicorns of Love from the first game onto the international stage, we're in for a ride.
Yeah, can you imagine Unicorns of Love versus a Chinese team just brawling, having fun all over the map? Fantastic. Second tweet @xgalu. Origen, of course, with that performance and players, I think they can reach Worlds, but they won't have an easy path. Very interesting seeing how they only just qualified for the LCS.
Yeah, and we can touch on that not having an easy path because they missed out on all of the championship points that you could get within the first split. But with their roster, they have a lot of talented players, a lot of veterans. Like you have XPeke, just the players on that team are world-class players, players that could potentially compete on the world stage. So we're going to have to see how well they stack up against this European LCS. And if they do make it to Worlds, it could be a good show.
Yeah, we're actually going to talk to XPeke in a bit after break as well, so I can ask him. Our last tweet is from @Morden101. Fnatic, such potential, such a diverse game, definitely good for MSI. And if they play like they did here in Game 2,
I love
pretty good.
potential.
You love
Potential is great.
potential. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys for sending those in. And remember, you can always add to the conversation. Tweet @LL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS. Whew, getting tongue-tied here with this series.
Oh boy.
For Nodo, we need to take a break, clearly, as the team's ready The LCS, as we're going to dive into Game 3 of our finals in just a second. But first, I am joined here by Origen's mid laner, X-Fekke. And well, how have you been enjoying yourself? Because you're in your home country and the fans have been absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's great. I'm so excited when I hear them chant here. And wait, I'm gonna take it out because if not, I cannot talk. I prefer to talk without it. But yeah, it's crazy how the people is here. Everyone recognizes me, and it just feels crazy that everyone wanna say hi to me, take a picture and everything, and that when they chant and everything that gives me chills.
Yeah, it gives you chills, and I think that's also what you work for. You're back in the LCS. Shine your light on this game, the Unicorns of Love versus Fnatic, because Yellowstar in there, who you know so well. Do you think he has what it takes to lead those rookies all the way to the title again?
I really think so. Like, they play really good. When I see them doing the picks and bans, they are really smart about it. So I'm pretty sure they will take this series. Maybe Unicorns of Love will take some more stuff like Varus and stuff out and cheese them a bit. But I do think Fnatic is well prepared, and if the game doesn't go out of the meta, they will take the series.
All right, well, we will see what happens. One final question for you. Back in the LCS, not saying you're old, but you know, you're kind of an old schooler, and you're going up against these guys like Power Vival, like Febevin. Do you still have what it takes?
Yeah, it's better, especially I feel like it's gonna motivate me more if I actually go there and play and see these guys are super good and people start calling me grandpa or something. Then I'm gonna get so much motivated because it's gonna give me that thing to try to become one of the best again.
Definitely looking forward to it. Thank you very much. And we're gonna get back into our finals, so back over to the casters.
Thank you very much. I have to comment, Grandpa Peke, something that we touched on a lot coming into this final. 9 out of 10 players in their first LCS split ever. If you look at the top 3 teams, 2 out of the 15 players have ever been in the LCS. Both of them supports, in fact. And Kasing and Yellowstar, the other 13 players, first time in the LCS, first time stage, and they make top 3. Peke has to beat the odds in the summer split to prove the old guard, prove the old guard can still stick around.
He only has a new AD carry. The rest has been in the LCS.
Yeah.
I think it's just shown for us with this split how many new great players we've gotten in Europe. If we get the strategy down as well, then we have the talent to become very, very good as a region.
Well, we need to see if the teams can deliver on the international stage, because that is what they are fighting for. It is Game 3 of the Spring Split Finals. Winner takes home the trophy and represents Europe at the mid-season invitational. With 3 bans in, nothing has changed thus far.
First pick Thresh once again for Fnatic.
And of course, Hylissang 1-7 on that Thresh. Of the 4 champions he's played most, let's exclude the Braum, really not having a great showing on that one.
It's weird.
That's Hylissang, of course.
His individual performance on a champion is fantastic. It's more as a team. They have lost more games on it, and we haven't gone back and watched every single one, so we can't really explain 100% what it is. I think a main concern for them when they don't have the likes of Morgana is it's a lot harder to peel for the likes of Vardax without that black shield against these compositions that can like dive onto him. And that's also why Fnatic, at least in the last game, were happy enough giving them Thresh, take other champions in early rotations, and ban that Annie, and simply respecting the hard engage from Hylissang as well. I mean, we have a support pulling 2 bans and potentially a first pick every single time. The rest of your team should be able to benefit from it. Oh, Hecarim is open. That's a mistake.
That's simple. Banning Rek'Sai against Reignover. We know it is his most played champion, but Reignover has played a number of jungle champions to fantastic success. The pony is locked in against the Unicorns.
Yeah, well, if you look at Reignover's champion pool, I guess what Unicorns are trying to do is move him away from early aggressive junglers, because Lee Sin and Nidalee has not been the most picked champions for him. He liked the tank tier in the Cinderhulk meta. He's even played the likes of Olaf before Cinderhulk came out. So he has shown, at least in the past, that if Rek'Sai is gone, it's more about the slow scaling junglers, and in this case, Fragger's just instantly being locked in. Unicorns put more value on getting the bottom lane and trading that for the Hecarim. We have to see if they can use the more passive approach from Reignover, despite him still being very aggressive in terms of ganks. He's not on the same kind of champion in the early game.
And we'll have to see whether or not Unicorns can adjust their vision patterns to maybe play to that effect.
Oh, please lock it in.
Now, if any team is going to deal with Hecarim in a fancy, flashy way, it is the Unicorns of Love. Febiven has played Xerath 3 times, won all
Yeah, he's not
3
gonna
games.
play it, but his Xerath is
James.
just so insane that I love watching him play. They don't have to pick the mid laner here for Fnatic. You can go with the AD carry. If you want the Kalista matchup into Sivir, you can take that one again for yourself. Otherwise, Lucian has been a good pick for Steelback, where they run these compositions where they kinda protect him as a hyper carry and they allow him late game at least to have a massive impact. They tend to run the likes of Janna and Nunu with it, so if Nautilus being logged in, it would be a different style.
The other thing,
But Lucian is still a good pick for them.
the other thing to note, hover picks are not something we tend to like to talk about as casters because they change so often. But one thing you cannot deny, Febiven flashing the Xerath with a jungler that is relatively slow. You get wave clear from Xerath, flashing the Anivia for the control for the late game. Does it plant seeds of doubt in the Unicorns' minds? That is something we need to see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of untouched nuances to the pick and ban phase that can actually affect players'
Sure.
mindsets. You see a Zillion, you don't think it's a lock-in. You see a Febiven Xerath, you go, you know what, that's not too crazy.
I can almost guarantee you the teams don't really care. Because they already have sights on their own picks and they wait to see what's been locked in on the other side. But yeah, I mean, you got a point with them sitting and discussing it. Question is, will Unicorns go back to slow scaling, long range AP, or long range? Well, Udi has been locked in.
We love Kikis. Mr. Cameraman, wherever you are, you deserve a cookie for finding that guy and also flashing it the moment the Man-Bear Pig is locked in. Udia, Irelia, Siva. If Unicorns were ever going to overwhelm you, this was the team comp to do it with.
So this is kind of different for Unicorns of Love. Normally when they play Udyr, it's in these kite compositions with their long-range poke mid laner and a big tank top laner who kites with them. Crowd really wants Teemo.
I can't hear you over Teemo. Well, I'm afraid it's not going to happen.
But now Aurelia's been locked in, so with this, it's more dive onto Fnatic, and that's where Udyr is not always the strongest because he gets kited around fairly easily. When he's against Nautilus, he's against the Gragas. Lucian has the mobility as well to dance around the Udyr, and suddenly he's not going to offer a whole lot if you want to dive the backline. He's a lot better in kite comps. So that's a little bit weird from them. Oh, that was getting close, but they got the Lucian in the very end. And Fnatic has a bit of everything here, honestly. There's good wave clear. You have the all-in potential. You have the engage from Hecarim, from Nautilus to get onto these immobile picks that Power People has liked to play. And you got good damage all around from early game to late game, honestly, with Lucian, Ahri, and Hecarim.
So a lot of options on the Fnatic squad.
Just a good, well-rounded comp.
They can do little bits of everything for Unicorns at the moment. It is really about throwing themselves at your opponents. The only player in Europe to play Syndra all year long for the 7th time will be running Syndra in the middle lane. Nobody else is playing this champion but Power of Evil, and it is, screw it, it's his champion.
It is his champion here in Europe, at least. When the nerfs came in, with their Q damage went down, their E got nerfed as well, was a lot thinner suddenly. A lot of the pro players were tweeting, Syndra, she's horrible now, she's not going to be played anymore, we're never going to pick her. The next day, Power People said, well, here's Syndra, I'm going to lock it in and win the game. So, for him, he still thinks it's a fantastic champion. And this is going to fit better with what Unicorns have built now, in terms of we need to dive onto Fnatic in with our comp here. We have the Sivir ulti, we have the Aurelia, and now the one-shot potential from Syndra. I still do think this Udyr is kind of misplaced in that kind of composition, because he's so much better when it comes to you kiting and you drawing out fights. This is not what Unicorns want to do. They want to have quick fights where they burst down a target within a few seconds of the true damage from Aurelia, ulti from Sivir, and of course the Syndra ulti.
Well, we'll find out if they can make that happen. As we touched on, Hylissang on that Thresh, 1-7 as far as his record is concerned. Power of Evil 3-3 on that Syndra. He does not miss stuns often.
No.
And if Steelback is out of position, it could really hurt. There's those team comps. One more time, the pick and ban strategy has altered with Rek'Sai banned away. Huni plays Hecarim for the 3rd time. Will it be a win in game 3 of this best of 5? Fnatic on the blue side going to get themselves off to exciting starts.
And I want to see what Power Weevil's skills at level 1, because he's one of the players who adapted to the nerfs to the Q, and he decided to skill W first, because that's 80 base damage, where the Q is 55 at level 1. So he skills W level 1 to surprise the enemy and win the first few trades, and then he maxes Q right after, so that's still going to be maxed first, obviously for the passive as well. I want to see if he's doing the same and if he gets a good trade on Febiven, because that's one of the ways he tends to get an early lead in his lanes when he plays Syndra. Kikis is going to have to be very active on the map. He has fantastic clear on an Udyr. He has fantastic mobility when it comes to moving around the map, but his ganks can be somewhat lackluster. They often
disagree.
Often
Flash
rely.
bear slap.
I was about to say, often rely on a flash to make it work. So he flash in, bear slaps them, and also when he plays Udyr, he does red buff and he does level 2 gank. 3 out of 3 times in playoffs. Let's see if Huni with no flash is smart enough to have down an early ward. Notice how he didn't place a ward at level 1, so that's still ready for him. And once he returns to lane, if Kikis is coming for that level 2 gank.
Flash bear slap. Do you believe in 4 out of 4? We'll have to find out, as definitely not Udyr. He's going to start on his traditional red buff. I want to quickly quote that video we saw just before Pekka was interviewed. Vardag's touching on how good Unicorns are in best of 5s and how they can adapt. They have adapted, and we'll see whether or not their decision-making and strategy pays off. Deficio, we've been hovering Power Beam for a little while. He's killed
the
Q.
Yeah, I guess
his first play.
I guess he only does the W against Kassadin or melee matchups, then decides to get Q at level 1 for the trades. I just wanted to see, you know, I'm not much of a Syndra player myself, but it's one of the small things you notice with Power Weevil when you try and see what he normally does. Kikis! Are you gonna go to that top lane once the 2 guys TP up there and kill the no-flash Hecarim? He's running in chicken form. There's no ward yet. Will he sit and wait in the bush before the ward even gets placed from Kikis? The TP has to come in from Chachi.
Oh,
You have to place the ward instantly, Huni.
oh. Chicken form, bear form. No flash this time because there's not enough support.
Huni has done his homework.
Huni has
Thank
done-
you.
Wow, no flash bear slap yet. Vic is still looking for it. Level 2 gank did not work out. Libram Strike did not really do a whole lot there from Vizichachi. We do see those early level 2s, and Kick is unable to make it 4 for 4. Man, bear, pig, turtle, phoenix, tiger thing goes back into the jungle to continue farming up.
Yeah, and with Fnatic or with Reyno starting on his own red buff, he couldn't really take too much advantage of Kikis here because he just showed himself quickly. Invading into blue a little bit late could have been very risky for him. Instead, he's going to go for a gank on this Aurelia.
Well, let's see. Not a lot of mana on Chachi. He's going to flash away Huni and Reyno, but going to get some damage down, and that might dissuade Vizichachi from playing aggressively. Oi! That's definitely not a good ward. I think he knows everyone saw that one. But to get back to the point, without a flash on Vizichachi, maybe that's going to buy some safety and some time for Huni in that top lane. He does have Ignite, so if Vizichachi continues to stick around at low HP, maybe Huni can look to set up a surprise kill. Look, Reynova's coming in from the tri-bush. He's going to get spotted by
the ward. The value.
What a difference it's going to make. Remember, there's no flash in Vizichachi. Reynova's going to land a body slam. Red buff's ticking away, and he's going to get first blood.
Such a good start from Fnatic. Everything from the early ward from Huni to spot the Udyr, and then you're saying we're against an Aurelia. She's one of the lane bullies that if you shut her down and delay her Trinity Force, she falls really, really far behind. So I really like the early ganks here from Fnatic. And if you get a lead on Hecarim in this matchup, you can be so annoying with your passive because you obviously ignore the minion, so you can stand on a minion. The way normally for Aurelia to probably trade is like you jump in on a minion, kill it, then you E, and then you have your Q ready if someone tries to run away. You can't do that against Hecarim because he's sitting on that minion you want to jump to. So if you get a lead as Hecarim in that matchup, you can just be so annoying and also just deny her farm.
Somebody else that's annoying is Kikis. Not able to get the same early advantage he has in previous games, but 3-1.
Still pretty good KDA for Udyr.
Pretty good KDA, and it's traditionally been picked into very good team comps. This is the first time, Deficio, I've heard you say you're not entirely convinced. All 3 previous games, it actually made quite a lot of sense.
Yes, again, because that was poke compositions that wanted to kite, where a low cooldown on your stun as an Udyr, the fact you get your turtle shield so you're so tanky that these double tank comps can't really kill you, or the low damage comps when he's against the likes of Urgot, we can say. Here, it's just very different. There's a lot of burst from Fnatic to take him down, and he's not here to peel anymore. He's here to dive in with the rest of the team, and I just want to see what he can do in fights, because has the tendency to just get kited around. Like one slow on him from a Nautilus, and you need that flash.
Vardags will be trying to help out that weakness. On the hunt, of course, with the big tool. We've not actually taken a look at many of the other lanes thanks to all the focus. Top, mid lane, going even on farm. Febiven with a defensive start, opting into the Negatron cloak first. Typical as we start.
Oh, he got it. There we go, boys. And now he's gonna get a gank off, but Raynova is here. Ready for the counter gank.
Counter gank is available. Remember, Huni does have Ignite. Chilling Smite goes down. He knocked Kickers back. Kickers actually flashes defensively. No flash best slap this time around. Turns into Phoenix stance and he's going to get forced away. Raynova reading Kickers' Udia like a book. Huni's just hit level 6. There's an onslaught of shadows. They're going to go in. And that's going to be a 2-man onslaught. That's another kill for Huni. He's going to get himself a double kill. And Holo has landed. Remember, it wasn't banned out. Steelback gets caught by Hillisang's death sentence. Hillisang catches everyone with death sentences. Exhaust has been survived through Yellowstar, trying to get damage down, but they're forced to retreat. Vardags, so much healthier. Unicorns of Love win the 2v2 in the bottom lane. But they're not winning enough.
No.
Because Huni is 2-0-1.
Yeah, that's the big deal here. Both lanes for Fnatic on the bottom side of the map, mid and bot lane, has been sitting back farming, honestly, playing it fairly safe, knowing that Raynova was putting all his focus on that top lane. Because the thing is, best case for Raynova and Huni, they dive there, Aurelia, kill her again. Worst case, you find the Udia there and you get a 2v2 lane that you're going to win anyway. So there's really no bad scenario for you. As long as you keep providing assistance for Huni on that Hecarim. Such a strong start, rushing that Frozen Heart. So there's going to be no kill pressure for this Aurelia in the one-on-one lane. And this is backfired completely from the Unicorns of Love. They banned Rek'Sai, allowing Huni to just instant lock Hecarim as the first pick.
Huni has consistently shown how scary he is on carry-type top laners. And he shocked the European LCS with his Hecarim performances. There's a Chachi, 0-2 down behind NCS. He's opted to go double Dorans. Not only is he under so much pressure, that Trinity Force spike is going to be a long way away. Let's see what Huni can do. Standing on top of those minions, exactly like you talked about, Officio. And Huni is just rampaging his way across. There's almost an onslaught of shadows. Ignite burning through. Huni's looking for more. And he just 1v1s Visit Chachi. The crowd is trying. Oh. It's getting there.
There's a reason this champion has been banned in every single game in the playoffs against Fnatic.
Till now.
I mean, what is Unicorns of Love going to do? Okay, if your top lane is losing this hard, you just got to surrender that lane. You can't keep trying to gank for it because you're not going to win the fights. I mean, Huni at this point might even be able to 1v2 if he has his summoners ready. Wow. So you got to try.
8-minute Frozen Heart.
That's the thing. Now you got to try making plays on either mid or the bottom lane. But you had no flash on that Udyr. We said how his ganks are not very good unless you have that flash ready. So you can't really get in anywhere. There's a million wards on the bottom side. They expect him to show up at some point. They're even sending Visitachi down here now.
Huni's got teleport available and call it 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 wards.
They're just gonna dive Chachi here as well. They can see everything on the map. If they go in and poke him, have Raynova wait for the minions to hit the tower, Chachi is dead again.
Look in the mid lane though. Maybe Febiven will get caught out. Death Sentence does not manage to connect. And Febiven, unsure of Power of Evil's position. Remember, there was no minions middle lane. Very, very defensive. Raynova is going to knock Visitachi backwards. The depth charge is going to go out. You cannot flash away from that. The Culling landing shot off the shot. And the Dredge line will be able to allow Fnatic to get their 5th kill of the game. Visitachi's Irelia is going to do nothing this game. Udyr and Thresh trying to get blue buff. Huni's trying to get in a range. The Smite does manage to secure the buff, but at what cost? They've lost their top laner. This is Unicorns of Love, and they're going to lose their bottom tower.
I do think it was a fine play. Oh, let's see what happens here.
He's going to just onslaught of shadows over the wall. Vardags tried to interrupt.
The plan from Unicorns of Love was okay here, saying we're not going to get anything in our lane, so we have to swap it around, try and fast push a tower to get some kind of gold. That was fine. Problem was Visitachi. As soon as he shows himself in the lane, Fnatic was already ready to kill him once again. Not that he's worth a whole lot of gold, but if they can at least trade towers, Unicorns get something.
Well, something is better than nothing. As Vardags is trying to deny as many minions as possible, does secure a tower trade. Still 2,000 gold down at the 10-minute mark. A dragon down. And we'll need to see how on earth the mythical unicorns control the power pony. Because between the two of us, I don't think we can think of many options.
No, Huni is just... There's nobody who can one-on-one him at any point of the game. In this... with the way he's playing and with these early kills for him. Aurelia...
So, 3-on-1 him.
Let's see if they can do it.
Bear slap comes down. Onslaught of Shadows is not available, nor is there a flash. Here comes the rest. That's a flash death sentence. Hylissang connects, flays him backwards. You don't need to one-on-one when you can 3v1. And Huni gets taken out. They're not done yet. There's the flash bear slap. Phoenix starts. The Dark Sphere stun does not connect. Power of Evil is going to unleash his power. Not even needed to. As it's Kikis that gets a second kill of the game. Power of Evil realizing they had the damage and he held onto his ulti in case anything further goes forward. Fnatic just a little out of position.
Yeah, very, very good response from Unicorns of Love. They're reading the situation, saying you're not going to get anything in the mid or bottom lane, so we can go up with 3 guys. We can gank your Hecarim, and now he wants some revenge.
Well, let's see what he can do. Onslaught is going to throw Hylissang over. That's going to be a dead Thresh. Kill goes to Steelback. Use the TP and the ulti for that. It's going to relieve some pressure in the mid lane. Well, it does mean now teleport advantage to the very underfarmed Vizicsacsi. I doubt they can make a big difference with it, but keep in mind it is available. We'll see how that works out.
Can be one of the ways to get at least a few kills on him if they get a good fight.
Scatter the weak, and there's the unleashed power. Summon a heal, used, Culling going down. Look at the backup from Fimfin. He's coming from the hive. Power of Evil should go down to the Ignite in a moment or two as Mardax eats himself a barrel roll. There's the challenging spike. Here comes Chachi. Didn't need to use the TP. He's in a 3v1. It's Febiven with the flanking maneuver. Fnatic get 2 more kills and a tower shortly.
Just a nice little roam from the bottom lane from Febiven had already pushed it up. Chachi is level 7, the same as Yellowstar. Can he get a kill?
Well, we'll find out. On the hunt is down and Reignover seems
They gotta give it to him. They have to give it to Chachi here.
It's actually a Phoenix stance, I believe, that ticked that one over. Or it could have even been Cinderhulk, I guess. Unicorns of Love. That's a good charm for Febiven, but he doesn't have a lot of mana or any ulti to play with. Unicorns now, they're playing scrappy. Remember, these teams, when they get scrappy, they do this all game long. All of a sudden, Kikis, he's got no flash. He bare stuns the pony, who he's trying to run him down. Onslaught of Shadows not available, but he's going to just prance his way over. Kikis gets another stun. Turtle shields up, continues to run away. Can he make it to the saving hand
stun
of Power of Evil? Scatter the weak, saves Kikis. Kikis manages to make his way out. 8-3, but still 3,000 gold down.
Yeah, and Fnatic, despite losing a few kills here and there, they're still looking to push their advantage. Hylissang is all alone now. TP coming in from Chachi. Guess it came in somewhat handy for himself. And Unicorns of Love trying their best to at least get some gold in this game here. Try and punish Fnatic if they do overextend. The risk is always when you have these 1-3-1, all the lanes pushing. If one guy's overextended, you can go gank him with 2 or 3 guys and not lose anything elsewhere. So that was a good call earlier. Fnatic is looking to not do that again and just use your Hecarim that is so far ahead. Only person who can kill him is really Power of Evil here, unless it's 3 guys on him. Power of Evil doesn't want to one-on-one him. It's more, I guess, if there is a team fight with the Frozen Heart Rush, Loot and Zeko, which is, again, and I think Power of Evil, he loves to do on these AP
it's
mages.
his favorite item.
He rushes Loot and Zeko to be as strong as possible on 1 or 2 items and try and snowball his own lead from there, and therefore get towards his death cap and so on a lot faster than he normally would by just getting some kills. But he has to get the kills to make it pay off.
Tower should go to Fnatic here as there's no teleport available from Unicorns of Love or support. Will they be trading it down the bottom lane rather? That's a great stun from Scatter the Weak. Power of Evil unleashes his power and Vizicsacsi tries to follow through. No Ignite available, and we do see Febiven able to Spirit Rush his way away. Vizicsacsi and Power of Evil now left alone in this bottom lane. They are going to get caught up by the depth charge. Vizicsacsi only got a Sheen to play with. Dredgeline connects to Power of Evil. He manages to stun up Huni, but that's not going to be enough. Kill credit is secured by Yellowstar.
But look at the mid lane now.
Lantern is going to get traded. Unicorns are fighting back.
They are. They keep trying to find some way of getting gold. Fnatic used all 5 guys on the bottom lane to get 1 kill. And they're going to lose 1 tower, and this one is just going to drop very, very low. Now Reignover's here.
Oh, Kikis might even take
might
this
try and
one
sacrifice
up. He's trying
himself
to do it for the global gold. I think that's a smart move. 2 towers. Oh, here comes Huni. He's on the back line. Exhaust is up from Hilisak. Vodex low on mana. On the hunt was used. He's trying to get away. Culling on the sideway fadeaway shots. Vodex spell shields up one of those rampages, but it just keeps going. Huni's got mana and attacks for days. Death Sentence does pull Huni into the tower, but you do not want that. Unicorns are clawing this game back. I thought they were on pace to have their biggest goal deficit at 20 minutes, but this is just not the case thanks to the fact that they are ahead in towers.
Yeah, they should never even be close when your top lane is 0-4 after like, what, 8 minutes in the game. Huni was so far ahead, but Fnatic is simply just honestly been a bit greedy and punished. So Unicorns keeping it very, very cool. They still have a good comp. When it comes to the mid game, if they can get that Trinity Force completed for Chachi, all the global gold is gonna help him a lot. Still far behind Huni, about 1,500 gold in total. But as we said before, it's something. And the Unicorns.
It's unbelievable to think they found 4 towers against Fnatic. You were touching on the wave clear that they had and the lanes that they could offer, and all of a sudden, Fnatic, they lose focus of that slow, controlled game from number 2 in the series. Seem to be focusing on trying to shut down Unicorns individually, losing sight of the bigger picture. So, we're approaching 17 minutes, 10 kills to 3, down on towers. That gold is now only 1,500 difference. I mean, it was, what, 4K at the 10-minute mark. We still have to see how this Udyr is going to impact the game, Deficio.
Yeah, we need to see in the team fights what it can do. That's going to be the big one for Kikis. We might have to wait a little bit because Fnatic has gone back to the 1-3-1 that has, or that was going to be the game plan before they started roaming around.
Here comes Yellowstar.
Yeah, Chachi is still level 9, so
I think he's going to go down here. Spirit Rush goes up, Charm connects, Riptide goes up. Peppermint should be able to get that one. He does. Yellowstar's even able to secure the kill, and the poor fellow with a broken leg there. Mumu cosplay is almost here. Oh, shame. I broke my wrist last year. I can feel your pain. Well, I guess I didn't have to use crutches. Yours is worse. Fnatic now in the top lane. They've got vision in the top half of the map. Teleport is available for Huni. He's in base. Got those home guards charged up. And they might be diving Kikis. Look at the TP coming in.
Kikis on his own, yeah.
Here comes Huni. He's going to jump into Kikis. Teleport from Vizichachi. It might be too late. Huni continues to spin that Guitar Hero axe around. It's caught by the Equilibrium Strike and holds onto his Onslaught to Shadows for the team fight. That's a flash Death Sentence. Connects onto Yellowstar. Followed through. Does get interrupted by the barrel roll. The support of Fnatic is down. But there's the Onslaught of Shadows. Huni is just tearing Unicorns apart. Trying to run forward. Now steal back. Can he play Janitor and clean house? That's the question. Vizichachi now from the backline. Unicorns are scattered and low. And it looks like Fnatic should be able to clean up. Body Slam goes out.
It's still alive!
He gets it! He gets the kill! The Unicorns of Love win the team fight 2v4, and Power of Evil stuns up Featherfit. Can he do more? He's got no mana. There's not much support. The Unicorns of Love turn the team fight around.
It's insane!
Better get a replay of that one.
I don't even know what's going on, how Unicorns can still be in this game. They just keep finding the right place. Fnatic, they were the ones diving on Kikis. Didn't kill him. The rest of Unicorns showed up. They were still fighting on the tower. Let's see the replay. So we missed the first start, but still, Kikis is just running around tanking off damage at this point here. Vardex was left untouched until now, and he's just cleaning up suddenly. And then
shield.
Turtle Shield, there's no damage from the Gragas. And in the end, double kill. That was 4 kills for the Unicorns of Love. Still only 400 gold behind.
Deficio, I've seen this before. In the quarterfinals, Gambit got themselves to a 10, 12, 13-minute lead. Made some tower dives that Unicorn said, yes, please. Give me them dives, give me them kills. And Unicorns grabbed control of the game. Fnatic have just done something so similar.
Yeah.
Evened up the gold, and they are gifting Unicorns pressure and presence in this game.
And the crazy thing is, if you saw what happened before the dive, it was Featherman showing up 2 levels above Vizichachi, jumped onto him and killed him. So basically, you don't even have to teamfight if you're Fnatic. You can just split push, because Chachi can't even duel Yellowstar. That's a lie, he can. It was a joke, but you can also just see Power of Evil die.
Power of Evil gets jumped on. Fnatic now get themselves a relatively easy kill. Death Charge goes out, they catch Hilisak. Culling is going to cull him down, but it's Huni that gets the last hit. Medusa Kick is now trying to defend the tower, but that's not going to be enough. Fnatic, with a decisive engage this time, will get themselves 2 kills in that tower. Medusa Kick is caught out, he will be dropping as well. Unicorns of Love are the ones making the mistakes. Yellowstar pulls himself halfway towards Vardags, and all of a sudden Fnatic say, we want this game, and they get that 3,000 gold lead back.
Yeah, finally it was Fnatic catching out the Unicorns here. Also fighting outside of a tower was the big deal, but the point before was simply that Fnatic had so many ways they could play. You could 1-3-1 it and just keep being a bully against Chachi because he couldn't duel anyone, and you would just always push down that lane, always have the pressure to push up all the lanes at once where they knew one of them couldn't be defended by the Aurelia. They decided to go for all the fights instead, which, as you said, Unicorns were obviously very happy about because it was on the towers very early on. That being said, you still have 4 kills on Huni. You just got a Trinity Force on Visichachi. So it's definitely still in favor of Fnatic, and we saw that last fight, what they can do once they're the ones catching out the Unicorns.
Big items picked up elsewhere. Frozen Heart for Kickers, Righteous Glory for Rainover, more engaged power. Actually, Righteous Glory on Yellowstar as well. All that global gold and kills, meaning there are so many tools. Huni unable to use that devastating charge to interrupt Visichachi.
Righteous Glory is such a good item. After the buff as well, it's made even better, and that was one of the reasons Nautilus as a support became so strong, because you go for that item. 650 HP, and also the speed up. Let's see here. Chachi is spotted by Huni. Can get a lantern if he wants it.
Tried jumping that one. Dragon secured. Kickers tried to get in. Does not steal it. Gets pulled back by the Dredge Line. He will go down. Tried to outsmite Fnatic and it did not work out. At 22 minutes, 3 dragons secured. Despite the swings back and forth, Fnatic are on course for a 5-dragon game.
Again,
unless Unicorns can turn this one around.
Yeah, not exactly the same kind of late game power for them away.
Teleport's just become available for Huni, and he recalled Official. I think we're about to see him jump into a fight. Let's see. There is a teleport coming out. He's coming down mid. Unicorns are split up. Vardags and the rest of Unicorns down. Devastating charge. He's running. He jumps in. He does get played backwards. We do see the dive forward. The onslaught of shadows. That's the first kill. That's the second kill. Power of Evil is in full retreat. He may need to flash the wall. Unicorns of Love had no business being there without their jungler, arguably main tank. They get punished for it, lose 2. Fnatic turn their attention to the Baron.
Unicorns can't really leave their own towers. Every time it's gone bad for Fnatic, it's been around the towers of Unicorns where they managed to punish them. Now they move out. Gonna see if they can stop this one. Harvey was dead. Chachi's gonna die.
Wow, that's going to be an easy one. Featherman is going to get shut down and replies. Visichachi gets the kill credit. Baron is going low. Less than half. Kickers and Visichachi trying to do what they can. There's a few low health bars as Kickers has got a lot. They immediately peel. That's a dead Visichachi. There's a lot of critical hits coming down into Kickers as they try to focus him out. Huni gets a summon, a heal from Steelback. That'll keep him alive just a few seconds longer. Fnatic have what is effectively a delayed ace. Cheers from Yellowstar's family. Baron not secure. Ooh. Well,
he's on his own. Okay,
that's not worth a whole lot, I'm afraid. Unicorns of Love, 5,000 gold down. They're 14 kills down, but they're not giving up without a fight.
No, that's very true, and they know they do still have some one-shot potential with the Syndra. The problem is whenever they're fighting away from their own base, Fnatic has all the map control in terms of warding and can get these TPs from Huni, can get the right engages, and then they are still that much stronger to just power through the Unicorns of Love. There's nothing really to protect Power of Evil here. Thresh is not going to do a whole lot against the Hecarim flying in and the Nautilus ulti. And he has no defensive items. That's going to be quite delayed.
Oh! You had to say it. You had to say it. Can't do anything, but he can steal blue buff.
It's the small things that count.
You can't predict that. You can't predict that.
No.
Fnatic still maintain control. They are 1-1 in the series. Victory here would put them one game away from Florida, from Tallahassee, from lifting that trophy and making the 4th LCS split victory for Fnatic out of 5. What a mind-boggling accomplishment for the organization and for the teams over the last 2.5 years.
No matter what happens today, though, then the Unicorns of Love can be very proud of what they've done in the first split in the LCS. This game, while it doesn't look good for them, they can still try and create some picks. That's what they're going for here on Rainover.
Here comes Huni. He does get stunned up. The Death Sentence, I believe it did connect. Unleashed Power still being held on there by Power of Evil. Fnatic are now split up. Febiven's looking for a target. He's managed to catch Bardax, and Rainover has managed to catch Power of Evil. Power of Evil does take down Huni after all the damage earlier on. Stunned faces from the audience as the fight continues to break out. 2 for 3 with the tanks of Fnatic are tearing through the Unicorns of Love. Vizichach is in full retreat in Kikis. I don't care how big your Bear Stance Turtle Shield is. It's not going to be enough. Dredge line backwards. This should be more kills. That's a stun from Equilibrium Strike. He does manage to survive. Now Chachi's the one that's in trouble. He's going to dash over to the Raptors. Raptors landing auto attacks after auto. It's a 3 for 3.
Stay alive.
I am proving wrong. As the Turtle Shield Bear Stance monster survives again.
Yeah, he does manage to stay alive. Let's see the fight. So Unicorns of Love saying we need to try and create some picks when Huni cannot get the right engage onto us. He drops really low in the start. Notice how Fibrin on the top of your screen is coming in while Steelback's down on the bottom. So they're onto the backline of Unicorns very, very early. Vardex goes down, Power Beaver will follow. And it's just about doing as much damage as possible before and see if your 2 tanks can then clean up. Nice little pick for Vizichach, and then Febiven jumping into melee range of an Aurelia and an Udyr. That's gonna cost you your life, and ends up being the 3 for 3. And we can really see how Unicorns as well are trying to itemize for like creating these quick picks and just not getting the big explosive 5-on-5 with the Huni TP, and they're gonna get for another one.
Yellowstar, the unleashed Power of Evil. Gets the burst damage down, and Unicorns find a pick. What can they do with it? They want Steelback. He does not have flash available. Starts to channel a culling. He's trying to look for Hillsang. The Death Sentence doesn't get it. It doesn't matter. These Unicorns of Love have found 2. They've got minions backing up behind them, and the Unicorns are now on the inner turret. They may be able to get this one. Huni's in the top lane, pushing. Unicorns of Love refuse to give up.
That's what you gotta admire. The crowd as well, cheering for the Unicorns of Love. They're gonna try and go for more. 5 seconds on Yellowstar. Top lane, Huni's recalling now. This tower should go down unless Fibman and Huni jumps in.
Well, we do see the home guards from Huni. Unicorns of Love.
He's gonna maybe try and TP.
There's blue pings onto Baron. Where do Fnatic want to go? Vision this game has been so much more effective for Fnatic. Every time you look at the minimap, it is just blue dots.
And look at the Unicorns. They're looking towards the dragon instead to try and stop the 5 dragons. Fnatic, they know this is gonna happen. There's a chance for it. They will even see the Unicorns of Love on it. 0 wards on this Baron. Do they smell it, and can they get there in time? 2 guys are stuck on the dragon for the Unicorns of Love.
Well, the dragon will delay that 5 dragon counter. There's a teleport coming out from Vizichach. Baron was hitting low. They have managed to force them away. Vizichach, will the barrel be used? Not even needed. Righteous glory. But I think so important. Baron stopped and Dragon secured. Unicorns 2 small victories in a game where they are scrapping for any opportunity possible.
But they keep looking for them. And even though they had a 0-4 top lane and they got towers in the early game, if they stop this dragon, or this Baron, sorry, it was successful for them. Here's a TP from Huni. It's gonna be tough. And Power of Evil is gonna die.
Oh, Power of Evil is obliterated! As Huni and Feathervin stack up for 2 more kills. Banshee's Bell is popped. Kickers could flash in for a steal. I don't think they'll let him go. Bardax is gonna get soloed up by Huni. Onslaught to Shadows to run him down. Devastating charge to keep close, and the Rampage secures the kill. Steelback actually flashed forward for that one. And Fnatic secure the first Baron of Game 3, with Death Timers still ticking away. They're hammering away on the inhibitor turrets.
We'll be able to get this one down as well for them. Don't really care about losing that dragon at this point for Fnatic. Base is now open for the Unicorns of Love. looking tricky. So despite all the effort for them, the builds that have come in here, I love the cooldown reduction from Thresh. We talk about that one after. First, well, I mean, there's been so many kills. You can see how Vizicachi's dead for now 20 seconds, and with Huni TP, Power Weaver staying around with no flash, there's not a whole lot he can do. He did steal a ban with a shockwave before. Not gonna happen this time. So like the build from Hylissang, he's aiming for a 30% cooldown reduction. So you got the cooldown reduction boots, you got Face of the Mountain, that's 10%, and 5% for masteries. And basically what you have is now your death sentence, the Q. Every time you connect it, it goes down with another 3 seconds. So the overall cooldown is 8.4. If you land it, it goes down to 5.4 seconds. So you can keep spamming out hooks and try and pull someone in that Power Weaver can then one-shot. And that's one of the ways Unicorns have tried to get back in the game, by getting as many options of connecting CC to create picks. And while they've gotten quite a lot, and they've done a great job at least staying somewhat relevant, Fnatic has still been in the lead ever since the first gank on Vizicachi in the top lane.
Definitely the case.
Now we're gonna get a base race.
Does look to be. Yellowstar actually cancelled that recall until a moment ago. Now Febiven's peeling away. Steelback is left alone to go for the bottom lane inhibitor. The Super's pouring through the middle lane. Keep that in mind. The rest of Fnatic now defending in the top lane. Steelback is going to go onto that inhibitor. Huni, he gets caught by that death sentence. Huni onslaughts away. He manages to stay alive, but look at Vardax. Febiven is just melting his HP. Vardax forced to use summon a heal to stay alive, and Reyno is looking for the kill credit. We do see Yellowstar going in. Auto attack, lands the anchor, and it's the Culling that picks up the kill. We did see Steelback backing away and joining this fight, of course, as Vizicachi now is going to get caught up by the Ardent Blaze. Reignover looking for more. They find themselves 3 kills. Huni
Super minions in the
even
base.
managed to survive. Minions on the bottom tower. There's no teleport for Huni, but look at the rest of the carries. They're pouring through the middle lane. Reignover's going to delay Hylissang, and you know what? Doesn't even matter. Vizicachi's going to be left alone. Hylissang should be shut down, and the rest of Fnatic, they're setting their sights on the Nexus.
We'll get a kill on Hylissang as well. Can Chachi defend on his own? Huni was taking the tower here.
Everybody's alive now, Deficio. Wow, 5 seconds, I should say.
Yeah, Fnatic at least got the inhibitor in the bottom lane. And then back away, and once again, try and play a little bit safe.
The burst damage from Febiven onto Vardax at the start of that fight, and the fact that Huni, he got caught by one of those death sentences you touched on, Deficio. It's just too little at the moment. Unicorns are unable to make those death sentences really count, and it's Fnatic that are in absolute control.
Should be looking to close this one out, but there's a lot of questions for Fnatic during this game here. I mean, with the start they got, and how Unicorns still managed to stay relevant, was honestly amazing from the Unicorns. And some misplays from Fnatic. I'm sure they're going to talk about them between the games here and be ready for game 4. What we have seen, though, from Fnatic is whenever they play these early comps...
they have got Febiven. The onslaught doesn't actually connect with anybody. Febiven does stay alive. It's the reactive play from Fnatic, but what did it cost? We saw Irelia, Siva burn their ulti, Steelback, Febiven, Reignover, and Huni. So, team fight advantage in favor of UOL in abilities, but item and gold in favor of Fnatic, and of course, supers in 2 lanes. I believe the Baron buff has in fact worn off. We do see Vizicachi's caught. Wow, only 2 of them. Chachi is just, I mean, he's got Stinger.
Yeah, it's not been his game.
It was taken
safe to
away
say.
from him. I think
It was.
fair.
He was camped very, very hard by Fnatic, who predicted the movement from Kikis, the level 2 gank and everything, and then simply just turned it around against Chachi. And they're really shown whenever they have a comp that can make plays early and mid game, they can really snowball against the Unicorns of Love.
A lot of praise to Reignover. He read Kikis so well. Summon Kikis has not adapted his Udyr strategy. Fnatic onto the last remaining inhibitor turret. It is now down. Vardax has rejoined his team, and with the support of Vardax, Fnatic opt to play safe and in fact back away. Dragon is spawning in 2 seconds. That might be the objective.
They're gonna have Huni TP in. I think it's just him recalling on his own. There are some wards in the base. He's on his way now.
Well, there's the rest of Fnatic. They're now moving back into the base. Huni's coming from behind. You did see that TP in defensive onslaught of Shadows, in fact, as he throws it backwards. Power of Evil up in the top lane is getting culled away by Steelback. We did see Featherman use the Hourglass to stay alive. Steelback flashes forward. He's got the triple. Now looking for more. In his sight, he's going to make it back onto the lasers. Hooli is going to get dropped down. Steelback tries to chase further, not going to be able to secure it. Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turrets. This will be the game. And Fnatic put themselves 2-1 up. Championship point in the spring split. Not over just yet as a few more minions pour through. Steelback gets another kill. It will not be, as it is in fact Reignover that secures the ace. Fnatic 2-1 in the spring.
And then once we got these big team fights out in the open, they were way, way stronger and could always dive onto Power
And you have to talk about that Udyr again. You know, Unicorns are a team that innovate. They do new things. They change up. The moment Udyr was locked in, you instantly went Flash, Base Lab, level 2, red buff gank. Kikis did it. He was read like a book, and Reignover just punished over and over and over.
Yeah.
They cannot afford
Udyr's
to
too
give...
weak early game to fight.
You cannot afford to give up Hecarim and then just do the same strat you've done every single time and allow yourself to be countered. So, Unicorns of Love learn a tough lesson. They are now 1 game away from placing second in the spring split. To break down that third game, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Well, time will tell if the lesson will indeed be learned or if they will make the same mistakes. I'd like to throw you guys something that I heard that casters talk about, being Fnatic. They had a huge lead and still Unicorns of Love managed to scrape back. They're going to have to think about that. How much of that do you think is true, knowing that Fnatic had such a big lead they were able to build up in the beginning? Won't that be enough to give them enough confidence going into the last game?
It should give them enough confidence. Like, Unicorns of Love had a plan. They left Hecarim open, and when you leave Hecarim against Huni open, you know he's going to pick Hecarim. So they wanted that Irelia against Hecarim in the top lane, and their plan was to go that same cheese, what they always do with the Udyr. Do red buff first, gank the lane on the red buff side, which is the top lane in that situation. But Fnatic actually watched the replay, so they saw that coming and they counterplayed it perfectly. They were there, they counterplayed it, and Gragas was able to take over the top lane like no one else could. The 4th kill, a solo kill. At that point, Irelia was pretty much out of the game.
Yeah, that Udyr level 2 cheese, you can't keep using it. Cheese has an expiration date. Like, I was actually expecting them to use the Udyr flash in mid lane because you don't actually have to secure the kill. What you can do is just get the Ahri to blow her flash, and that gives Power of Evil an easier lane for him to compete with. Because Power of Evil, like we said before at the beginning of the show, he is the focal point of their team. When he's having a good game, they tend to win. When he's having a bad game, they tend to lose. So if you get that Summoner trade-off, the jungler for the enemy mid lane, it's going to be an easier game for Power of Evil and an easier game for your team to win.
Exactly, but that's the risk you're trying to take if you play carry top laners. The current meta allows carry top laners. That allows the Vladimir, it allows the Hecarim, it allows the Irelia. If you take that risk to take a carry top laner on such a vulnerable lane like the top lane, you have to just see the ganks coming, and you have to see the Fnatic if a smart enough team to see it coming.
Yeah, but Vizicachi didn't, and it was just, he could do nothing on that Irelia. Carry top laner, we'll talk about the carry mid laners. Febiven on Ahri, fantastic. Why do you think Power of Evil went to his beloved precious Syndra when we have evaluated that it is his style to now go for those late game scaling champions, and he making it work? The Varus works, the Kog'Maw works, the Orianna even works. So why do you think it is that they made this decision in this case?
It's just a comfort champion for him. Even though Syndra may not be meta for most of the teams that play in this league, it's a champion that he plays at a well enough level that works for them. And plus, Unicorns of Love, when we were doing research on them in the quarterfinals, they had 3 win conditions, and one of those win conditions was Power of Evil setting up pickoffs for his team. And the Syndra combo that applies the stun to the enemies is another one of those moves that can apply the stuns to allow the team to follow up, allow them to pressure the map. So even though it may not be meta right now, it's still a comfort pick for him, and I think it's a fine pick.
Absolutely. The composition itself made sense, and the Syndra pick into it made sense as well. The long range stun, you can take out choke points with your CC. It makes sense. And one thing that you also have to keep in mind, if you put Power of Evil on Syndra, it becomes meta. Like, that guy is so good on the champion, he can pick it whatever they do. Riot can't nerf it enough for Power of Evil to not pick up the... to not let Power of Evil be good on their champion. So it made sense to me. They last picked it. It was perfectly fine. But the snowball from top lane was just too much for them.
Don't mention Nerf and there's Aurelia in the game, Dentist. How dare you? Looking ahead now, so do Unicorns of Love. By all reasons of logic, they're going to go crazy in the next game. They're going to pull it back. But, well, they did manage to get a little bit of that magic going because somehow, some way, they do know how to push a lane up when you think that there's no chance at all. They do manage to almost get a dragon. The question is, will it be enough completely in the zone?
Well, that totally depends on the Unicorns of Love. Like, if Fnatic keeps their mentality up like they did and they just play their game down like they did the last 2 games, then I see not a real chance for the Unicorns of Love to come back. My heart still says that the Unicorns are going to make it and they are able to pull out something new for them and throw Fnatic over and take the game. So we have another 5-game series, which would be amazing. But if you just look at the stats and you just look at what they did in the last 2 games, you have to give it to Fnatic here.
Yeah, and when your backs are up against the wall like UOL is, this is your last opportunity to bring something out that you practice. Speaking to them before, they said they had the cheese ready. Was it only Varus or was it something else? So I'm really excited to go into this next draft and see on the brink of elimination what Unicorns of Love are going to pull out.
All right, then let's put our mouths where our money is. Or is it the other way around? Who knows?
Money where our mouth is.
Money where our mouth is.
Put it anywhere, I don't care.
Anyway, but what I was trying to get at is let's try and predict something and another about going into the next game, what you can see out of picks and bans. As said, trying to take Rek'Sai away from Reignover and then give him in Gragas, who we know is great in anyone's hand, and especially in Reignover, is not really the way to go.
I didn't see Rek'Sai as that much of a problem. Of course, he's an early game jungler, he's able to apply a lot of pressures in the lane, and Reignover is a player who can play this champion to its exceeds. But to be fair, Reignover is a perfect jungler. Like, he can pick up Gragas, he can pick up Sejuani. He has so many picks that he can fall back to that one Rek'Sai ban won't do that much. So I like to see just all junglers open and put something against it.
Yeah, Fnatic doesn't need to really change anything. As far as the UOL side goes, I'm expecting them to pull out a cheese strategy, or at least a cheese champion. So the bans I would want to see are the champions in either the mid lane or the jungle that counteract whatever cheese they want to do. What those champions are, I have no idea. I have no idea what they're going to play. But I expect targeted bans towards that strategy.
Yeah, well, we'll see. They have some time to discuss, and the pressure is on because Fnatic is on championship point, just 1 game away from reclaiming their spot as the kings of Europe. Is this where they take it all, or can the Unicorns of Love come back to force a Game 5? Stay with us and find out.
What a difference it's going to make. Remember, there's no flash and Visage Fnatic, the Unicorns of Love. We just heard Kick is talking about Huni and his ability to impact the game.
Let's not give him Hecarim
After
again.
he was given Hecarim and just rampaged across UOL.
I think we're going to see Unicorns of Love go back to the standard bans for them in the first 2 games. LeBlanc, Zed taken away, then Hecarim as well. Unless they want to first pick it. Visichachi does play Hecarim top lane, and he's pretty good at it. So it could be a first pick for them. Because Fnatic will obviously not think about banning it, as they want to try and secure it on the blue side, purple side.
We did not see Power of Evil Syndra really get going at all.
True.
Not the same sort of lane control that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
We also, again, did not see Hylissang on Thresh really living up. Again, it's a little unfair because the team fell behind, as we touched on in the previous pick and ban. This time around, blue side for Unicorns of Love. If they go back, what do they prioritize as first pick?
Well, what we got to look at here, and what Fnatic has done in the last 2 games, is always draft a lot of engage early on. So that tells Unicorns of Love you cannot run your immobile mid laners that focus on poking, because we can always force team fights on you. It was the Rumble, Twisted Fate, and Nautilus combination in game 2. Now Hecarim first pick in this one in the last game. So they always make sure they get enough engage to stop that poke from coming in. And without that, Unicorns don't really seem to have anything ready, unless they're going to pull out something completely different now, because it's a must-win game. And for a team who's known for pulling out different picks, this is the time to do it if you want to surprise Fnatic.
1 game potentially away from Fnatic being crowned the Spring Split champion, from getting themselves 90 championship points towards Worlds and booking a ticket to Florida to do battle at MSI. The first team on stage was Unicorns of Love. The crowd was cheering. They came back after the break and they sat down. We need to see what they decide to lock in. We heard from the previous game, they adapt. Their adaptation from game 2 to game 3 failed. And I wonder what kind of damage that's going to do to their mindset.
So now that you know Fnatic is running these comps that has enough engage that you can't pull off your siege strategy, honestly, I would first pick the Hecarim. I would ban Zed LeBlanc, and then I would consider, okay, is that jungle ban we have to get rid of? Is it a Gragas maybe, or do we want to continue banning Rek'Sai just to do it? Sivir could be another ban. It's been very good in the hands of Fnatic whenever they played it, and then you first pick that Hecarim. So you now run this style of very hard engage in the mid game, and you try and simply play Fnatic's game and you try and match it, and not be in that situation where you rely on getting to a certain point in the game before you can really fight. So that could be an adaptation for them. But it really depends on what the team want to pull up, because we can never really predict the Unicorns of Love and their pick and ban strategies.
Well, we are about to find out. You can see Summoner's trophy here for the Spring Split.
So
Listening, and it's going to go back
Not
to the
gonna be the
original
first
plan.
pick.
No changes here for Fnatic. And first pick
Okay.
Sivir. So again, it was one of the options you touched on,
Yeah.
Officio. Where did Fnatic go from here?
Well, Thresh, if they want to secure that one, even though they were happy giving it over to the Unicorns of Love, that was when they could get Sivir and Nautilus as a combo from Fnatic's side. Otherwise, I mean, you got the Rumble open in the top lane for Huni, so you can still run this backline snipe with Nautilus, Rumble. Together, Twisted Fate is there. I mean, there's a lot of options for Fnatic. It's not a massive problem, but I do think it's a very good first pick for Unicorns of Love, as Sivir has been so good at forcing these fights, and also kiting back, honestly, if that's the comp you're trying to build. But Fnatic needs to make sure they have enough tools to dive that backline of Unicorns of Love. Otherwise, we're going to see the virus coming in once again, potentially.
10 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic hovering over a champion that was banned all throughout the semi-finals. Freddy has run that Smite teleport Shyvana top. And I'm not entirely sold, but we'll see whether or not Huni can do better with Shyvana than he did with Lee Sin. There is some of the engage, disengage tools from the Gragas, and the ability to dive the backline from Shyvana.
Sure, but not the same kind. And if Hylissang plays Janna, this is the time to pull it out, and then you can run your poke composition, because Shyvana, the way she has to engage is from the flank, jumping with her ulti. That's very predictable. And as a Janna, when you pop your Monsoon, you throw that Shyvana away and you start kiting her around, and she never really does a whole lot in those fights. It's going to be more about the Gragas than with his ulti. Land that one correctly. So if Unicorns does play Janna, this will be one of the time to do it. Unless they want to run an all-in composition themselves, then you can still go back to that Thresh. You can go for Leona, which has been a pick for Hylissang as well during the split. And maybe an Assassin once again in the mid lane for Power of Evil.
I think it's so important that you do talk about Hillisang on that support. He's the only member of Unicorns of Love that you can say has a smaller champion pool. Everybody else has consistently shown new picks. We will see Sejuani for the first time this series.
Gonna be an all-in comp.
Pickus in the jungle, Maokai up top. With Morgana banned away, it opens up that very, very point-and-click, easy engage. Who do they round out their team comp with as far as supports go on Unicorns? Because Fnatic could run Janna themselves.
They could run Janna now that they see what Unicorns are building with so much engage, and you can start playing around Shyvana being so good in split push. She's a bit of a counter pick when it comes to winning the one-on-one against Maokai in that sense. So if you run a lot of disengage on your side, you set up that 1-3-1 and you just let Huni go crazy with the Cinderhawk and just let him do all the work. And that's exactly what Fnatic decides to do if they lock in this Janna. And then you have that fast pushing ability of the Jinx, which means whenever Unicorns have to send 2 guys to try and stop the Shyvana, Jinx will get time to hit a tower and just melt it in a matter of seconds. So Fnatic really building a comp here that's relying on Shyvana getting ahead, and also the assassin pick we expect in the mid lane from Febiven to be able to sit in the other side lane. And then you have Gragas, Jinx, Janna together. That's so much disengage for an immobile AD carry and so much pressure on a tower. Unicorns of Love need something here that can battle Febiven in the side lanes, or they need enough engage to just always force fights and never allow Fnatic to 1-3-1. That can be another tool for them. They have already the options with Sejuani, with Maokai, with Sivir here. They just need damage, honestly, at this point to be able to just pop the likes of a Jinx and force Fnatic back from the 1-3-1s.
We'll find out if Unicorns do lock in that damage source. Steelback, the only hyper carry he has played has been Jinx. This will be the second time this year. Yellow Star's got a fantastic win-loss on Janna. 5 wins, 1 loss. And we'll see whether or not he can continue to disengage against the Unicorns of Love. We had anticipated and theory crafted what Hillisang would lock in. He's going to stick with Thresh. He needs to make those death sentences count. Unicorns, a lot of engage. They do have some scaling in Orianna and some decent mid-game with the Sivir, Maokai, Sejuani. They've got a jack-of-all-trades team composition. They can pick, they can team fight, they can wave clear.
The only thing they can't do is stop a split pusher. Maokai is not going to do anything against Shyvana. Orianna is not going to move to a side lane either and sit and fight against whatever assassin we assume is coming from Febiven. So Fnatic don't really care too much as long as they can avoid Unicorns engaging, but that's going to be the big deal because in a straight-up 5-on-5 team fight, Unicorns of Love are looking very, very strong. They got great scaling with double tank. Orianna in the late game, even Sivir has good damage in the later stages of the game. So they are drafted a very good 5-on-5 comp. It's gonna need time to scale at first, and then it's gonna rely on Fnatic not starting applying pressure on the side lanes.
Last few seconds on the clock, and Febiven will once again run the Kassadin. It did not result in a victory in the very first game of this series, but Fnatic too have a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, and also good team fight from them. Their themes built on Kassadin makes him very, very strong once it's completed in the fights, especially if you start poking down targets. You can almost count it as a reset for Kassadin by getting a kill on assist with getting mana back. Same goes for the Jinx, getting proc her passive. So for Fnatic here, if they manage to kite back at first when the main engage comes from the Unicorns of Love, we're talking 5-on-5 here, and then just slowly poke them down and see one quick kill, you reset both the AD carry and the Kassadin. And that's where they simply start chasing against the Unicorns and you won't be able to escape. So it's going to be very important the first engage coming in from the Unicorns of Love, that it counts, and that also this Shyvana doesn't get to just run amok in the one-on-one situation and take over your jungle, which is what she can do if she's left on her own.
Well, Huni has to do with Shyvana what he was unable to do with Lee Sin. The other person that really tried that Shyvana top was Freddy from SK, and he was knocked out yesterday. Lost within the semi-finals. I'm still not entirely sold, but we'll need to see if it works out. I know Dentist touched on the analyst desk yesterday as well. The impact of that challenging smite is so seldom seen. These are your team comps for potentially the last time in the European Spring Split Finals from Madrid, Spain. The Unicorns of Love have their backs against the wall. We will see if they can contain Fnatic's very, very scary scaling team composition.
Both teams really looking for the late game Just a few more options for Fnatic in the way they can play out this game, with the likes of Shyvana top and a skirmisher Saber, Kassadin as well in a one-on-one. Once he gets going, it can be very difficult to deal with. So Fnatic definitely has a few more options, but Unicorns of Love, it's very simple. It's 5-on-5 team fighting. It's gonna be about putting pressure on towers because there's a very low amount of wave clear from Fnatic. Static Shift comes in from the Jinx, and that's gonna be the main thing, honestly. And her rockets, the Kassadin, it's just not reliable enough when you have to sit close in melee range to clear out these minions with your force pulls. So that's where Unicorns of Love does have an edge. And if the early game does go in their favor, they can really take advantage of it. They like to use Vardax as one of these fast pushers on Sivir. So once he takes his own bottom lane tower, they quickly rotate him to the top or mid lane and go for another one. They don't just leave him in a lane to sit and farm. They use him to get a global goal, a global advantage.
We'll find out if they can get those advantages to Fischer. We do see Vizicachi starting out with that traditional sapling start near the Razorbeak camp. And I know it's very early in the game, but I do want to remind everybody, Power of Evil's Orianna is the reason Unicorns of Love are in the finals. In Game 5 against SK, he stole that Baron with a well-timed shockwave. And he will need to replicate that level of performance.
Not sure if they saw Huni at all. Then now Hylissang is spotting them, seeing they were trying to steal a blue buff, and they're gonna match the swap here from Fnatic and get the 2v2 lane. Huni still does not want to let this blue buff go. He has Smite, remember. And with Yellowstone there, he should. Oh, it just reset.
That reset continues to reset. There's an example of that soft leash cap. 5 times you can pull it out before it decides to go back.
That's enough.
Chill. Now keep in mind, when Huni was playing Lee Sin, he had a number of very good early game starts. This time around it's been thwarted.
Yeah, this is a very bad thing for him because we saw the Maokai do the Raptor cam and get level 2, so Huni's gonna teleport down, being a level behind and not gain any advantage from the early game.
And on top of that, we're gonna see Kikis move over to his blue buff, considering he's got his duo up top. Should be able to secure that one as well.
Yeah,
so
just
Kikis,
a standard route for him.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. We'll see how well Huni can bring himself back in. Look at that bottom lane. 12-0 and the level advantage. Huni gonna have a difficult time against an opponent who's 2 lanes above.
I'll have to wait for the minions to hit his tower before he gets anything at all. Reignover has done a very good job with his early ganks, even on the likes of a Gragas, who of course has so much CC. Now, he's gonna force at least a flash up here, that everything goes correctly.
Kikis is gonna be late to this one. Reignover is low, but it doesn't matter. Hylissang is gonna be forced to flash in a moment. 100 hit points as he goes back. Now Kikis has joined the fight. Bardax at a lot of HP. Kikis flash for flash. Trades with Steelback and Summoner spells blown. It is a jungle plus support from UOL and a jungle plus AD carry from Fnatic. We'll see whether or not Steelback can be punished for not having that utility or that mobility summoner spell.
Yeah, definitely hurt Steelback quite a lot. And also because he took at least a little bit of damage from this trade. The wave was already pushing down to his tower. He is slightly behind in CS, which honestly is standard for the Fnatic dual lane, but so is it for Vardax. It's 2 of the dual lanes who's not been doing well in terms of farming, if we look at the other games they've played in the ULCS. But they've always showed up, especially the AD carries, when it comes to team fights and cleaning house. That's really where they have shined, both of them.
They have, and Steelback is improved in the playoffs thanks to the fact that Huni's struggled with all those bans in the semi-final. But something I touched on in PTL is the fact that Steelback and Vardax were 9th and 10th in the LCS for damage dealt for your respective team. These are 2 guys that are oftentimes carried through the early stages of the game by their supports. And then as you've rightly touched on, and as we've said many, many times all split, it is their teamfight positioning that allows them to play the janitor role. Cleaning house from whatever mess their solo laners and junglers seem to have created.
Yeah, let's look at the rest of the map here. Power of Evil had to not go for his Chalice, no real surprise for him, and he's not really able to get much of a CS late against the Kassadin with Flask and 3 potions. It's just going to be a bit of a farm fest, but where you know that Kassadin is going to sit under his own towers. He doesn't really have any pressure on any lanes, but with double Cinderhold jungler, that doesn't do a whole lot for them, and Unicorns can't really take too much advantage of it. Therefore, we have some sort of a passive farming early game, where it's about the junglers, where they decide to gank. Second one for Reignover's in the bottom lane.
I really like that play. Huni stepping on the sapling, make sure Reignover can get in safe, but I don't know if Chachi's going to push up far enough. Body slam, I don't think it connected with Chachi. Hit the melee minions, and Chachi's going to be able to back away. And healing from his passive, healing him up. Flay lands on the death sentence. The Flay pulls him back, the death sentence does not connect. Vardax will take a couple auto attacks from Steelback, and at the end of the day, the trade seems to be relatively even. Yellow Star's running low on mana.
Yeah, but you also have to look at what they have left here. Potion is still there for Vardax. So he can keep taking some trades with the Jinx, and even though he maybe slightly loses it, he has the potion then to get HP back, and that's going to force Steelback back to his. What they're trying to do is get him to back before he has a BF sword, and that worked, because he's recalling now.
Look at this could be 2-on-1. Febiven does have Riftwalk though, and Flash. Being able to take some damage. Power Weaver holding on to the Shockwave. That looks like he manages to kill that Razorbeak. This Kickus is going to clear out the ward, thanks to the buff.
Very good advantage though for Unicorns of Love in that 2v2 lane, because now they have enough gold on Vardax to get that BF sword to just a pickaxe from Steelback. So once they go back to the 2v2 lane, once they see them on the bottom side, they're gonna go down and meet them. They can push that one in. And as we talked about, Unicorns of Love like to use Vardax once he gets an early tower to quickly rotate in between the lanes and just keep pushing them in. Kassadin does not have any way of defending his tower against 3 guys. So if Unicorns of Love put a lot of focus on the bottom side where they will be stronger due to this BF sword on Vardax, they can get down that tower and then get to the mid lane, and that's how they want to create the lead, which they so desperately, or not desperately, honestly, they have a good comp, which they want.
They want. Actually, you know what? I think it's fair to say desperate because they're one game away from being eliminated from the playoffs. But I do want to just highlight again, Hylissang landing that death sentence before Reignover came in to gank. How impactful that has been. Even in the 3v2, you know, summoner spells were blown. But Steelback and Yellowstar unable to get that early kill. Hylissang has bought time for Vardax to farm himself up to now the AD damage advantage. Huni with an aggressive invade. He's going to smite away that wolf camp, something that you can do and consistently we'll see him doing.
Yeah.
That top lane Shyvana.
He's also expecting Kickus to be on the bottom side of the map with that dual lane. Also has so many early wards, so they have some pretty good information on the jungler. Also smiting the wolves gives them that extra vision in the jungle against the Unicorns of Love. He's still behind in CS. This is all from level 1, where he was denied that blue buff, TP down as level 1, and already fallen like 6 or 7 CS behind. Some of them were the small raptors for Vizichachi. And now Vardax and Hylissang, as expected, already pushing in. Get some damage on this tower every single time. What Hylissang can do then, just position himself slightly behind Vardax, and in case a gank happens, you can always lantern him and just pull him to safety. And then you can get a few hits every time. And here's Kickus as well.
We did see Yellow Star just dodge that death sentence, sidestep away. Kickus with the Glacial Prison, looking to set something up. Walk straight over Fnatic ward though, so yes, they've cleared the second bush, but Fnatic well aware of his position. Look at Huni getting bullied away by Vizichachi. Level advantage, farm advantage, all that HP on mana. Febiven, very good trade in the middle lane in fact. Putting some damage into Power People's Orianna.
One of the problems for this top lane Shyvana is you need to get your Skirmisher Saber, you need to get that Cinder Hulk before you really can take advantage of your Smite. So in the early trades, it's been so heavily in favor of Vizichachi, and he's using it, forcing a TP. So if Dragon gets started by the Unicorns of Love, they have everything needed to secure it. Potential TP, stronger AD carry, and the bottom lane consistently being pushed in. They're starting it here. Fnatic goes down to contest it, they will end up dying, or at least be forced to flash away. They should be able to stop them, and Unicorns will get it.
Definitely prefer. Oh, the Shockwave connects onto Febiven, but that magic shield blocks so much of it. Dragon number 1 secured by Unicorns of Love. Vizichachi jumped on the Huni in the top lane. Dragon's Descent available, but not needed. Huni did pick up that Cinder Hulk on his last back, so he's in a good position. Quickly take a look at Power of Evil. He gets caught out by Reignover. Reignover's got the explosive cask available, and here comes Febiven. This is going to be first blood. Febiven secures it with the Null Spear. Then they turn their attention to Kickus. We do see the body slam. Hylissang's coming into support. Glacial Prison connects with 2. The Death Sentence connects on Febiven. The Yellow Star flashes over the wall, throws up the Tornado to keep them alive. Here comes Chachi. He's looking for a target. He's found it. Now we can turn to Reignover. Does not manage to connect with the Arcane Smash, but Kickus, can he ride that Poro in? Chachi's going to decide to back away, and I think that was wise. Unicorns of Love, even the first blood with a kill of their own, One to Cassidy, one to Maokai.
Yeah, one to Cassidy is important. Look at Chachi here, not going back to defend his top lane tower. Wanted to force this bottom lane so they can now take Vardax to the mid lane instead. See if they can get another tower. What Fnatic can do as a response is you put the Cassidy on the bottom side then to just sit and try and farm, and you take Steelback and Yellowstar in the mid lane to try and hold them off in the 2v2. If they don't do that, Unicorns should be able to secure another tower fairly easily in that mid lane. First step is going back and then defending the wave coming into a tier 1 bottom though from Unicorns.
See if they can follow that step-by-step process. But for Unicorns, good start. Despite giving up first blood, they thwarted Huni's invade. They did well in the 2v2. We still yet to see Vardax backing. Despite him securing that bottom lane tower, we do see Reignover hovering around. And Hylissang roaming to that middle lane, anticipating some potential aggression. We've also not seen Steelback back for a while. So we'll need to see how the itemization difference plays out.
He's just waiting for that BF sword. So you kind of have to put you in such an annoying situation if you go back the first time without 1550. You simply just get forced to play so much more passive and sit back. Chachi here, he might get collapsed on. A lot of members from Fnatic coming in as he's trying to clear that buff. Notice how everyone from the Unicorns is around the mid lane. Steelback isn't here. He's the only one who's going to offer any decent sort of wave there together with the Gragas. Reignover is now in position to let the barrel sit for a while to get proper damage. But
well, this looks like it should be an uncontested tower to officiate.
yeah.
Although Fnatic, they are relatively close by. His descent is available. Where's the cast from Reignover?
Gotta kill that tower.
Death Sentence connects. Tower does go down. Huni does not actually get caught by the flame. Looking for the shockwave. That's a prison into shockwave. 3 members of Fnatic lose their HP bars. We do see Huni being chased down. Their command protect onto Kikis as Unicorns of Love are chasing them. Super Mega Death Rocket is not enough. And Fnatic lose 3 members as Unicorns get a tower in the kills.
And Sheepy as a coach can be so happy. Unicorns of Love did everything right here. They followed the plan. Take bot tower. Then we go mid versus the Cassidy. We took that tower and got the perfect fight right after. Notice how they're still focusing it even though Fnatic is jumping in. So to take it down. Now it's an even fight. Shyvana, Salty doesn't manage to hit anything. And 3 guys together. Kikis gets them. Power of Evil gets them. And now it's in the favor of Unicorns. Also here with 5 members way before Steelback even joined. And that was just perfect, and that's how you get a goal lead. When your AD carry gets a better back timing than the other ones, and you're against the likes of a Cassidy.
What a fantastic fight for the Unicorns of Love. 3-0-1, Righteous Glory completed for Vizicachi. He can single out anybody that he wants. And Fnatic are now the ones down on gold. Fnatic is now the team that has to pull this game back. For Unicorns, they do have an outer turret to set their sights on in the top lane. Unicorns rather, Timo wanted to say, as you can see Hylissang and Vardax positioning up top.
That also stops Huni from invading into the jungle, taking some of these camps. So once all outer turrets are gone, that's where Shyvana can struggle, because if you push her into her own tier 2 tower, and you start warding off the enemy jungle, she never gets the option to counter jungle, and you can keep her in check. And she needs a lot of time with the Cinderhawk to scale up and become really, really powerful. And she has sort of a weird scaling because her damage right now is fine, but then her damage late game goes down quite a lot, but she becomes really, really tanky. She just struggles when it comes to getting into the fights then, unless she gets the right flank, because you can always see her, you know she's going to ulti in towards you. You can even flay her back with Hylissang if you times it correctly.
They want Febervin. That's 3 members of Unicorns of Love.
He jumped right. No, he didn't.
Glory is available. It's only rank 1 on that Rift Walk. It's still 5 or 6 seconds. Cooldown. He does manage to make his way out. Unicorns of Love unable to find the target. They do get that top tower as Vardax is left uncontested. And look at the numbers. Unicorns now moving on to the inner turret. Steelback is 1.5 years away. He's not going to be in place to defend.
They're going to go for another one. There's no response. The jungle has just been warded off. The Shyvana's been pushed back. And Fnatic are trying their best to hold the tower. They will defend it for now. If the Unicorns stay around, they can just follow in with the next wave, because Steelback is still quite far away from this bottom lane. Chachi is going back to catch it. He has teleport ready. Worst case, always have to respect the Jinx if he gets onto that tower.
So no mistakes from Unicorns. They do not dive. They do not misplay the siege. And when Fnatic were able to defend the inner turret, defensive peel away. Unicorns are 4K gold up at 15 minutes. Infinity Edge finished for Vardags. Athenes and Sork Shoes for Power of Evil. Febiven still stacking that Rod of Ages. Only had it for a couple minutes. And we'll need to see how long it'll take Febiven to become relevant in this game.
A long time.
As well as that Shyvana, again, a top lane Smite champion in the EU LCS. The early game was thwarted, and as you've touched on in terms of tankiness and damage, and we'll need to see who he throws that challenging Smite onto. I just don't like it, Deficio.
I can hear that. I can hear that. Well, he's starting to get some good trades with Chachi. He does have that percent damage and the challenging Smite with the true damage as well for himself. So that's good. That's what they can play around still from Fnatic's side. They just gotta worry about the other lanes, because look at the Unicorns here. By leaving Chachi on his own, if they want to send 2 or 3 guys to kill him from Fnatic, well, they open up either mid or bottom lane. And that's gonna go down because there are 4 guys here. No wave clear yet, no static shift. Steelback needs quite a lot of time before he can take down the waves with the rockets. And Unicorns love always looking to just chip away on these towers. Huni will get a top tower. That's good for Fnatic.
Still sticking around bottom. Vizichachi's got teleports available. He's going to start using it onto the siege minion.
Whoa,
now
Rainover.
Trying to defend this tower. Rainover gets a little bit caught out. That's a flash death sentence that does not connect. Flay pulls Rainover back. Look at Febiven. Shockwave does not manage to get anywhere. The Glacial Prison does. We do see Vizichachi going forward. The Vengeful Maelstrom does get a good pop onto people. The Power of Evil's low on mana. Keep your eyes on Vardags. He's got a lot of damage and a lot of HP. He manages to get the first kill onto Febiven. Now landing auto attack after auto attack. The half dragon Wyvern Huni is trying to run down Unicorns.
Another one!
That's another one. It's Power of Evil. Gets the mana back thanks to the Athena Holy Grail. Kickers flashes forward, and thanks to the attack and dissonance, it's Power of Evil that gets the 8th kill of the game for the Unicorns of Love. And with 4 members down, they set the sights on the inhibitor turret.
We could see what Fnatic tried to do here. They wanted the TP from Shyvana behind and then start a fight under the tower. But it was just Rainover on his own, and the Unicorns of Love, after failing to get a kill at first, they just kite back, and Hylissang with the hooks. Notice the way he catches Febiven first, and then the Gragas later. So look at this here. Rainover, he's going to try and fight on the tower because they know Huni's going to TP in. He's going back to base at first, so it's a little bit too early for Fnatic, and they take a lot of damage for it. Here's the TP behind. If you look at your minimap, near the blue buff, Shockwave missed completely from Power of Evil, and now Unicorns realize, okay, we have to suddenly start kiting back. We have to respect the Shyvana, who's been diving our backline. Look at Hylissang, catches Febiven. That's kill number 1. And Vardags keep jumping around. Shyvana can't really get onto him. The rest of Fnatic can't do anything either. Second hook from Hylissang coming in after the kill onto Huni. He even pulls a Grump. That's swag if you get Grump and a Gragas. Look at that Grump running around.
Oh my word, Deficio used the word swag. Unicorns of Love are infecting even mild-mannered Deficio. 8-1, 7,000 gold.
My jacket is too big anyway, I gotta say something.
4 towers to 1. And the Unicorns, they want to make it 5 games. They still need to close it out. They still need to push through to the Nexus. But if they do, it will be semi-finals, 3rd place, and finals, all going to 5.
They're gonna set up a trap. Febiven and Huni together in a tree, fighting. Can they get him down?
Well, Vengeful Maelstrom is ticking away. Vizichachi does not have flash, and
it's a no. And now your mid lane is in trouble because 4 guys from the Unicorns are once again pushing. They're so happy just leaving Vizichachi as bait and being like, you just sit there in the side lane, and if they come and kill you, well, we instantly respond by pushing. Febiven is gonna see if he can come in from the side. No TP for Huni, no ulti either.
got Boots, he's running quite quickly.
It is enough though to force them away.
I'll take a look. Vizichachi continues to push down that bottom lane. The rest of Fnatic have defended their inner turrets. We've just crossed 20 minutes. For the 4th time today, the control has swung. Hylissang, swing and a miss. He's unable to find Rainover.
That's the joy when you build cooldown reduction in Thresh. Doesn't matter if you miss 10, they're up again in just a matter of a few seconds. For him now, he's just hit the 30% cooldown reduction. So 8.4 seconds cooldown on his Q. If he lands it, it goes down to another 3 seconds. So you can spam that away, and whenever you connect it, you can make sure the Unicorns will try and follow up and at least get some poke down with it.
Well, we will find out. Look at Kikis. He's looking for a Glacial Prison. If anyone from Fnatic groups up, he's jumped onto Rainover. Explosive Cask has been used to push Unicorns away. Huni does not have Dragon's Ascent yet. We do see Vardex melting his HP. The Shockwave pulls Huni and Yellow Star as it's Huni that gets dropped. Unicorns stun up Steelback. Where's the death sentence? Will Hylissang be able to connect? He's looking to wind it up. He throws it and the answer will be no, as the Unicorns of Love will take the inner turret. Deficio, no team in the European LCS has bounced back from a 5,000 gold deficit at 20 minutes, and Fnatic were 7,000 gold down at 20 minutes. Unicorns, they're onto the inhibitor turrets.
I just love the way they played around Vardex on this Sivir. Chachi even teleported down, sacrificing his own top tower just to get the bottom lane so they could start moving between the lanes. Get full control, get the goal lead, get the item advantage. And we have seen one missed shockwave from Power Fuel, the rest has been spot on. 5 kills for him. Kick is on this Sejuani as well. This is a pick he could have taken so many times where he went either for jungle Gnar or Udyr in the last game where Sejuani would have fit in so well. I didn't even think he was playing it. And now he pulls it out. 9 assists out of 10 kills. Landed multiple ultis. I'm a fan of the Sejuani.
Especially when Kikis is landing such great Glacial Prisons. Unicorns of Love, super minions at 20 minutes. Steelback has got no attack speed increase, no critical hit. It is going to take so long for Fnatic members to deal with those supers in the middle lane. It should allow Unicorns to have the pick of the litter of whatever objective they want to set their sights on. And we'll see what they decide. For the time being, it looks to be Dragon, and I think that's a smart call.
Take a Dragon first, and then you want that last outer turret in the top lane, and you also want the Baron pressure for them. So the goal should now be to take over that topside jungle, push in the last tier 2, and also tell Fnatic that if you can't see us for a while, expect us to be on that Baron, and you have to come and face check us, as we've seen time and time again. And you just throw that ulti from Kikis, and you start a fight on Fnatic. So by them moving up here, they have to go into the jungle. See what other wards they have. I would have liked a ping or 2 more from Unicorns of Love. They have to go for it. Trevor, kiss me. Alright, back to the game.
Oh. It's not that kissing you makes me laugh that much. It's just I really did not expect that, Deficio.
Everyone watching, he did do it. He did do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell we have some NBA fans and NFL fans in the production team because that's the kiss cam on most American sports shows. We now have it in Madrid, Spain for the LCS Spring Split Finals. Unicorns gonna start knocking on the inner turret in the top lane. I'm sorry, I don't know how to follow that Deficio. Oh, right, let's get serious. Unicorns have got numbers in the top. That was an explosive cast used from Rainover. Everybody sidestepped it. Featherman eats a hook from Hylissang. That's going to reset the cooldown. Riftwalk goes in, but Chachi catches Featherman. Shockwave goes up, pulling Huni backward. This could be the game-winning fight. Death Sentence doesn't connect, but it doesn't need to. The Unicorns are going to peel backwards, look for the turret. Super minions pouring through on the middle lane. Once that gets to the Nexus, keep in mind, Unicorns can start taking down any other objective. Steelback throws up a death rocket, and he snipes down Vardex. That is the turret killing machine down. Good positioning from Steelback to get himself some kills on the board. We do see the Unicorns now peeling. Explosive cast not there, but Vizichachi goes for a long-range twisted advance. Vizichachi now being hammered on from Steelback, but there's not a lot of damage. He's relying on an Avarice Blade and an Infinity Edge only. Despite losing Vardex, Unicorns get the turrets, and they start to knock down the next piece of Fnatic's base.
We just have to say it, flawless game from the Unicorns of Love. And they did the same against SK Gaming. In game 1 and game 3 was near perfect for them. I believe even won the games. They didn't even give a single kill to SK Gaming. So when this team gets a good start, they really seem to know, okay, where do we move next? How do we take advantage of this situation? This game, they showed it perfectly. And Fnatic, after having their Hecarim game in game 3, after running with so much hard engage beforehand, they changed it up with the Shyvana pick top lane. It was very clear what the strategy was. They wanted the option of either 1-3-1 with Shyvana top lane or also just have a strong late game team fight. They just never got there because of a disadvantage, first of all, in the bottom lane. Honestly, also for Huni, with not getting that blue buff. So side lanes fell behind. Kassadin could only sit in his lane and farm and not really do anything. It's just a matter of time before he was going to be the next target. And then Unicorns just outplayed Fnatic in team fights.
Well, they'll have more outplay potential as Vizicachi's got teleport available and he's pushing down the bottom lane. We touched on how Maokai's not going to be able to deal with a split push threat from Fnatic. But Maokai is the split push threat.
I mean, when you're thinking all ahead, you don't really care about that one. Fnatic tried to kill him a few times, but every time they did, Unicorns were just in position to get a tower somewhere, and it backfired completely. Now, they're gonna
here comes
go for the
Raynova.
flank.
That was a well-timed teleport as Vizicachi has managed to get in. We do see both Vardags and Power of Evil focusing down the inhibitor. Dragon's Descent is available, but On the Hunt gets thrown out. The Righteous Glory as well. Unicorns of Love have done enough to push Fnatic away from the objective. And I think they got what they wanted. Super Minions now pushing up top lane and outside of the Sivir ultimate. They still have a lot to work with. Glacial Prism from Kikis. Where will it go? Huni, a defensive run. Featherbit and Huni both get caught out. Sapling lands for touchdown. Yellowstar with a super early monsoon. We do see the shockwave connecting onto Raynova, but you know what? When you get him down, you can get another inhibitor. Unicorns of Love are pushing another playoff best of 5 to the 5th game. We have never had playoffs this exciting. And there is no way to predict what these teams will do in another 5th game deciding match.
It's just a perfect story here. Unicorns and Fnatic against each other in Madrid in front of so many people.
Again! Vizicachi catches Featherbin out. He goes down once more. Power of Evil and the Unicorns of Love will drop the fan favorite Huni. Take down their 3rd inhibitor. And set their sights onto the Nexus turrets. 0-0-15. James Bond 007 ain't half as good as Hylissang. And the Unicorns of Love take us to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. The European LCS Spring Split is going the distance.
Have to suddenly pull out a Teemo.
Do you think they will?
It doesn't have to be that crazy. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it's Unicorns of Love. But you have shown in a standard setup, no jungle Gnar when Sejuani is open, and you play like this if your kick is. Aim for that kind of comp. You don't have to surprise because you are a great, great team playing normal as well.
Near flawless execution from Unicorns of Love in game 4. Their backs against the wall, a loss. We've got them 2nd place, but now Unicorns and Fnatic. One more match to figure out who will be crowned the Spring Split champion. We're going to find out from our analysts what they thought of game 4 and pulling it all the way to the end.
I thought you were going to say we're going to find out for an analyst who's going to win. Who knows? But you know what? We had expected it. We should have expected it. A game 5 in this series. And I like to go on what the Fisio said. You don't have to pick anything out of the ordinary when you can pick something that makes such great team fights and you play them so perfectly.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Unicorns did. They pulled out the greatest cheese that they could have possibly pulled out. To quote a very famous StarCraft caster, sometimes if you go the standard way, that's the greatest cheese. So no one expected the Unicorns to go standard. They picked it. They picked meta champions. They picked a composition that made just sense for our own team fight, objective control. They played it out perfect. Nothing at all. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just standard picks, standard performance, and they beat Fnatic. It was just
Standard
incredible.
game 5.
Yeah, and they worked really well together. Like, they played it really well as a team. I was keeping track of the kill participation. The last team fight, I wasn't able to check out the numbers, but for almost the entire game, it was 90% plus for the entire team. Everyone was contributing to all of the kills. There was no standout individual performance. It was just Unicorns of Love stepping up and playing great. They moved around the map well. They gave very little to Fnatic. They had very few kills at the end of the game, and it was just amazing.
Yeah, you do mention it was an individual skill that mattered, but I feel like if you're going to pick a comp where you have to hit those team fights perfectly, you do have a lot of trust in yourself and your individual capabilities, especially going into a game where you could possibly be eliminated from the playoffs.
Especially after the games they had before.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3, they were, for the Unicorns, horrible. They tried some stuff out, something that they tried before, and it failed. So the mentality that they go into this game has to be, oh guys, if we lose this game, we're out, the season is over. What do we do now? And then you have to have the nerves to pull out the standard composition and win the whole thing. Vivichachi is a player I want to point out especially. He played Irelia, he got camped like crazy. He fell out 0-5, 0-6, gave up like 10 kills in that game. And now he pulls off a perfect Maokai performance just out of nowhere. You have to have those nerves to play a 5-game series.
Yeah, and in the elimination game, like you were saying, some coaches and some players like to suggest that when your backs are against the wall, you play something that's hard to mess up. They played Sejuani, Orianna, Thresh. Very skill shot dependent. You're in that high pressure moment, and they were hitting everything. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, just ask Smithy. You can miss those Sejuani ults, but Kiki's didn't. Let's pull a replay up on the screen where, as you said, they just made everything happen and they did it perfectly. And when you have a combo like that, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, so they're in here on the mid siege on the first tier tower, and they're grouped up, and Fnatic is not in the right position. So if we can run this replay here, they're just trying to break down this tower. They're pushing up to make sure they can get to the zone, and Gregas has no E, he has no more mobility left. They land the hook, kite back on Huni, and here comes the Glacial Prison into the Shockwave. Just so beautiful, does so much damage, locks up the team with the CC. They have no time to respond, and Fnatic just has to get out of here. But it's going to be too late. The run down onto Huni, and just the teamwork and everything that UOL is doing here is just so good. I just love watching this.
Oh, it's a sight for sore eyes on that hit.
Yeah, up until this point, the game was totally open, and then they suddenly decided to siege the mid lane turret. And if I, as a coach, had to paint a mid lane siege with that composition, that's how it looked like.
Exactly
It was
like
just
that.
exactly.
Yeah. It was beautiful indeed, and Power of Evil now on the Orianna, something again that was a little bit more scaling. You wanted to extend on that a little bit because he hit a lot of shockwaves this time around, and it was really nice to see.
He missed like 1 out of 15 or something. That was just an amazing. I didn't count either. It was just like a close to perfect performance on that Orianna. And that's one thing that we really have to point out. Power of Evil is a known assassin player. He's known for playing Syndra. He's known for playing LeBlanc. He's known for playing Ahri.
Not lately, though.
Not lately, though, and that's the point I want to point out here. Because suddenly you have to think about the possibility to ban out those late-game damage control champions for him. He's not only banned on the Syndra, but now you have to take into consideration if you ban the Orianna or the Kog'Maw, something that we haven't seen today and he can pull out any day.
Yeah, he has shown the flexibility going on throughout the playoffs and towards the later end of the season that he's able to play the champions that his team asks him to play. And he is an experienced Orianna player. He has many games of solo queue played in Orianna, and it shows. He's able to bring Orianna into his team play, into the LCS finals, and put on an amazing performance.
Yeah, and you should usually argue when you know that the player has such a big champion pool, it's not worth banning out. Fnatic's kicking with their same 3 bans, Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie throughout the entire series. Do you need an adaptation from them there, or is that not working?
Absolutely. Like the top lane smite Shyvana was something that hasn't worked out. I believe that Huni is not the player to pull out that composition. It has to work. Like I said it in the semifinals, they have to have some scrim results where it worked out perfectly for them, so they still stick to it. But in this case, it just didn't work. He got bullied around by a Maokai in lane, and that's something that should not happen in this situation if you want to make an impact on the game. And once they were grouped up, Shyvana had no impact on the teamfight as well, because he was just ulting into a shockwave, and that's something that you don't want to do, no matter what you do. The Hecarim works for him, the Rumble works for him.
That was open here.
The Vladimir works for him.
Yep.
Why do you pick the Shyvana top lane with this smite tactic? I don't see the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, I want to see him return to more of those styles of champions. That fits Huni's play style a bit better. And yeah, if I think maybe Fnatic looking at the next game, I think they should move away from the Shyvana.
We'll see what they decide to go with, giving Huni the pointers to maybe go on that Vlad, go on Hecarim. Let's kind of look to a couple of other lanes, because we talk so much about Power of Evil and Huni in the top lane, and Reignover as a jungler. He is so central to that, but here he wasn't able to put it down. I do feel like he could still be the absolute key in the next game, get those pressure down on the right lanes, because that's also what got them rolling before.
Reignover was the key element of the Fnatic wins in game 2 and 3. He was the one putting on that early pressure and just controlling the vision control, controlling the pace of the game, setting up his lanes and bringing them ahead, which ultimately led to the Fnatic team winning those team fights. In this game, he wasn't able to have such a big impact, because you have those lanes who are fairly hard to gank. So if you pick a Maokai top lane with a Shyvana, you have no follow-up CC in the lane itself, so you can't gank it that easy. He tried to gank a couple of times and Maokai just walked out. That's something maybe you have to adapt. Like maybe try to focus the mid lane, maybe try to focus the bot lane, make some bot lane.
Febiven, last week's MVP, try and get him ahead maybe.
Yeah, and the jungler is generally the one that influences the most in the early game. It's your jungler that's going to put you ahead. Usually your jungler also going to, or the enemy jungler is going to put your team behind as well. And even though Reignover is known as a strong carry early game jungler, he just wasn't able to make it connect this game. And when they moved into the mid game or the early mid game, it was the teamwork out of UOL that was able to surpass the teamwork of Fnatic.
Yeah, just too crisp of a team play out of UOL, but Fnatic not out of this one yet by any means. I'm not going to ask you to predict anything. We're just going to see. It's all coming down to game 5 to decide who walks away as the spring split champion. Don't touch
12 weeks of games have taken us down to one last battle between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love. The winner will be crowned the Spring Split champion.
Yeah, I still can't believe we're saying Unicorns of Love in the final, and now Game 5 potentially going to MSI. The last game, perfect. Like, there's nothing else to say for Unicorns of Love. They knew everything they had to do. Fnatic got so punished for picking that Kassadin with no wave there, no pressure in that mid lane, and Unicorns just showed what to do against it. Question is now, what do Fnatic ban? Do they stick to the same Cassiopeia, Morgana, and Annie, and then try and first pick maybe the Thresh away from Hylissang? Or will Sivir be the first pick? Because that pick, it just snowballs the whole game if you have a slow scaling like Kassadin.
Well, I think we're about to find out as we will get into picks and bans shortly. The one thing I also want to highlight, I'm going to just rag on it again, 14 games, we've seen a Smite teleport top laner. Of those 14 games, 9 of them have been losses. It's a 36% win ratio.
Yeah.
I am still not convinced. There is so much importance in getting ahead early on that summoner spell choice and champion choice. It simply doesn't work out. Again,
Yeah.
I think Unicorns of Love responded well to the Shyvana.
Sure.
I mean, they played around it. Let's keep that in mind. But I still think, give Huni Rumble. It was available.
Yeah.
Go with that comp.
If I'm Fnatic, I first pick the Sivir. I give Hylissang his Thresh, even though he was great on it in the last game. And I run a composition that can dive that backline from the Unicorns of Love, dive onto Power of Evil and Vardak. So you run Sivir as a first pick. You take that Rumble in the last rotation for yourself as well. Gragas and Sejuani, one of them will be open for your jungle pickup. For Reignover, if you want more CC and more setup that way, Gragas Rumble doesn't really fit too well together though, so you would most likely aim for the Sejuani.
Yeah.
But there are so many options for Fnatic if they want a comp that can kill Power of Evil and Vardax, who are the main carries. If you look at the setups from Unicorns of Love, it's very often tank top lane, tanky jungler in some sort of way, unless it's a Shaco.
Yeah.
And then you have the 2 carries in Power of Evil and Vardax.
We will find out as we load up into picks and bans for the very last time in the European Spring Split. Please remember that TSM versus Cloud9 will follow
Sivir
our
coming
best
good.
of 5 into Fischio. The question you had, will the bans change? The answer is no, but Sivir first pick for Fnatic.
Yeah, so they don't mind giving Hylissang his Thresh because Sivir has been so important between these two teams here. I was just looking at them when they walked back on stage. Both teams smiling, laughing, having a bit of fun. Despite having to play the Game 5 now of the EU LCS finals, nobody seemed nervous. They all seem very cool. And therefore, I'm not expecting any nerves, honestly, going into this game. I think both teams are now settled on the stage, gotten used to the crowd. Let's see who's the best.
Glad you think so, because I'm still getting used to this crowd. They have been phenomenal all weekend long, and both series going to 5, both semi-final series going to 5. We have been so fortunate with our Spring Split playoffs. The first 2 lock-ins, there's engaged, there's disengaged, there's a beefy front line. It is the ingredients of success the Unicorns have run before.
It is the start of a poke composition with the way Unicorns normally draft, with the Braum now as disengage for them. But that's most likely what Fnatic wants them to play. Sejuani is open now for Reignover. If you go Sejuani, Sivir, and then you can pick Nautilus even as a support, you have so much dive on the Unicorns of Love. And we know they like to pick the slow scaling mid laners in that comp. Sivir is gonna stop that from happening and just force fights on you. I would have gone Sejuani Nautilus here if I'm Fnatic. Could also just take early Rumble for that. I was expecting that to come later, honestly. Don't think they had to show it already.
They have Reignover, as well as Huni. You just saw their faces on camera.
But this is what we talked about with the Rumble. Don't play this Shyvana top when all you want to do is kill Power of Evil and Vardax. This does give Sejuani for the Unicorns of Love. And Rumble Gragas, it is somewhat of a weird combo. One missed ulti from Reignover can honestly move people out of the equalizer from Febiven. But I guess maybe they were afraid of Unicorns taking it and just packing like full disengage. New AD carry for Vardax, he realizes, okay, if I play Jinx, I'm gonna melt in every fight. I have to take something with mobility, something that can peel for itself. That's gonna be the illusion here for him. But Unicorn's such a beefy setup.
We need to see how they round out their team composition. Power of Evil once again, last pick We'll see what he decides to run in that middle lane. Fnatic have got 20 seconds left to round out their team composition.
That works too.
All sorts of engage and damage. Yellowstar going back to, honestly, his first signature champion.
Yeah.
When he transitioned to support, he was a few years ago. Oh, a few seconds, swapping it out. It wasn't Nautilus you expected earlier.
Yeah.
It will fulfill a similar sort of role.
Close to calling it. Close. They just swapped it around a little bit and took Gragas over the Sejuani. If Unicorns log in Orianna, it is very, very safe. It's very late game focused from them. Long, drawn out team fights where you kite, you dodge the all in from Fnatic. The problem is it takes such a long time to scale.
Except it doesn't when the game 4 happens and they get 3-man Glacial Prisons at 15 minutes.
True, but that was against a Kassadin in the mid lane. It's a lot easier to push against him and fight against him than compared to an Ahri, compared to a Rumble. Look at the scaling between Shyvana top and Rumble. You spike so much earlier with the early magic penetration. Fnatic are looking to fight against the Unicorns a lot and say, if you want to go full late game, we're going to make sure you never reach it. This is going to be SK versus Unicorns again as a game 5. SK with the early game, the one they want to snowball. Unicorns with the late game scaling. They want to hold off, they want to try and trade towers for dragons, get the gold needed, and then pull off a shockwave here and there. Maybe get a pentakill as well, because why not? We're going to game 5 anyway. And you owe me a kiss.
We'll have to hold off on that one as we do see the trophy one last time. Daylor and Sheepy leaving the stage as their teams will do battle. Again, for the very last time on Summoner's Rift in the Spring Split, the winner, 90 championship points, is one step closer to Worlds, and they will represent Europe on the international stage at the mid-season invitational. You have one last chance to jump on Twitter. Tell us who you think will win. The crowd on your screen right now has believed in the Unicorns of Love all day long. You at home screaming their name as well. Fnatic are looking to make it 4. Unicorns looking to prevent that.
Look at the start here from Huni. 1st armor and 5 potions. That's very standard if you want a lane swap on it. So Fnatic potentially setting up for that. And then I would assume they're going for a fast push to try and end the laning phase as early as possible and not allow Unicorns to sit back with some defensive wards and just farm it for 15-20 minutes. We're gonna have to see what they do. Otherwise the cloth armor is not gonna do a whole lot against the Maokai. That would have been a Ruby Crystal if you were aiming for the one-on-one setup for Huni. Placing that deep ward here to see, no, just placing Yellowstar. He has no ward. So
well, we did say there's nothing he can't do. He wants to be a ward. Hell, he can be a ward. We do see that Huni continues to sit up in that top lane, and Vardags and Hylissang are in fact the duo lane that's swapping away. So Fnatic reading the situation well.
Yeah, exactly. This Fnatic just expecting or predicting the swap from Unicorns of Love, and will have that cloth armor 5 potion Rumble to sit and be a whole lot beefier. And also what you can do now, because you got so much sustain with the potions, you can be pretty greedy walking in trying to get a last hit, make sure you're always in XP range, and then you got the 5 potions and a teleport to keep yourself healthy. Maokai won't have the same luxury in the bottom lane. He's obviously going to do the camp and get the level 2. Huni's just going to help Rain over.
I sincerely hope you guys at home can hear that. It's 5,000 people chanting Huni's name. I'm fortunate enough to be able to see his face from where I'm standing, and it is as cold as ice. You can see it on the player cam, bottom left. The only focus is on the prize, is on the title. And we'll see who comes out ahead in this lane swap. Early ward here from Hylissang. We'll move into the jungle. Blue buff was secured by Rainover already. We do see Hylissang is going to
might be caught out.
Stun up Huni in a second.
Here's
this
Chachi.
is a teleport from Vizichachi. He's going to go very aggressive at level 2. That's a flash away from Huni. Sapling goes out. He's not going to be able to get the stun again. Ignite is ticking. 100 hit points. That's it. And Hylissang's going to tank it up. Unicorns of Love with a massive play to secure first blood. But keep in mind, Chachi did not get an assist.
No, and he's not going to get any farm or anything on the bottom lane. Yellowstar And Steelbike can now push it in. You see them already grouping up the minions, just making sure they can deny everything from Chachi. Not sure how Huni was caught out in the river instead of just walking through the lane to his own tower after spotting the two guys on top. But all these minions are gonna die. And there's nothing Chachi can do about it. He's gonna try and see if he can go for another kill on Huni. As in to say, if I'm not getting farm, you're not getting farm either.
Wow, there's no flash available for Huni, so if he puts himself in a dangerous position, possibility is there. The duo of Lucian and Braum almost guaranteed to get those stuns. Thanks to Hylissang's passive, those concussive blows, but Huni is not going to get close enough to get caught out, I believe. You can see Yellow Star's coming up to respond. Will they get the tower? Let's keep an eye on that HP. Down to about a third. The minions are slowly being killed away. I think Huni should be able to get some flame spitter damage and clear them out before the tower's secured.
Super good response from Fnatic. Defending the tower, and Chachi still sitting there, gaining absolutely nothing. He has to recall and walk all the way back to the bottom lane if he wants any farm. And really, even if the lane swap ends early, I think that's what Fnatic wants anyway. So by them fast pushing the bottom lane and Unicorns fast pushing top, it's okay for Fnatic, because they don't want Unicorns to sit back and farm for 15 minutes. They want to force fights. You have an RF, you have the pick potential, you got the Rumble, you got the Sivir. I mean, you got so many ways of starting fights, and you have so many strong early to mid-game champions. Sejuani, the only one getting farm on the bottom side, forcing a flash as well.
Jungler's
Power Evo.
Very impactful thus far.
And you saw how safe that gank was, because they knew Kikis was sitting bot lane to take the wave. So they could go for that gank in mid lane and not have to fear for anything. They can even take a second one. Kikis gonna try his luck on the bottom side though. Will be spotted.
Wow, that flash body slam wasn't able to connect with Power of Evil.
That was a little bit. He didn't time the minion waves either from Reignover. There's no way for Fitman to charm him because the minions were walking in front of Power of Evil as well. So just a wasted flash from Reignover. The only downside for Fnatic now is the fact that Huni died, gave over first blood, and the lead to Unicorns of Love. And also, one more thing's happening. Chachi been able to get down and get his one-on-one lane. Sivir is only one level ahead of him, so he can't really slow him too much. So Unicorns responding as well, and now finally getting farm on the top laner.
Unicorn's going to clear out that ward. Vizichachi with flash available. Bebevin not yet level 6. Getting close, and he will get spotted out. So that roam from the Unicorns of Love does not pay off. We're 6 minutes on the clock with Steel back in the bottom lane, and the fact that Fnatic, once they get access to the ultimates, should be a very scary early to mid-game team fight. You have to feel they're going to set their sights on Dragon.
Yeah, look what Unicorns are doing though to try and stop that from happening. First blood went over to Vardax, so he recalls very early on because he has enough for the BF sword. By him recalling, you force Steelbike to do the same. If Steelbike stays in the lane and try and push it into the tower over and over, he comes back, or well, he meets Vardax in the lane with a Doran's Blade against the BF sword. That's not a fair trade. So by him recalling and going bottom lane, Steelbike had to do the same, could only pick up a pickaxe because he didn't get the first block gold. So that's a very smart move from Unicorns to now get the 2v2 control exactly like they did in the last game. And this should also make it harder for Fnatic to set up that Dragon, at least just uncontested, because the Lucian will be able to trade so effectively with a Sivir.
Well, we'll find out if Unicorns can set it up. Before that can happen, though, Kikis is going to move his way to Huni. Remember, Huni's got no flash. Vizichachi does. Is he going to root him? He flashes into place. The flash comes forward from Kikis in reply. Huni's in trouble. The sapling's going to slow him. Huni's got 300 hit points, 100 hit points. He should be going down. He does start to overheat. His Kikis is going to be getting the kill. Flail of the Northern Wind spinning. 0-2-0. And it was Vizichachi that was camped earlier that allowed Fnatic to win. Now Unicorns are getting revenge by camping Huni.
Yeah, and you can do this when you know your other lanes are doing just fine. Farmfest in the mid lane, an advantage for you on the bottom side, so you can go for these ganks against the Rumble with no flash, no wards either from Huni being placed. Very good start for Unicorns of Love. Chachi, the man who was denied at first, turned it around, decided, you know what? Huni's not going to get any farm either. And by them just almost trading even by not getting anything, Unicorns have managed to turn it into their favor with this AD carry back in the first spot. So smart of them to swap the lanes around now.
I'm still waiting to see how this Dragon battle turns out, Deficio. It is the deciding game, and Fnatic do have the slight edge. They've secured 9 dragons this series, whereas Unicorns of Love have secured 7. The thing is, it's always been the team that's in control that has dictated who's getting those dragons, and we'll see whether or not that early BF Sword on Vardags will be enough to overcome what will eventually be the on-the-hunt equalizer empowered team fights from Fnatic. Like clockwork, they're setting it up.
Talked about the dragon. What the Unicorns of Love is doing is just pushing one lane, the bottom lane here, try and keep them on the tower, and then they started. Fnatic can react to this one. Problem is, Rainover is out of mana and on the red buff. Hadn't been ready for it, at least. They could have collapsed 4 members and taken the fight. This does mean Unicorn secured, and I'm even lying to you because I didn't see the TP disadvantage for Huni.
Just TP
so no matter what, Unicorns would secure that dragon, and just really, really smart play. Good setup early on.
That all came from that early back from Vardags and Hylissang.
It did indeed, Trevor. We have to see with the Rumble.
Febiven wants blood.
He wants the Raptor.
He just wants the Raptor. He wants Raptor blood. There we go.
Yeah.
Rumble in the middle ground.
Rumble is one of those champions, though. Even if you do shut him down, he needs so little gold to be efficient or effective with the horning guys, and basically just upgrade your boots and you're good to go in a fight. So it's not like Huni's out of the game. It's just been a good way of creating a lead for Unicorns and try and dodge around these mid-game dragons, because what could have happened was Fnatic would just play standard, get that dragon because they were so much stronger early on, and then go towards the 5 before Unicorns could react in time and force them into these bad trades. Getting that first one stops that, or at least delays it for a long, long time.
Wow, take a look at the items, Deficio. We're approaching 10 minutes and Steelback after swapping to that bottom lane. He's picked up 2 long swords very early on. We do see a needlessly large rod for Febiven in that middle lane as he eats a shockwave but lands a charm. They're trading ignites. Actually, no, it is just Febiven that eats an ignite. Now Kickis, Glacial Prison is available. He throws it down. Rainover is in range. There goes the equalizer. That's a good one. Kickis is in trouble. Challenging Spite. The barrel's going to knock him against the wall. And Fnatic will get their first kill of the fight. It is Rainover that secures a kill credit. Kickis and Chachi, they don't have the most damage. I think we're hoping to find a lone Huni.
We did see the power, at least, of the Rumble and some of the early damage that Gragas can provide despite being a center hold tank. The early game is not terrible for him. Nice setup and nice counter game. Meanwhile, that bot tower as well, because Vardags went for Dragon and then back to base. It was open. It was obviously very low from before in the 2v1 lane swap. But man, Steelback is going to be delayed in terms of his builds. That Infinity Edge is so delayed. He might just try and go for Brutalizer, farm up for BF Sword then, and aim for Ghostblade as the second item, which definitely is not what he prefers to do. He's one of those AD carries who always aim to get Phantom Dancer over Static Shift as well, and just have as much single target damage as possible in these team fights. That is going to be very, very delayed.
We also see Febiven opting to go for that Luden's Echo first item. He really wants to put Fnatic on his back and find those solo kills. Febiven has just been such a breakout player for Fnatic all year long. He's had a brilliant impact regardless of the champion he's playing, whether it's Assassin or Mage, and he just seems to have such a good impact on the game. You could argue probably more consistent than Power of Evil, but equally as important for his team.
I agree in that one, but if you do look at playoffs, I will have to give credit to Power of Evil as well for being on his game, honestly. There's been very, very few games in the playoffs where we said, oh, Power Wheel, he's underperforming here. I definitely do agree in the regular split, however. He had his bad games, and that was where Unicorns of Love seemed to always rely on him doing well. It's been different in the playoffs. There's been more players stepping up as carries than just Power of Evil, even though he's been the shining star on the team. Like Hylissang, just to name one of them. His plays.
Glacial Prison. Will it connect? The answer will be Xmithy. Sorry, no. Febiven able to Spirit Rush away. He actually goes aggressive. Hylissang jumps in, unable to get that Winter's Bite down. Febiven still got that charge of Spirit Rush. Let's be honest, Febiven dodged it.
Yeah.
Not Kickis missed it.
Good reaction time on the ulti. I'm not sure if he spotted Kickis coming out from it, but at least he saw the ulti fly in the air. Jumps away, didn't want to take any chances. No dragon is alive, so they're just trying to contest some of the early vision here. With no bot lane tower for Unicorns of Love, you always have to expect that the enemy AD carry want to go to your mid lane and start pushing it in. Orianna is one of those champions who can hold it for a long, long time though. So Unicorns does have some freedom in that regard compared to, let's say, Kassadin from the last game of Fnatic where you just left completely useless defending.
So even on gold, Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. Take a look at the itemization for Steelback. He actually went for that BF sword. Deficio did not complete the Brutalizer. Was able to farm up enough.
Yeah. So this, like when it comes to AD carry builds, it's so much about how much gold do you have when you back. Like how do you time your backs? With him at least getting enough for BF sword, he obviously says, okay, I don't need a Brutalizer now. I'll get the item I was aiming for in the first place. So good save for Steelback. Important that they've gotten a tower for him and quite some farm.
Chachi's in trouble. Chachi's been bullied around by Huni this entire time they've been top. It hasn't affected his CS yet, but every time we look top, Chachi is just trying to farm up from underneath his own tower. Huni is relentless at pushing those minions in.
Looking for the dive. Ulti is ready for Huni. They see the Unicorns and Love guys on the bottom side. Might just say, let's save the ulti and everything for the Dragon and take that fight, which should be in our favor if we look at the comms. And that seems to be the strategy. No reason to take the chance, go for that dive, invest everything. Instead, roam down, be ready to contest the vision, because Unicorns have gone here first, set up a few good wards. They don't really have a whole lot of pick potential on their side. Kikis, though, he's just charging in.
He has found Steelback in Yellowstar. Kikis has got Glacial Prison available. He's going to lock them both up. Look at the backline. Febovitz creating a ruckus. Teleport from Vizicachi comes down. Yellowstar does get dropped by Vizicachi's vengeful Maelstrom. Now Fardax and Power of Evil on the right side of an equalizer. Shockwave gets the carries as Fardax secures his first kill. Now we see Hillisang trying to get away. Fardax in full retreat. He throws out the Light Slinger. Auto attacks going out. Fardax is dropped. It's Steelback that gets the kill. He was shut down earlier, and Hillisang throws up that unbreakable shield. Febovitz looking for more. He's going to get the spirit boost from that Orb of Deception. Lands the charm, and Fnatic gets 4 kills on the board for what I believe was the cost of 2.
Yeah, Unicorns here, they were trying to create a pick before Fnatic would set up a team fight. They went into the jungle at first and it looked okay with Kikis, but notice behind here, Power of Evil gets jumped by Febovitz, so he's not there with the rest of his team. Fardax joins him, and now it's just a Fnatic show. It's a good shockwave from Power of Evil, but he goes down, and Unicorns and Love are not able to escape. Fnatic gets a lot of kills for this one, and that was exactly why they didn't dive to top lane, because they wanted that team fight.
Well played by Fnatic. Dragon
might get another
still
one.
Not secured. They do get the hook onto Vizicachi. He throws down the Maelstrom. Rainover throws his body slam in. There's no Glacial Prison from Kikis, so he's unable to do anything more. What other ultimates are available? The Fisher not there either. It's all going to be on the Shockwave, and Unicorns of Love. They got the first Dragon. They're going to give this one up after they lost their primary tank. Fnatic arrest control in the deciding battle, securing their first Dragon of Game 5.
That last little fight here, Unicorns of Love should have accepted that Dragon was gone and just take the top tower instead. The tower is very low, they had minions already pushing in. What you need to do when you have the scale and comp and you're not in a good position to fight is you just give up those dragons, because you got the first one. You know there's a high chance of Fnatic killing you if you go in there, and you just take a tower on the other side of the map, because you benefit so much from the gold. That's why they're called late game carries, because they need the gold to be very effective. So for Unicorns here, by going down and taking another one, they didn't really gain any advantage, and also lost the dragon. So that was a misplay from them. And Fnatic using it to get the goal lead. Kikis will find Yellowstar again. And obviously this top tower is still very low if Unicorns does decide to group on it.
I think a little bit of praise to Kikis for that one. His counter ganks in game 3 of the series were actually he was counter ganked excessively, and he's not necessarily been in place to respond to as many ganks. I think this has been a story of junglers finding weaknesses in their opponent's map play. Unicorns, they find themselves a small amount of gold down as we approach 20 minutes. For Fnatic, you have to wonder, is it enough of a lead considering how good Orianna, Maokai, and Sejuani will continue to grow? Something you always talk about, Deficio. If you fall a little bit behind in that Maokai, you sit on the catalyst and just go tanky items.
Yeah, it's not your job to start fights. You are more reacting to whatever the other team is doing, and you're mainly focusing on kiting back anyway. So just skipping the Righteous Glory for a moment and get some tanky stats can be very, very good for you to at least tank something for your team. Huni has gone straight Hourglass. He must have had the goal for it when he went back. No magic penetration yet, despite being against the Maokai in lane and also the 2 tanks, or 3 tanks even with the Braum from the Unicorns of Love. It's obviously going to come in next. Does make him a bit safer, but the penetration is so important for Rumble in the early game. And while Fnatic, 2k gold ahead, you can say Unicorns, it's not looking terrible in that sense. They can still sit back and farm up, and that's what they want to do. We have to remember the mid game is far from over. There's still a long time where Fnatic, composition-wise, will be stronger.
Fnatic are going to be able to defend this mid tower. Still 2 towers to 0 as Unicorns unable to push any of their respective lanes in. Get any sort of presence in that area. Steelback and Bardax both sitting with their Infinity Edges and with 3 kills and 2 assists as well as tower gold. Steelback is in fact ahead. However, it does look like he's going to be going towards that Ghost Blade. So that mid-game power of Sivir is going to get exemplified even more with the Ghost Blade.
Will be a lot weaker late though. So once again, it's about the mid-game for Fnatic. It's super annoying as an AD carry to pop your Ghost Blade and then see a Sejuani and a Maokai just fly in your face and be like, yeah, that's not going to do a whole lot.
Kikis will be looking to do that over and over. His ultimates in the previous game were absolutely fantastic. We do see that Haunting Guys completed now for Huni. 122 CS, he's up at opposite number 128. And the respective teams just settling into slightly extended laning phase. We did see Febiven pushing up the top lane, and Unicorns have been able to defend their middle outer turret.
Yeah.
But there's not really been like pressure or focus from Fnatic on that lane yet. Oh.
Win over.
Almost.
Well, what Fnatic is doing is just splitting out and making sure all the carries can get farmed. Rumble gets farmed bottom lane, Sivir gets farmed mid lane, and Ahri gets farmed top lane. There's no real reason for them to group just yet, but they're waiting for the dragon to spawn. Once it comes alive, expect Febiven to move down from the top lane, sit with his team to create a pick before dragon even spawns. With the early vision, they're most likely going to set up from Fnatic, because that's why you want Ahri with your team. She's so good at catching out targets who has to basically face check you, because they won't have the ward down. You're sitting on a ping, you charm, you just one-shot that one target with the rest of your team, and dragon is yours. So you can push out the top lane once more and then start roaming down. He's gotten the farm he needs. He's already gone back to his, I mean, look at his items. Large rods, second one for him with the loot and Zeko already completed. His damage is absolutely insane. So look at him here on the minimap. Gonna move all the way down, and then Fnatic can start creating some picks. Unicorns of Love have no business to do around that dragon. They should just step away, be happy with the farm they're gonna get in these side lanes. Meanwhile, Febiven might even wait a little bit. But if there's any chance of Unicorns fighting, he's gonna be there with his team.
We have to keep our eyes on that one. Bardax just shoves the wave into Huni's waiting hands. He's deciding to back and spend a little bit of gold, got himself around 400, should pick up a pair of boots. Some mobility in place if a fight were to break out. Does have teleport available, and for Unicorns, the Scuttle Crab is going to help them out. But look at Febiven's positioning. Fnatic know the timer is almost there, and Unicorns investing so much into vision.
Yeah.
To try to avoid that blind pick face check scenario.
I would really have preferred from Fnatic to go into that dragon a minute earlier. Timed your backs correctly so you didn't have to recall 30 seconds before it even spawns, and you would be the one sitting with these wards here and the pick potential of the Ahri. Now you might have to take a straight on 5-on-5 team fight. You are still very, very strong, but it makes it a little bit harder for you at least, instead of just creating that one easy pick, or even just force Unicorns completely away from the dragon in the first place, and you secure it. Febiven, we'll see that Unicorns are here, and now they're trying to contest for the wards.
Huni's pushing top lane. Teleport is available. There's a Chachi plus Bardax have rejoined the rest of their team. Power of Evil using that dissonance to get movement speed and try threaten Yellowstar's positioning. They've actually started the dragon.
So risky for Unicorns.
Let's look for the teleport. Where is it coming? Unicorns have decided to bail away. Teleport comes onto the middle lane for Huni, and Febiven continues to play the flank. Look for the ultimates.
Unicorns have to fight as a unit together, so if they get flanked, it's very easy for Fnatic to split them up and just single them out with the Ahri here. You gotta stay with your big tanks if you're the carries for Unicorns, and you cannot do that if you cannot protect your sides.
While Unicorns are investing into the dragon, Depth Charge catches 3! The Equalizer melts Unicorns of Love! The Flame Split is destroying. Vardex is in full retreat, but the Orb of Deception gets one. Shockwave only connects to Rainover, and Power of Evil is down. Fnatic convincingly win the team fight. 4 kills, the mid turret, and they're gonna get the bottom inner turret as well.
A wise man once said, don't fight dragons against a rumble. We just saw why. That ulti from Huni started the whole thing, and then just a collapse from 2 different sides. There was nothing Unicorns could do. And the worst thing is, they don't have to fight those dragons. They don't have to start them. They want to wait, trade. That top tower is still standing up there on 10% HP. That should have been your focus. Go, not dragons. Just look at it again. I mean, what do you expect him to do? Orianna has an Athene's and we're blasting one here, so she gets knocked up at first. And look at the damage from Fnatic. Everything just piled onto Unicorns, and they have to run instantly. Nothing they could do in return.
Fnatic deconstruct everything about the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns still yet to get a tower on the board, and they are now 5,000 gold down. They now need to do to Fnatic what Unicorns did to SK. And that is pull off a miracle.
Shockwave the Baron. It will happen. Fnatic always goes for these early Barons here. If they think you're out of position, they place a ping on it, they start it. And then it's up to the Unicorns to react in time and not be caught in the engage of Fnatic.
Unicorns did set their sights on that top tower. A little too late, maybe. And defensive play from Fnatic means Unicorns unable to secure that objective. Instead, they peel back to the middle lane, continue trying to farm their way up. 4-0-5 on Steelback Sivir. Ghostblade, Eye-Edge, Pickaxe, and about 1,000 gold to spend still.
It's fun to see how important Sivir has been in this final here, because the team who had it were always able to pick a more mid-game focus comp and then just force team fights whenever someone were too slow at scaling, and you never got to the point where you could really fight back. Both teams have been very good at closing out the games, except for maybe the game 3 of Fnatic where they were taking a little bit easy. Apart from that, they have kept it very safe but secure.
I also think it's just a lot of props to Fnatic.
It is.
Bouncing back from a honestly heartbreaking loss to Unicorns in Game 4. Picking a team composition with maybe a soft cap on its scaling and the time limit of effectiveness, but just playing around their strengths so well and punishing Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
When Unicorns have presented a target, Fnatic have hit a bullseye and destroyed the Unicorns.
And that's exactly why a comp like this never really stops being effective. Because the carries will never be tanky enough to sit in a Rumble ulti when there's a Nautilus ulti coming in as well. Like that engage potential from Fnatic will always be there, no matter how far into the game we get. The way Unicorns can win the late game one is instead if they teamfight as a unit together with the 2 tanks in front, and then when engage happens, they back away, they kite back, they get out of the Rumble ulti, and then they can start turning around because they have so much consistent damage from Orianna, from Lucian late game, with 2 Cinderhulk, or sorry, with 1 Cinderhulk and 1 Maokai, to just prolong the fights. But Fnatic will never hit a point where they can't win. If they manage to land their ultis correctly, they will melt someone from Unicorns of Love.
We did see some blue pings onto Baron Deficio. Fnatic maybe setting their sights on it. Unicorns have got decent wards around, but for Fnatic in their strong lead, where will they want to force a team fight? They've got more engage power from Rainover with Righteous Glory. They've got Yellow Star. He's picked himself up that locket, so any of the burst that's going to come out from Power of Evil is going to be significantly affected thanks to that locket. Fnatic, as you said, have got all the tools to play with.
Top side of the map is the focus for Fnatic. It's where the 2 tier 2 towers are still alive. They've already started a push in the bottom lane. And as always, when you control that jungle, you get to time the minion waves when you want to rotate through the jungle very quickly, force your team to go back to base and all the way around their inhibitors if they want to move between the tier 2 towers. So you can move faster through the jungle. That gives you some damage on towers. You can even catch them out if they try and face check you in that jungle, and you have that Baron threat, which is what Fnatic want. at this point. Unicorns needs to send down the Maokai to clear this wave out before it becomes a problem, unless they want to sacrifice the whole thing to the tower.
This is in trouble. Yellowstone Rainover got in, but it's Unicorns that have turned it around. Look at the backline. Vardax almost gets soloed out by Febiven. We do see that it is eventually going to be some kills onto Unicorns of Love. They've lost Vardax. They've lost Hillisang. They've lost Kikis. And Febiven is the only reply so far. Fnatic find Unicorns in their jungle. And Yellowstar can taste his 4th LCS split title. Fnatic on the inner top lane turret, and there's nothing the Unicorns can do.
And I really like the fact he swapped away from Leona to the Nautilus, because when you're against the Lucian, he wants to jump around. You can dodge that Leona ulti. You cannot dodge the ulti from a Nautilus. It's gonna follow you, it's gonna knock you up. And Fnatic just has so many ways of getting to that backline of Unicorns of Love, the 2 damage dealers. Look at also at the vision here. 10 green wards in the jungle, 4 pink wards around the Baron. They're gonna go straight back to it unless they want to go and take a dragon first. And just keep setting up around that Baron, keep forcing Unicorns to either sit back in the base, give it up for free, or get into bad team fights. How do you fight a Fed Rumble in the jungle when there's also an AoE of a Sivir, of an Ahri? I mean, you can't. There's nothing for Unicorns around that Baron they can do.
Kikis is now being teleported on from Huni. There's no equalizer available. A little bit preemptive maybe, but he's very, very far ahead. 30 minutes. Fnatic are just going to play the baiting game.
You already have the vision, so yeah, why even go dragon in the first place? Smart move from Fnatic here. If Unicorns try to trade it, well, that was fine as well. It's a second dragon, I mean, who cares? So Fnatic just controlling it completely. Once again, bottom lane is pushing for them up. Top lane is pushing mid lane. Tier 2 is open. And Fnatic says now, okay, let's just secure that easy objective at least. But they don't want to give up all these pinks here. It's very important they defend the pink wards in the river, because that's what creates the whole pressure. So just send down a few guys to do dragon. Rest can defend the river.
Officio, it is hunting season, and Fnatic are hunting mythical beasts. They have got every single advantage needed to shut this game out. But they need to be decisive. They cannot afford to play like they did in Game 2 and give the Unicorns time to scale. Fnatic, as you said, as long as they combo their ultimates, they can win, but you need to play.
It gets harder and harder for sure.
Exactly, and that's the risk. That's the risk you play if you play passive. But let's be honest, they're not. This is not the same Game 2 Fnatic. And
really
there's proof of it.
Well played from them.
Power of Evil showed bottom lane. Fnatic instantly put some damage onto the Baron, but they peel away. They're not fully committing.
As long as they stay around it, Unicorns is forced to do the same. Now it's been started. This is what we've been talking about. Nobody's moving yet. Yellowstar is trying to zone away in the bush just behind the red buff.
It's gone.
This Baron
It's too late.
Is going down so fast. There you go.
Well played by Fnatic. Hillisang, stand behind me, jumps onto Vizichachi, forced to flash over to the Krug's camp. Now Rainover and Yellowstar looking for more. The Command Protect goes under the tree, but it's not going to be enough. Kikis, Power of Evil, and Vardax join the rest of the Unicorns. But they now have to face a Baron-empowered Fnatic squad.
Power of Evil did pull the shockwave, but he wasn't even close to the Baron for himself this time. Time is running out for the Unicorns of Love.
Time has run out, Deficio.
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Fnatic can just continue to strangle the life out of the challenger squad. The number 5 seed coming into the playoffs, memory serves. I believe Gambit was above them. They made it to the finals for the first time ever. First time upsetting the number 1 seed of SK. And that was also a miracle Baron steal. Fnatic are doing to Unicorns what Unicorns did to them in Game 4. It is just
the whole
flawless execution.
The whole playoffs. This was a team that went 9-9 in the split. And every week was the same talking point. They are so inconsistent. One day they win in 25 minutes, the next day they lose to MYM, who ended up being relegated. It was so hard to say, what is the playstyle of Unicorns of Love? How good are they? So they faced Gambit in the first one, 3-0, after losing the first game. Beat SK Gaming in the final. Everyone loves them, the name, everything. So despite them being behind now and looking very, very bad in this game, it's still been one hell of a season for Unicorns of Love.
That is for sure. We'll see whether or not they can find any magic left in the tank. How deep does their trough go? Fnatic take their 6th tower of the game, the last inner turret. There are only inhibitor turrets remaining. Kikis has set up from behind.
Whoa!
He manages to catch
Whoa!
it.
No way!
They do get Featherfit before he can get anyone down. The Power of Evil loses his life. It's mid laner for mid laner. What can Vardax do? He's forced away from the team fight, and Steelback is just too far ahead. He chops down the tree of Pizachachi, and Fnatic take the inhibitor turret. They will get the inhibitor as well. Unicorns had a little bit of magic, but it was not enough. And Fnatic crack open the Unicorns base.
Yeah, but that was like the best kind of engage for the Unicorns, and it wasn't enough. I can't wait to see that again. Kikis sneaking in behind. 3-man ulti. Featherman, Steelback, Yellowstar. Everything pulled onto them. And yet, Fnatic can still turn it around and win the fight.
Baron plus 10k at Officio. That's what it looks like when you fight 4v5. Unicorns of Love, they're not done yet. Pizachachi's running in, he's not gonna find anybody though.
Trying to get a tower.
This is the first of the game. 35 minutes on the clock. There are some minions pouring behind, but Fnatic, they're not giving this one up. Kikis, look at the damage from the Boomerang Blade. Sealback's got that Bloodthirster completed along with the last Whisper on the Hunt throne. They want to defend the tower, but the minions will secure it. Hylissang in full retreat. Pizachachi goes forward. Featherman this time round. That is a 4-man prison, but there's no
Look at the Rumble!
Here comes Rumble. Equalizer is available. He throws it down on Vardax and Kikis. Pizachachi is down. Vardax is down. Hylissang is down on the Unicorns.
Shockwave!
Shockwave catches, but it's not going to be enough. Pizachachi, well, the Kikis will be the next to fall, and Power of Evil is the last man standing. Super minions are inside the base of the Unicorns of Love, and Fnatic, they're pushing forward. They have 30 seconds on the clock, and they might be closing it out now.
And what a great game from Fnatic here, playing it so well from the early game, and the way they adapted in the pick and ban phase. First pick Sivir, meaning it's so hard to play scaling comps because you force these fights. Another kill.
Power of Evil is down. There are no unicorns left. There is no magic to believe in. Fnatic are the 4-time champions of the European LCS. They're pushing on the next.
Wait for it.
It's happening again. It's happening again. Let's get back in it.
Too early.
Oh, just did it again. They've defended the Nexus, or maybe not. Vardax is turning his attention to Rainova. We've never played the victory music and had to turn it off until the Unicorns made it to the final. Rainova is looking for Vardax. Challenging Smite was there, and we are back.
All right, let's see what the Unicorns can do. Everyone thought it was over.
This is unprecedented.
They're still 10k gold behind, but every kill matters for them. Vardax, 6 kills on the Lucian, will get a mid tower as well. They need that inhibitor to respawn. Baron is up in 140. That's going to be the next big one. Fnatic can set up once again. They might be able to get 2 towers for the Unicorns of Love. That's a lot of gold suddenly picked up. Fibman is here with ulti. They have to respect him.
Continues to look for more. There's the equalizer. Pizachachi will go down. 4 members of Unicorns now need to defend. He should secure a dragon here. Spirit Rush was used. Baron is up in 1 minute and 20.
And now it's back to defend your Nexus. 4v5, 30 seconds more.
When this happened in week 8, Unicorns defended it multiple times. We're now doing it in week 12, in the final, in game 5.
Okay, Fnatic, go into the top side jungle, place your wards once again, set up for that Baron and force Unicorns to come and face check you. You will get almost a guaranteed kill from the Ahri Charm. She's so fed still. Steelback as well on the Sivir. You have so much damage. Featherman is going to push back the bottom lane. That opens up for Unicorns to set up around the Baron and suddenly avoid this pick here. Pick potential at least.
Every single person on the floor is on their feet. The Cinderella story. The Cinderella that turned a glass shoe into a weapon and threw it at anybody hitting a Nexus. Fnatic should still win. Fnatic should close this out. But they hadn't done it twice before. The only team that beat Fnatic 2-0 in the regular split was Unicorns of Love. And is that seed of doubt inside Fnatic's mind?
Look at the wards Kikis just placed. This ping ward inside the Baron pit will not spot the one just outside here. So they will see Fnatic if they're starting, and Fnatic has to place a ping outside or use the sweeper to clear these 2 wards. So at least they can see if Fnatic is stunning it or if they're waiting in the jungle to pick off the Unicorns of Love.
Don't take the bait and chase Yellow Star this time. The rest of Unicorns a little split up. Power and Kikis moving through the red buff area of their jungle. Hylissang lands the Winter's Bite. Nobody to follow. Kikis is caught out. He's trying to look for a team fight. Descendants connects under Hylissang though. That's not who they want. Where's the Glacial Prison? That's what we're looking for. Fish is available as well. Equalizer knocks everyone backward. Shockwave doesn't manage to get, but look at the prison. Where is Vonix? He's down. Fnatic are on the game-winning team fight. They managed to get 4. They look at Vizicachi. It is an ace. Fnatic will now push under the Nexus. The death timers are too high. And the magic from Unicorns has finally run out.
Such a good team fight again from Fnatic here. They just piled on the Power of Evil. He didn't even get to ulti 40 minutes in on an Orianna.
Fnatic have an uncontested Nexus, and they will finally win the spring split.